Hey, J-Bo Nation! Shaming of Jay. He's not a dopey dumb bitch. He gets laid. The court jester, the court DJ. It's time to dive into the case. To the case.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks so much for being here. It's Thursday, December 21st. We got Friday Eve in our hearts. Thank you so much, everyone who came and watched the premiere. I cringe. I don't know if I should do premieres because I'm just cringing as I watch them. I could have done better on that, but I'm learning every day. Thank you so much, everyone who was there and chatting. And if you didn't comment on it, if you could comment on it, just whatever you want helps it get in the algo. The algorithm. But thank you for checking it out. Second edited video. Try to get better on the next one. What's up, Dr. Artie, Donna, Natasha, Sarah, Katherine, Ashy. Ashy signed up. Thank you so much for signing up, Ashy. And thank you. What's up, Donnie, Dizzy, Samantha, Watches Charlotte, Blair on the kick machine, Sheila on the kick machine, Jessica and Afie on the kick machine, Tracy on the kick, Paulie 3, Stacy, good morning, Mandy, good morning, Amy, Paulie, Sarah, Robert, Sarah, Molly, Angie, Tina, Kim, hello, Spring, Amy with an IE, Katherine, I think I said Afie. I did, yes. She's on. Sally, Elizabeth, Betty C. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here. Jersey, Jen. Sorry if I missed anyone. Carrie 28. Cece, Ladybird, Dixie. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Thank you, Sarah, for saying it was great. Maureen. Thanks for being here, Maureen. Did I say Dizzy? I think so. Amber, good to see you. All right, folks. Today, Chloe and Sally, I think I missed them. Today, we're going to watch Katherine the Conniving, Katie Magbanua, who said in the first trial she had nothing to do with it. And then all of a sudden, that Charlie's, after she's found guilty, and Charlie's trial comes, she decides she's going to tell the truth, or at least her version of the truth. So I was thinking about it. Why am I going to show the testimony from her first trials when we already know that she came out and said she lied about that? So we're going to watch the proffers, and we're going to watch her testimony from Charlie's trial. And whatever we get through today, that's going to be it. Tomorrow I'm taking off. I got to set up for Gestivus. Got to set up all the stuff for Gestivus. So Saturday, I'm really excited for that. Also nervous, but ready for that. Well, I'm so glad you love it, Ladybird. Maureen says, I just subscribed. Oh, did I turn off? I have to turn off all the things when I make a video. Let me turn that back on. Let's see. Is this here? Oh, I just subscribed. I like this channel. Awesome, Maureen. Glad you're here. What's up, Todd? Hey, Jonathan. Yeah, Donnie, if you want to help me set up Gestivus, that would be great. So I'll see you later, Donnie. All right, here we go. We're going to go with the first proffer of Katie Magbanua when she decides she's going to change. She's going to tell the truth. Again, this is I think I put it in the description. If not, I'll do it now. This is from Mentor Lawyer, who's like the OG deep dive true crime. Make sure you're subscribed. It's from his channel, and I'm going to put that in the description if I haven't already. I think I did, but I'm getting mixed up. All right, so here we go.
So this came back from Chris yesterday. He's signed the bottom of it. If you just want to look at it and review it, we'll have you sign it as well.
I think this is the one that like Tara just like
It's
went over.
yeah, it's the same thing. Yeah. So if you just want to sign the bottom of it,
Okay.
second page.
This is 10/11/2022.
Today's the 10th or the 11th?
11th.
10/11/2022. Oh, Maureen, signing up. Thank you so much, Maureen. That's awesome. Welcome to the Bows. And also Ashley signed up too. Thank you so much, Ashley. Both of you guys. Thank you so much. Yeah, get the Capri Suns out.
Okay, so here's what I'll tell you. Obviously, things have changed, and we're here without your attorneys, but that's, you guys had the conversations, and we all talked as well. I kind of feel like it's best and easiest to just let you tell us how we got here.
That's the thing. That's like, wait, like how I got to this point.
Well, start at the beginning. You know who we all are anyway, right? You know,
Okay, well, I guess we can do that. So we got Pat Sanford with the FBI, Sherry Bennett with TPD, and I'm Jason with the State Attorney's Office, which you and I have met a few times. And yeah, if letting you kind of tell us how we live here is the best way to start.
If you hear, by the way, if you hear those vibrations and sounds, that's on the video, not from me. And Pat Sanford, he's the FBI agent who did pretty much everything, like a lot of the work. So he's in there. An assistant district attorney is in there, and I missed the other person. Hey, what's up, Steve? Thanks for being here. Hey, Missy, thank you.
And we'll ask questions. Don't get me wrong. We will ask.
By the way, I know we have a lot of new folks here. This is my publicly buzz shirt. My boys, my brothers, Steve and Dan. If you like this channel, I promise you'll like theirs. I'm going to put it in the chat.
Stuff, but
Yeah, this is what I was afraid of. Like, just with everything that's been happening, and like obviously getting incarcerated, and then it's just I've been like, you know, like with my guard up the whole time, and then like all of a sudden it's like I don't want to walk into this room, and then it's just like me just talk. Like I know you
Let's
can
talk.
it's like I can't. Everything is.
Well, let's start it like this. Okay, how did you meet Charlie? Let's start with that.
Oh, we're really diving in really quick. Yeah, way to break the ice, right? Just before, like, I know, like, you know, obviously, you know, I'm going through 2 trials and everything. Like, what would this be all public now? Like this, or just for protection?
Eventually, it will be. We're doing this because obviously, with the publicity of the trial and the amount of, you know, you guys didn't do this. You guys talked to her before you turned the camera on. We're not gonna have. We don't want to have any of those games played. We would rather have everything, you know, recorded and documented. So there isn't. You guys sat down with Katie and told her what she needed to tell you. No.
Okay.
We didn't do that.
Yeah,
So-
because like my attorneys are not even here, so this
Right.
is like.
right, exactly. So this is my first time sitting down and talk to you.
Yeah.
So we want everything, you know, recorded. So there's no question about, like it did last time, people were making allegations that we fed people and things like that. We're on the up and up. This is not, you know, this way it's been the whole
We're
time.
not here
We're not
to-
here to trick you.
berate you. Like, this is this is
I
different.
mean, it's gotten to this point, basically.
This is your side of the story.
Yeah.
You tell us the truth of what happened, and
And I
we'll
guess
ask
we
questions
should
when we
probably
need
start
to,
with
but
questions for her. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's do this. Will you raise your right hand? You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
All right. Now we got that out of the way.
Okay.
And all the confusion. Yeah, I mean, really, it's best to start with, I think, how you met Charlie would be the best way to start. And then we can probably sequentially, you know, work a timeline out from there.
Okay. Well, I was working in Sophie Dental, and then he's like one of the specialists that came in. So then from there, he's, you know, like, we get the phone numbers from the doctors, from what I remember, and then we put it on her cell phone so that whenever scheduling purposes, we'll, you know, we can contact or text any of the doctors, any of the dentists.
Okay.
So I went through there.
And just started texting, and then
Yeah.
You started dating, obviously.
Yeah.
Okay.
how long did that progression take from the texting to the dating?
Like, how did it evolve? Like, from being a doctor
Well,
to...
this is like all the way from 2013, I believe. So, well, yeah, he was like persistent. He was just persistent about like, and I told him, I was like, I have kids, like I don't really have time. I don't have a babysitter. I don't have like a chance to just go up and about.
Yeah, so this is really interesting to hear how Charlie pursued Katie, huh?
Like I don't have that type of freedom. Like,
If not for Charlie pursuing Katie, I mean, she obviously has a part in it too, but if she doesn't meet the Adelson, she's probably free right now.
so little by little, he was just, you know, trying to, oh, come on, let's hang out. And then, like one day, like I just went over to his house. I don't remember.
Time frame, I guess, would be late 2013, early 2014.
Yeah, that was 2013.
Okay. And you guys, it kind of grew from there and became more of a dating relationship, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay. How long would you say you two dated?
Like I said, like, you know, I've always said that we never had like, oh, he's my boyfriend, I'm his girlfriend type thing. Probably from 2013 to 2014, 15.
Okay.
I don't remember.
It was
Because
exclusive, it was on and off.
yeah, like we've stayed friends the
Okay.
whole time.
Okay.
It's nerve-wracking. Sorry. It's
What?
just, you know, it's just like not, I haven't spoken to
Just-
anybody, you know what I mean? It's
And
like,
that's what we really, I know we're sitting over here on this side and it's intimidating. Like, this is kind of and I'm sure that's not helping the matter,
yeah.
but just try to talk with us. Just literally just sit there and talk with us.
Black it out.
By the way, if you remember from the trial, I don't know if you saw the trial, but Rauschbaum brings out that at some point, I forget how long into it, Sanford gets pissed and like storms out, or he says something because she won't give up the info. But here we go.
Yeah, maybe we can move it a little closer to the camera or the phone so it's not like straight in your face. I don't know. But just try to block it out and just let's talk this through. So you guys started dating. What comes?
Sorry,
What comes to your mind? 'Cause what I don't want to do is feed it to you and
Right.
you
I get that.
reiterate it for us.
Well, let's just talk about what problems did he talk to you about? Did he talk to you about his problems and issues and what led?
And this is what I was like scared of, like, you know, from the information that I got from the trial, and then obviously, you know, when I go back in my bunk and I'm like trying to think back, like, it's like it's all perception. Like, I was like so irritated and frustrated because as I'm seeing things being revealed, you know, I'm thinking back at the time and I'm just like trying to put things together, like, okay, was this happening when this was happening? And then it's like all getting jumbled in my head.
Okay.
And I don't want to give any.
That's fine.
Yeah.
You're worried about your timelines. You're worried about, don't worry about that. We can work timelines out. We can work timelines out with some other information that we have throughout this case. There's a lot, like you saw.
Yes.
There's a whole lot of evidence in this case.
Yes.
If you can give us the events that occurred, we can work out the timeline.
Real quick, guys, I'm going to share a link here. If you want to have the ability to receive a membership to the channel, click on the following link I'm about to post because I'm about to give out 5 memberships.
So if you remember a conversation Charlie having with you, I'll work on the timeline of when that occurred. Tell us what conversation you
I don't
remember
want to see
having.
I don't want to see the wrong thing either.
Well, here,
like, I
you
want
can't
to
see the wrong thing
make
here.
sure that I'm, you know.
Just the biggest thing is because you keep thinking about everything you saw on trial. Take that out. We want to go by just by your memory. I know it's hard.
Yeah.
Yep.
We're going by just your memory. Anything in trial, like he's saying, the timelines, things that we have now, we can see how that fits in and figure that out later. We're going to want to go from your memory and what you were thinking and your experience, your personal experience with this, how it progressed in that stance. Not taking all the stuff that you saw on trial, all the things that now make you think of it differently.
Yeah.
You want to know about how you thought about it at the time that it happened and how it progressed that way in your own experience. not by all the stuff you saw. So that should make it easier. So just work on that, and then we can worry about the timeline afterwards. Let's just get through your experience of it when it was happening.
If you were telling us the truth and what you remember, Katie, before any of this nonsense,
Yes.
that's all we're looking for.
Okay.
We will ask the questions to clarify things. You tell us what you remember that led up to this situation.
Okay. So basically, I mean, like what led up to the situation. When I was talking to Chris, I was like, just like things that are popping up as it went. And a particular day that I was thinking about was Halloween in Lincoln Road, when he did mention, but I don't want to quote anything, and I don't want to say anything wrong, like I said, and I just remember him, like, that's the thing, it's like as he's saying things, and like y'all know that Charlie talks a lot, so he's saying things and it's just we're going in circles. I'm not like invested into the conversation like how he's thinking of the conversation. I'm just like, you know, like going basically with the flow. So I remember him that he did mention something about, I don't know if his sister was going through it, or his sister was having a hard time with somebody. He never mentioned Dan Merkel, didn't tell me any names or anything, but that was a particular day, I guess, that I thought back, and I didn't even really think about it until like when all of it was like over. And I was like, Chris, I don't know why it's like coming to me now. Like I've said, like I blocked off a lot of things. I don't remember things. Like you can see in my second trial, I was foggy with everything. Like,
And those are obstacles we'll all overcome.
Okay.
We got to overcome them just like you do. I understand you testified and you said things, and we'll deal with it.
Okay.
We understand. And that's, Chris will sit down with you, I'm sure, and that will come. But just like you just did, you had a conversation. It was around Halloween. What's Lincoln Road? I'm blanking.
that was in Lincoln Road. That's in South Beach. So there's like a Halloween like party where they block off like the whole
It's a
section.
block party kind of thing.
Yeah, but it's like a bunch of like, it's outside. You know, they always host that event. And I remember when in a parking lot, or like it was like an outside parking lot, and that's the first time he's mentioned it. And mind you, this was 2013. This is like in the beginning, so
Yeah.
I didn't think
Yeah,
much
you're
of
talking
it. Like this
October
is, I
13th.
just literally met him. Like this is one of probably an event that I can only pinpoint it because it was a specific, like a particular event. I'm sorry.
Understood. But you don't, specifically what he said, you don't remember.
Not
He just
remember.
mentioned saying his sister was going through something.
Yeah.
And you didn't pay attention to.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's October, end of October, 1st of November of 2013. You were still working for Sophie Dental, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Okay.
That's fairly new in Sophie Dental.
Okay. So go from
From
there.
there, I don't know what happened, or like in between, you know, we started hanging out more. I'm pretty sure every single time, like, you know, he'd either not mention about his sister, but maybe just like family issues, but like not specifically like it's always his sister or whatever. Like
Right.
he never really went forth with that.
Okay.
So that was like towards the beginning, and I could just kind of remember, I know I spent New Year's with him, and then so like that's already like towards the end of 2013.
Okay.
And then what about after that? How did it progress from there?
Like I said, I don't know, like whenever he would mention anything about it, maybe every single time that we just, you know, like we'd hang out, I don't know specific dates, like I said, but all of that's been like a blur to me, so.
When you're saying he's mentioning it, is it like he mentioned his frustrations with it, or is he just kind of just talking?
Yeah, he's kind of just like talking, like, you know, like for hanging out, watching TV, or like I can kind of tell, like, you know, his, like if his mom is calling and he's, you know, like they're going through like family issues. He never really told me specifically anything, but you know, you kind of like get the phone and you walk away, like, oh, that was my mom, like talking to me or whatever, like she's stressed out, my dad's stressed out, stuff like that. Nothing particular that I can remember.
So fast forward, I guess that's January 2014. So, obviously, Dan Markel was murdered in July of 2014. And as you saw in the trial, Garcia and Rivera made a trip up in June. What can you tell us about that?
See, that, like, I don't even remember. I mean, obviously, you're just telling me to, like, remember from what I remember, not from what I remember from trial.
Right.
I learned a lot of things from the trial. That's why it's so hard, and I want to say the right, not to say the right thing, but, like, remember from how I remembered.
My Lanta, I could see why Sanford was so pissed. He probably was like, we're finally going to get some information, and then she won't fucking say anything.
My days. But, like, my days are consumed with, like, taking care of my kids and just, like, me going through it with Sigfredo, like, you guys, all heard all the conversations and everything. Like, just the back and forth.
What led to the two of them making that trip to Tallahassee?
Okay. So when I was, this is, like, the hard part, because that's the part that I've never spoken of. And from what I just remember, I don't know the specific day, but I do know that Charlie had given a paper in an envelope, but he stuck it inside, like, I had like a diaper bag that I used to use for Kaylee, but I kind of used that as like a weekender bag, and he put it in there. Now, he's probably been talking about like, oh, like I need somebody to, get beat up or whatever. That's why I'm saying, like, from him, something happening to her husband to like obviously murder, that's like two different extremes. And
So you're saying leading up to him putting that in the diaper bag, he was talking about wanting to find somebody to beat him up? And stuff?
like he's, little by little, I think he was feeding stuff in my head that he needed this to be done. But me nonchalantly, like, I was like, okay, like, I know in hindsight I should have, like I said, that's why I beat myself up a lot, because, like, I'm like, I was stupid, like, I wasn't, but that's not what my mind frame was at that time. So it was kind of hard for me, and that's what kind of, like, I'm kind of scared of, because it's like, are they going to understand this? Because what I was going through a lot, like, mentally with Sigfredo, too, was, a lot of, like, fighting, and then so it's like I found comfort in Charlie, because obviously he was the good time, and he was the one, that it's like when I'm with him, it wasn't stressful, but it led to my whole life being turned upside down.
Well, let's talk about this real quick. I know you took the stand, like we talked about a while ago, and you got on the stand and you said you didn't remember things.
Yeah.
That's in the past.
Yeah.
We're not worried about what you said on the stand. We're starting clean here. This is a new clean break. Okay?
I'm sorry.
I know, you're fine. You're fine. Just it's okay.
Relax.
It's okay.
Like,
Just relax.
just take your legs up.
Yeah, just listen to me. You're already where you are.
Yeah.
Okay? Whatever you tell us now, if you lied about something, if you weren't truthful about something, it doesn't matter at this point. You're not going to get in more trouble for it. Okay?
Yeah.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So now's the time to be totally truthful with us. It's just, to come totally clean, tell the whole truth all the way through from the beginning. Because Charlie didn't just slip a letter in without you talking about Sigfredo and getting to that point. That's what we're talking about. Tell us how you got to that point. I understand you're not going to remember time frames and things like that, and Charlie may have done this and done that and kind of led you to that, but how did that happen? What kind of conversation did you have about Sigfredo with him? And how did it lead up to that?
For the whole time, it's like I felt as if Charlie kept planting this seed in my head. Obviously, I don't know if, like, he knew of Sigfredo, like, he probably knew of Sigfredo from what, like, me venting and saying, like, like, he's giving me a hard time, like, in that point, but far from, like, what, like, I mean, like, I know that he's probably know that he's gotten in trouble, like, in the past, but Sigfredo's, like, since that we've been together, like, we, like, I try to keep him on the narrow and stay away from trouble, and, like, with, like, family life. Right. So that's what, like, this is through time that he's probably just been saying things, and I'm just, like, agreeing with it. Like, again, I beat myself up for it, because it's like I wasn't paying attention to, like, things. Like, I was being nonchalant about it, and just being like, oh, okay, and then, like, kind of just, then when I'm with Sigfredo, I'm like relaying stuff to him, but them really not knowing, you know, like obviously even with conversations, it's like I never said like, oh, I'm talking to Tuto, or like with him, he doesn't want to hear that I'm talking with Charlie.
Right.
But at the same time, it's like they both know who I'm talking about,
Okay.
or they know
So what kind of stuff were you relaying?
Right.
through each other.
Yeah.
That's where it gets a little blurry, because that's through time that we're just
Right.
You know,
You don't have to say specifics. Just give us a roundabout summary of what the conversations were about. Because I understand you're not going to remember exactly what you said or exactly what they said, but you know the context of the conversation that you had.
That led up to this.
Everything that led up
Well,
to
like, maybe give you an example. So he stuck this envelope
Yeah.
in your bag. How did you know
I
what
mean,
to
like
do with
it
that?
had information
But
about,
how did you know what to do with it?
because he's been like kind of mentioning, you know, like, oh, I need this, I need somebody to take care of this, and you know, I know like obviously I'm going to Sigfredo about it, but then as I'm relaying it to Sigfredo, I'm not saying like I don't really know specifics. That's why.
So what are you relaying to Sigfredo?
Yeah.
You just said, I need someone to take care of this. I know it's hard to talk about, but we know what you're talking about,
Yeah.
and we need you to talk about it. It's going to be, I know it's hard to say, what is he saying this is? I need somebody to take care of this. What is this?
Oh, the problem with Wendy's, I mean, like that's, I don't think he ever mentioned about her husband or whatever, but just somebody that's been, like,
I'm fine with you here. You're fine with that. That you didn't know that Dan Markel was Wendy's husband.
yes,
Fine.
yeah.
Cool.
What did he tell you? What did he say?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, move on. We're good with that. Yes, that is totally. I understand that they didn't have the same last name. Most husband and wife, you would think.
So what was he telling you exactly?
That he needed somebody to go up to, like that's what I'm saying, I don't want to say the wrong thing.
We can understand if you're summarizing.
Right.
You're summarizing. We don't expect you to remember exact conversations, but you know the context, which is
Right.
the actual meat of what the conversation was about. That's what we need from you. Like the actual
What did
topic.
he mean? What did he say to you, basically? Just in general.
That he needed somebody to get hurt, but like not to get to that point, from my understanding, was not to get killed, but to maybe like, I don't know, if like rough up or beat up or whatever
Okay.
at that point.
Okay.
So but that's what I'm saying, like I just, little by little, maybe he's like feeding things in my head, but I can't remember those specifics, and
Okay, so then you're relaying now to Sigfredo. So what are you relaying to Sigfredo? And I know you're not saying Charlie wants me, you're just talking to Sigfredo about a friend that has this problem. What's the problem you're telling Sigfredo?
just that,
What
it's
exactly?
like somebody, like, I'm sorry, like I just, like,
I know, I understand what you're trying to
to
say.
like not,
Right, we know what you're trying to say, but we need you to say it. We can't say it for you.
Here's where I think you are. It's hard for you to say.
Right.
It's more hard for you to say than less of you don't know what to say. I think this is where this agreement that's signed into, this is where you have to clear your conscience. This is where you just say what you're trying to say. Get it out. We can talk about it. We're going to talk to Chris about this. Obviously, there's a lot of conversations to be had after this meeting that we're having
a
today.
lot of conversation.
Not with you.
Not with you.
Not with you. No.
Between the prosecutors.
No,
and
between us, and there's just a lot that has to go on after this. So just say it. Just come out with what you're talking. So Charlie's giving you something, and you're giving Garcia something. What is it?
What's the agreement? What was Charlie going to
Something,
do?
yeah, like something needed to be taken care of for him,
And
for
what was that?
for Dan Markel.
Okay. And what was Charlie getting in return? Was he doing anything in return? What was he willing to do?
Well, yeah, like he would have, like the money wise, obviously, like, you know, like they would be, like Charlie's like, oh, they're going to be taken care of. That they're going to be taken care of.
Did he ever give you a number?
What's the number?
No, he didn't give me the number. He didn't give me a specific number for it.
He just said, go do this and I'll take care of you? He didn't say how much or anything?
No, not to me. Like, that's what I'm saying. It's like now, like, you know how you guys were talking about like the $100,000 or whatever, like he never said that amount to me. Like, I just know that they're gonna be taken care of. Like, he was assuring me that they're gonna be taken care of. Obviously, has nothing to do, that's what I'm saying, like, I don't have those facts
Okay.
for,
How did he know who was going to take care of it, or who he needed to take care of?
I mean, I figured he knew that I was, like, gonna go to somebody that I trusted and then relay that to Sigfredo.
Okay. So he knew.
I just don't, that's what I don't know, that if he knew Sigfredo like that.
Did you tell him it was Sigfredo though?
No, I
So
never
you
mentioned that
never-
it was,
Okay,
yeah,
that's fine.
But you told him you would have it taken care of. You used to tell him I do.
yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, we're jumping around.
And
So
Wait,
you,
Well, the problem is
I just don't wanna go the roundabout, like,
we're trying to
like I
get
said,
directly to it, and that's what and you can help us with that as well. Just say it. Sometimes just let it go. The envelope that was in the bag. What was it?
I never looked at it. He told me, do not touch it, do not open it. That he had, he would, as time went, like, I think back about the things that he's saying, and then he's like, oh, like, I never keep money in my house. Like, why is he telling me that? Like, now in my head, I'm like, okay, is he telling me that so that he won't get robbed? Like, he won't turn around and he would,
That's the
well,
answer.
yeah, hindsight, like I'm saying, like, I figured this out later on. He did have that safe in his house, but he'd always be like, I don't keep money in that, or I never saw any, like, he's opened it before, but I've never, like, looked inside and see anything inside. On that paper, which I felt like that had all the information, and obviously I had given that to Sigfredo, but when I gave it to Sigfredo, like, I never, like, it was in my bag, and then I had told Sigfredo, like, oh, like, the paper's there, like, and he never showed it to me. He took it, and then he left. Like,
And this
Sigfredo-
would have been prior to the trip they made up in June.
Yes,
Okay.
yeah. I don't know if he had given me that paper.
Did he? And that's fine.
Yeah.
Did Sigfredo ever tell you what was written on it?
No.
Okay.
And that's like the information that I wish I had, because that's why
That's
I was
fine.
so
Don't make it
hesitant
up.
to even.
Don't make it up. Don't fill in a gap that you don't know the answer to.
I just want to confirm one thing on this. So you told Charlie you would have it taken care of. So Charlie didn't know you were going to Sigfredo, but he probably assumed, is what you're saying.
Yes.
Okay, but you didn't tell Sigfredo it's from Charlie, and you didn't tell Charlie you're going to Sigfredo. You just told him that you would have it taken care of.
Yes. Yeah.
So you understood what you were saying.
Yes.
So obviously you told him that you had somebody that could do this, or he wouldn't just give it to you and say, hey, just, how did
Well,
that
yeah,
progress?
like, that's what I'm saying. Like, through time, he keeps telling me there's something needed to
You could just hear Sanford getting madder and madder, like, just fucking spit it out.
get taken care of. Obviously, he's never said, like, oh, that somebody needed to get killed or anything. He never said that.
Okay.
But it's like, okay, through time, he's like feeding to me, oh, this needs to be taken care of, this needs to be taken care of. And then one night that I had slept over there, he had put that in my purse. He's like, do not open it, Katie, like, do not touch it. Even when I put it inside in the envelope, like, he's telling me things that he did, like, I used gloves, I didn't print it in my computer, like, he's telling me, he's like forewarning me, like, don't even think, like, I guess he didn't think that, like, he didn't want me to, like, obviously blackmail him or something maybe after, or...
At what point did you tell him you had somebody that can take care of this? If he's feeding you this information for him to print this out and take this step, at some point you had to tell him you had someone to take care of it.
What did you tell him to?
That was, like, going back again, that day that he had asked me in Halloween in the parking lot. I was like, oh, okay. Obviously the first thing in my head was like, oh, if somebody need to get beat up, whatever, like, Sigfredo's, like, that's money for him.
So
So what
Halloween
did you
is
tell
when you told him.
The one that
You
how
said
did I tell?
How did you tell him that you had somebody at that point? You said Halloween. Is that when you told him that you had somebody that could do it, or?
To Charlie, yes. Yeah, I probably suggested, I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, I know somebody.
Okay, so you're saying that was at the Halloween thing.
Yes.
Okay, so that's all the
It's
way back in
just
October.
stuck, yeah, it's stuck out to
Okay,
me.
that's what I wanted.
Yeah.
That's what I was trying to get a clarification on.
So you told him you had somebody, you just didn't tell him who.
Yes,
And you just left it at that.
yes.
And you didn't ask him how much he could pay, how he could take care of, any of that.
He just always he's always told me, he's like, oh, they'll be taken care of. Didn't give me an amount, didn't tell me.
So what did you tell Sigfredo to get him to do it?
Like I said, I don't know how I told Sigfredo. I probably told him like, hey, like, you know, you can make some type of money if you take care of this for somebody else. He's like, okay.
But you didn't tell him how much?
No. I didn't know.
Or never gave you an amount or anything?
No, he
You
just
trusted
always
he would
said,
pay you.
yeah, I guess, stupidly, yeah. I figured
And Sigfredo
they
trusted
can
you
like,
enough.
yeah, like it's like you got like I'm the middle person. Obviously, I see everything now. Like yeah, like it was going through me, but I know. And you're
And it's fine.
You look back now and you feel.
I'm like, that's what I told Tara. I was like, listen, like I was manipulated, I was used, I was, you know, and it's like, and I feel stupid because it's like you guys are even like, I know, like even through trial, like you guys are, it's like, yeah, and I'm being truthful and that, like when I see everything, it's like, of course, everybody's just looking at me like I'm a part of this whole thing, and it's hard for me to like, it took time, like. You guys didn't know what I was going through in jail. You didn't know, even with family-wise, you know, you met my brother. Like, it's, how do you just go about it? Like, okay, I had this whole part in this whole situation, like even conversations with like, that's why I was upset too with the Dolce Vita, because it's, once you see it in a different way, you're just, and then you sit back and you're like, I don't remember, like a lot of the things my brain has literally, and I wish like I wish you guys could just put something in my head and just extract all this information, but I can't. Time frame.
Put something in your head. That's your stupid brain, and your mouth is what tells us. Jesus. My Lanta. Just fucking say it. Oh, God.
Which I know you guys can guide me with, but it's like, don't know what was said. I don't know how it went about. I just know, like, what, you know, certain things, and then from there, like, I'll probably get back in the dorm, and then, I mean, like, when I was in county, and I'll be like, oh my God, like, this happened, or this happened, and then after that, it's like, I push it away. I've suppressed so much of, like, the whole situation, and I don't want to waste anybody's time. I know we've gotten to this point.
You're not wasting our time at all.
I want an end to this already, like.
Well, this is a way to the end, but like we said, you got to be totally honest with us.
Yeah.
You got to be truthful. I mean, that's all we're asking you to do.
Yeah.
To the best of your memory, give us everything you can. You know, I know it's hard to talk about. I know you don't want to admit it.
But there's
little things.
Some of it's embarrassing.
It's not just. It's not that. It's just my brain. Like I don't know how to explain. My brain has like blocked a lot of things. So I like even. And then I second guess myself, and I do like the last thing I want is obviously this. I already know how this goes, and I do not want to say something that did not happen.
Katherine here for a month. Thank you so much, Katherine.
Or did not occur, and that's what I'm afraid of. I don't.
Well, that's what we explained to you. We don't expect you to remember exact verbatim conversations, word for word what you said or what someone
Of course,
said. But
yeah.
you know the context of the conversation, which is like what this conversation was about.
Yeah.
You know what the conversation was about with you and Charlie. You know at the trick or treat thing, the Halloween thing, that's when you gave Charlie, after he's been venting to you, you gave him the thumbs up, like, yes, I got someone who could take care of this.
Well, that's the
for you.
first time that he's like kind of mentioned something.
Mentioned you trying to get it taken care of.
Yeah.
But he had been telling you and feeding you up to that about how he's frustrated with his sister's stuff.
Well, yeah, like little bits and pieces
Right.
like that. And then that was like something that stuck out. And then from there on, all that time frame, that's why I just don't even know like what happened in between. But like I said, I was living my life as a mother, taking care of my kids.
Right.
Like, yeah, I should have paid attention. You know, you don't think I beat myself up every day thinking about like I should have paid attention. I should have taken this seriously. But in my head at that time, it wasn't like a contract.
You're thinking
You know,
someone's just
like,
going to get beat up.
yes, like somebody to get hurt. Obviously, that's like one thing that okay, you know, Sigfredo like would do. I mean, like we were financially like not like he was doing his own thing and God knows what like. I don't know. I don't even know why I went to him I don't even know why this whole thing like literally like occurred.
Well, let me ask you
It
this.
just snowballed.
So you know, obviously a trial came out and it was mentioned I don't know how many times. Charlie made the comment to several people throughout the years that, you know, tried hiring a hitman, but a TV was cheaper.
Yeah.
Had he ever made a comment like that to you?
Has he mentioned that
Yeah.
about the hit? I don't.
To you specifically. Not that you remember from trial, but did you and he ever have a conversation like that?
About hiring somebody?
Yeah.
Like, maybe he's joked about it? Yeah. I'm
Do you
pretty sure,
remember
yeah, like,
he
he's
did?
joked about it, but it's like, we're not even, yeah, I'm pretty sure he's joked about it, about
hiring a hitman?
yeah. He's very free with
You're pretty sure? We've heard 1,000 times that he jokes about it. You just can't admit that little fact? Come on.
what he says, you know, and I never take, sometimes, like I said, like, I literally, like, blocked it off.
Okay, so they made a trip up here in June.
Yeah.
Did you all receive any money from Charlie for that trip?
For when they...
Like to help pay for the rental car or anything?
I've had, I mean, like, I'm trying to think. Whenever, okay, so Sigfredo got that paper. Like I said, he's never told me anything about it. Obviously, there has to have been information in there. Obviously, either one of them don't want me to know. And I don't want to know. I didn't want to know it, so.
And you told Sigfredo it was in there to get it.
Yeah, to get it, like, just get it off the bag. Like, I think he came over, and then he probably went to the apartment, saw the kids, and I was like, oh, I have a paper for you in the bag, and then I just remember him stuffing it in his shorts and then walking out.
Okay.
And we never spoke about it again.
Okay.
Like, I never asked him, like, oh, what was on that, or whatever, nothing. Like, we didn't have a conversation about it.
Okay.
So, and then, like, I don't know when Sigfredo, like, leaves. I don't know, like, what his, we'd be good, and then I don't know what's going on with him. And I don't want to know what's going on with him, so I kind of, like, block that out, too. Because whenever I was with Charlie, then obvious, and just like that, too, like, with conversations, it's not like I'm there, like, planning things or whatever. It's just whenever I'm not with one, I'm talking to the other.
Yeah.
It's not nothing specific or anything that has to do with what happened. It's just, I don't talk to each other if, like, they're right next to me.
Right.
So, obviously, you guys weren't financially stable.
Yeah.
Renting a car to drive to Tallahassee is...
Yeah.
How did that happen?
I think it's, that Charlie has given me money, like, I probably told him, like, hey, I need some money so that, like, and I would always just say, like, these people or whatever, but now I'm thinking about it, like, he knew it was, Sigfredo the whole time. So, yeah, probably, like, asking for, like,
So
$200.
Charlie would give you all the money to pay for the rental car?
Yeah, like, he'd give it to me, and then I'd give it to Sigfredo, I guess, like, so that he can go about wherever he needed to go, but I didn't know about the Tallahassee, like, even, like, anything with
You
Tallahassee.
didn't know where they were going. You just knew that the problem that Charlie had, they were going to handle, and they needed money to deal with it.
Yes.
How did you know about
Who dat?
getting a rental car? What did Sigfredo say to you
But,
about getting a rental car? How did you know it wasn't?
I
Who
mean, he
dat?
doesn't, he has a,
Miami.
Who
How did you
dat?
know the problem wasn't in Miami then? How did you know he needed a rental car?
that he had to go travel somewhere.
Yeah. Yes.
I don't know, like, when, I didn't know anything about, like, the Tallahassee thing, but I guess he had to go somewhere. It wasn't gonna be local.
Okay. So did
Yeah,
he
I
come
just
to
didn't
you
know
and tell you,
where.
I need money for this, and
Right.
then
You say I need money for a car. I need you to get money from.
how did you know to go to Charlie and ask for the money that he needed? Is what he's trying to get.
Well, because from the whole thing with the paper. But he didn't tell me what was on it or whatever, but I figured, like, he needed to scope someplace else, so.
Here's the thing. Why is she doing this? Because she's hoping the state will somehow cut her some sort of deal where maybe at one point in her life she can see the outside world. But, like, she still doesn't want to say anything. Like, you think the state is going to do shit for you if you sit here and just do this bullshit? I forget what time it is, but at some point Sanford loses it on her, and I think that's when she becomes more forthcoming.
If he's gonna go somewhere, then he needs a car
So here,
to do that.
all right. You're trying to answer for Garcia. Answer for you. Garcia came to you and asked for, did he come to you and ask for money? Did he come to you and say, hey, I need money? Hey, what Garcia was doing is totally different.
Yeah.
How did it go from you back to Charlie, back to Garcia? How did that?
I mean, I would assume that that's what Sigfredo told me. He's like telling me like, oh, I need money, like, to go scope this place out. So he needed like a vehicle.
Do you remember having conversations with Garcia about that type of stuff? That, hey, I need
Puda.
money for a rental car. Do you remember having those conversations with him?
That he needed money, yeah, for rental car, I guess so, yeah. And then I would just relay it back to like Charlie, like I need money so that they, yeah.
That's all I was asking.
Yeah.
Just how
And
do
he
you
would
know
give
that
you
you
the
need
money.
money?
I know it sounds like such a simple thing, but it's like I guess I'm just.
You're trying to go through
my
your
brain.
memory.
Because
Yeah.
it could have been in Miami, right?
Yeah. I guess I mean, I never assumed that it was gonna be in, maybe that was just my assumption, that it wasn't anywhere local.
Yeah.
You know, obviously if he's needing money, like what do you need money for? I'm not gonna ask you specifics. You say you need to get a car, you need, you know, a place to stay, you need, you know, you need to rent somewhere.
So
I
I was
just-
asking you questions, just trying to refresh your memory so
Yes.
you can bring up
Yes, sir.
details
Yeah.
about what you remember. Okay,
Yeah.
so we're not trying to trick you or get you off track.
And
We're
I
just
get
trying to refresh your
that.
memory.
I'm trying to recall back too of like how it even like occurred or what, you know, what was happening. Yeah.
So at what point, how did Charlie get the money to you? Did he just meet you and give you
I
cash?
mean, like I was hanging out with him, so it would be like, yeah, he'd give me like
Hey,
a
yeah,
couple
I need
$100, yeah, like, and
Okay.
obviously he knew what it was for. Like not like, I'm just like, I didn't think about it. Like, you know, like I wasn't there like, oh, okay, like this is for this and that. Like that wasn't, I'm just, okay, like I was just okay with it. I was just doing it. You know,
Yeah.
okay, you need the money, okay, I don't want to know what for, I don't know, like obviously now I know the rental and all that stuff, but it's like, I didn't know.
You just knew that you would get him the money to take care of Charlie's
do
problem.
whatever you need to do, whatever, like, and then I would get it from one end to another.
Okay.
All right.
At that point, did you know Lewis was involved?
No, that whole thing, yeah, with Lewis was all,
All Garcia.
okay, I know we're gonna be jumping into a lot of things, and I hope I'm not frustrating you
No,
because
you're
I
fine.
feel
Go
like
ahead.
You're not
yeah.
frustrating us. No, I'm watching you process
No,
it
I
in your
know.
head.
And it's like I talk with my hands, I'm getting nervous, like
It's fine. It's fine.
Go ahead.
because
Puda.
I know, like my brain is like jumping from one place to another. The whole thing with Lewis is obviously like, and that's how Sigfredo functions too. He never tells me. You think he's gonna tell? He doesn't tell me things. This is what I want you guys to understand. Sigfredo does not tell me things. He tries to keep me away from a lot of things.
Sure.
A lot of things upset me through the trial that I found out that it's like it hurts for me to know because this is the father of my children. You know, like I'm not like. He's not a bad person. I know it sounds bad, but it's like he's not this person. And granted, I went to him, obviously, stupid mistake for even me to be involved in any of this. But when the whole I guess the bump or whatever, and like the weird phone calls and Charlie telling me this thing or whatever, little by little I kind of like, and then the whole Lewis thing, and that's what like clicked in my head. I was like, Lewis, like Tato and Tuto, like, you know, they always mistake their names. And then I'm just like again, me and Sigfredo, we never had a chance to like talk. Like he doesn't, like I've asked that, you know, I've asked plenty of times, like, Tara, why can't we be in a room with, you know, Sigfredo? Like, I need to know these things. Like, I can't answer these questions. I know it's kind of just like, I know to protect, like, you know, like both sides or whatever, but I needed to see him face to face. I needed that, like now it's like we've been so separated so far, it's like, I don't even know.
See, the
that
problem is we
person.
don't want you talking about what Sigfredo told you after the fact. We want you
Yeah.
telling us what you know leading up to all this and during all of this. You were with Sigfredo. You were with
On and
Charlie.
off, yeah.
You were part of a lot of these conversations.
Yes.
And that's what we want to hear from you, is what those conversations were. and how they went along. So, I mean, at one point you did know Lewis was involved because you tried calling Lewis to get a hold of Sigfredo right after the murder.
Yeah.
You had his old number.
Yeah.
You called his old number, so somehow you did know that he was with Lewis. That's why you tried to call Lewis.
But I never knew, like, I really honestly never knew that he would, like, that Lewis, I mean, obviously, like, now I think about it, like, they're always together, like, but at that
He just fucking said you called his phone. How can you still lie that you knew Tata was involved? You called his phone!
time, I'm trying to reach Sigfredo. I don't know what made me, like, call him or him call me, or I'm just trying to reach him.
Sorry, guys. I'll put my mic on J Rant volume.
I'm trying to get to him.
Yeah, and he's the only one you tried to call at that time until
Yeah,
you got
so-
a hold of Ortiz. But anyways,
Before
Yeah.
that trip, you knew that he was going with him on that trip.
No, I never knew that he was
So
going
how did
with
you know
him.
to call him?
maybe not the first trip, but the second trip you knew he was there, right? Because you were talking to him during that second trip, right?
Talking
Talking to Sigfredo.
Yeah, but he never told me that he was with Lewis. Like, he never
explained that to
he never told me that he was with Lewis.
Okay.
Because even with the whole thing with the whole bump and everything, like, that started coming out, and that's why I was like, why does it seem like to me that Sigfredo was, you know, like something was going on with Lewis? Like, he was almost kind of like, oh, let me find out, like, what is somebody talking to Lewis, or is he like talking to, you know, like police or whatever about something, because why is his name coming up? But he never told me anything that he was with Lewis. Like, I know, like, that's one thing that I know, like, I never knew, because I didn't know that till later on.
Okay.
And I know that I called him, but it's like, I don't know what made me call him that day, or if I had seen him beforehand, or...
Okay.
So in June, they made a trip up, and nothing happened. Did you know? Was there any conversation after the June trip with you and Garcia about nothing happening?
Was there a conversation after that?
Yeah.
Not that I can recall, no.
I mean, because obviously it didn't, and so I'm wondering what triggered them going back again in July.
And how did they fund that too? So obviously something had to go back and forth to Charlie to know that there's going to be a second trip. So what?
Tell us about it. Tell us what you
I don't
remember.
know, I just, I can't, okay, because, okay, June, you said that they went, yeah, well, obviously they went, or I don't like that,
They both,
I don't,
yeah, they both went in June.
Uh-huh.
And they both came back, and then actually, I think Wendy came down to Miami, and that's when you all went to the beach.
that was around June? Yeah, but I have never spoken to Wendy about anything, like,
That was the next question.
yeah, like, I've never spoken to Wendy about.
So you tell us, does Wendy know? Did Wendy know about this? Did Wendy know what was going on here? Did she know
From that
about
time,
this?
I mean, I think they kept it, like, I think Charlie's always said that my family doesn't know anything, like, or Wendy doesn't know anything. So at some point, I mean, I figured out that with Wendy. Yeah.
So Charlie would say to you,
Charlie's
my
okay.
family knows nothing?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, see, this is where it gets difficult, because it's like, you know, like, with the whole, okay, I don't even know how to explain it, but it's I don't know, like, I just feel like every single time that, like, Charlie would, like, talk to his mom, like, it was always, like, if I was, like, in the house, like, he never talked to her, like, on the phone with me, he'd always walk away and stuff, but I almost feel like his mom always knew something was going on, or something needed to be taken care of.
Would he ever
Like
tell
his
you
mom.
though? He would never tell you?
I mean, like, he kind of, like, he was the type that he would really, like, oh, like, my family doesn't know anything about that, but in my head, I'm like, okay, then why do you walk away, and, you know, like, whenever we're talking about something, or, like, you know, like, you don't want me to hear it, like, you don't want me to hear something. So, obviously, his mom has to have known something.
Well, later on, throughout the whole bump, Charlie tried to get you to come down and meet with his parents. Do Do you remember that? We even played those calls in trial, so you've heard that call again since you've had the calls.
But not to meet his parents. It was to meet him.
To meet his parents, because you decided not to go inside. You said, meet me down the street at the restaurant. I don't want to meet your parents. I want to meet down the street at the
I
restaurant.
don't think I ever said I'm going to meet your parents.
I was on the calls. He was wanting you to. He was wanting you to come into the Icon and meet with his parents. And you were like, yeah, I want you to come down. I don't want to come in there with them, and I want you to come down to Charlie. So
Yeah, I don't.
you don't remember that either?
No, I remember meeting up with him, but I don't remember him like insinuating like, oh, you'd have. He said that he was with his parents, but I've never like been
Never met with
and
his parents at all?
No, not like
Okay.
together like that. Like we're all together now.
So you never had any conversations with his mom, Wendy?
No.
Dad?
Never had a conversation with Wendy. Never had a conversation with his mom. Now my opinions on that is completely different.
Like you watched trial a few times.
Yeah, like obviously, like I said, like I put like that's how my brain is working too. Is that I'm putting things, and I was like, okay, what's this?
Well, what
happening
you just
again?
said is what you know. And
Yes.
that's literally all we're here trying to do.
Yeah.
Do not guess
I don't
on
want
what
to
you
say
would
my opinion, and I don't want to
Yeah.
like. I don't
And
wanna
we
put
will
too
know
much
the difference
behind
in your opinion, but what you know and what you heard is all we're here trying to get to.
Well,
If
what
you
you've
believe
seen
something,
and
that's fine.
what you heard is important, even though what developed your opinion.
Yeah.
Did you see something outside of what you saw in trial? Did you see something before trial, before all this happened, that led you to that?
What do
So
you mean by that?
we'll
Like,
go back
did you
to
hear Charlie saying something? Did you see him doing something? Did you experience something that now you think, oh, that's why she knows, because Charlie said this or said that or did that? Is there anything that led you to believe
Well,
that?
the whole conversation with his mom, like again, it's like it was going back and forth. Like he's having a conversation with his mom. He must have mentioned something about me because his mom is like obviously talking about me.
You're talking about the Title III calls again. What you heard in trial?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So I guess we'll backtrack. Let's go back to July of 2014. They make another trip. Was the circumstances surrounding that one similar to the other one where money had to be exchanged to rent a car?
Yeah, if Sifredo had asked me, like,
Do you remember that?
if he didn't have any money, he probably would have asked me, like, hey, I need some money.
But do you
Do you
remember?
remember?
I don't.
You don't remember
I
it?
don't remember if he had asked me for money for
Do
that.
you remember
trip.
Sigfredo going to Tallahassee?
No, this is the whole time.
So I'm asking a couple
when-
specific things in this world because these are just things I'm trying to confirm. So, do you remember anything about and Rivera testified about this stuff? Do you remember anything about the Instagram and Rivera posting something stupid?
What he was talking about, like the tiger or whatever he had.
Yeah.
He had
It has changed, yes. It might be a zebra next week, I don't know.
I mean, like through the trial and stuff, but
No,
nothing
but
that
do you
happened.
remember?
Oh, like
you
him,
personally-
that happening? No.
Yeah. You don't remember calling and saying, hey, you dumbass, you put something on. I don't remember what you said. It was
No, I would've, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I never knew about Louis being with Sigfredo.
Alright, so
Like
let's
I
go
just
to
like I don't know how much I can trust him, but like
let's go
I
to the
don't
part
know.
about after it's done. And there's a phone call between you and Garcia. It's the first phone call, you've seen it 1,000 times. First phone call after it's completed, they're about an hour and a half away from Tallahassee. And Rivera says he hears you and Garcia talking. Where were you when that conversation took place?
When I was talking to Sigfredo on the phone,
After Dan has already been shot.
well, he's saying that like I know, or like I said I know,
Yeah.
but I never said I know, or even had a
We're getting
conversation.
there.
Yeah.
I'm getting there.
Just
So
where
where were you? Yeah. Do you remember where you were when that call was made?
No.
Okay. So
I
you
mean,
don't remember?
Me and Sigfredo would talk, but I don't know. Like maybe I was in my house, in Treasure Drive.
Okay.
It's either that or I don't remember. I don't recall.
Well, let's get this. You did take money from Charlie's house
Yes.
and take it and meet Garcia and Rivera.
The day after.
That's where it gets a little blurry for me too, because I had gone to Lewis's house plenty of times and going.
okay, irrelevant.
Yeah.
You took money.
Yeah.
How much money did you get from Charlie?
I never saw it. He
What was
put
it
it
in?
in the trunk. Okay.
Go through that whole thing. I don't care what day that was. Just tell me what that was.
Okay, the night that Charlie told me to come over to his house and that he was like frantic about everything, I was like, okay, whatever, I'll come over. That's when he had mentioned that about the accident, but I didn't know that Markel got shot. Like I didn't know about that. Like
You knew it was
I don't
her.
think I didn't, not even him. I don't know if it was him that he was, I think so, I guess, but like never saying about like him getting shot or whatever. That's why that phone call of me knowing would have never occurred because I wouldn't even know anything and Charlie didn't say anything on the phone.
Well, obviously a phone call occurred because there's records of that, and you and Garcia talked.
Well, yeah, like of me
But
saying
you don't
that.
remember the specifics that Rivera's telling
Yes,
us.
yes,
Okay,
yes.
fine, that's fine. We
Okay.
can work with that.
Before you went to Charlie's, you went and met with Sigfredo. When they got back to town that night, you went and met with Sigfredo. Then you went to Charlie's. You remember that?
I don't think I met with Sigfredo though. Like, I had
Talking
records
to
that I
him,
was
did you
talking to him.
Talked to him, and then you showed up right there when they were close to her house, and the records show you all they went to was it Duffy's? Is that the sports bar they went to?
That was close by or
Yeah,
whatever.
right, close by.
I don't recall meeting up with Sigfredo. I do recall going to Charlie's house.
Because right after that, that's when you talked to Charlie and you drove up there to Charlie's house. It was right after you.
Because I know I left and we were like, Charlie was telling me to come over to his house.
Do you
At that
remember
time, he was
meeting
kind
with
of-
Sigfredo after we got back and telling you that it's taken care of or any of that? Like, do you remember meeting with him when he got back in town?
When he got back in town.
And I understand you don't know that they at this time that he killed him or shot him, but do you remember him meeting saying that this is handled? We handled this for your friend or anything?
After that, I don't know if he might have come. I don't know.
I'm just saying,
not
what
gonna
made you
say
facilitate
that
a phone call with Charlie to get the money?
Well, obviously Charlie knew something happened. Therefore, when that happened, he was supposed to have like money like ready because he knew that he had to pay.
So that was the understanding once it was done that he was to pay right away.
Yeah, but I wasn't like I didn't know I'm going up there so that I get to get that. Like he doesn't want to say anything obviously on the phone.
Right.
So when I got up there, I just remember that he was like frantic and he was just like I even remember he had like a gun with him and I was just like what but he was like just acting weird at that when I got to his house and I know he had taken like a Xanax and then I might have too because we just fell asleep. Like I can't even recall like what conversation was happening or whatever. I just know that he in the morning before I left he's like, hey, it's in your trunk. And I was like, okay, in my understanding that's like the money in my trunk. Never looked at it, never opened anything, never had it like in my hand.
Okay. So when you met up with him, where'd you meet up with him at?
With who? With Charlie?
No, with Garcia and Rivera.
So you left Charlie's house that next morning.
The money. And then when
Yes.
tell us
Okay,
what happened
when I drove back down, I think that's when I'm trying to look for Sigfredo, and he was like nowhere to be found, and that's when I had like called, I don't know if he called me or I called him or whatever, because that's why with the phone number was like confusing me because other people had their phones, like, remember you told me, I mean like you said that it wasn't even, it was.
So you mean you called a number you
number.
had for Rivera that somebody else answered?
No, you're talking about Ortiz, aren't you?
Yeah, like I don't know if Sigfredo was he living in that apartment in Biscayne or whatever, like other people were like hanging out.
You know where it was.
Well, I know he was at Shrimp's house,
Yeah, I don't know where, I think he was couch hopping around that time frame.
Yeah.
but I think he had his apartment too, somewhere along like 70-something in Biscayne.
He could have, to be honest with you.
But either
And
way,
that's where like, all of them hung out or whatever, but like they would exchange phones and stuff, like other people, like, is the Ortiz number Hebreo's phone?
Yeah.
Okay, so I remember Hebrew was always like at his house, so I'm trying to contact them. That's why I'm never trying to contact Lewis.
So you're wondering
well, that
who
was
was
later.
calling.
That was after you tried to call Lewis. You tried to call Lewis first on his old number, and then you called him.
Okay,
So all this was just to find
show.
Sigfredo.
yes.
So all these calls you're making is you now have the money. You left Charlie's house. Charlie gave you the money. It's your understanding. Obviously, you didn't see it and touch it. I get that.
Yeah.
But you knew that he put money in the back to pay
Yes. Yes.
So all these calls you're making is to try and find Sigfredo to give him this money, is
Yes.
that correct?
Yes.
Where did you find him?
I think I was parked behind, I don't know if I don't know how it came about, but like I just ended up like in the, kind of like, in the hallway of like the alleyway of Lewis's, apartment.
Mhm.
And he just like jumped inside the car out of nowhere, like he
Lewis did?
no,
Oh, Sigfredo
Sigfredo did.
Oh, okay.
Cause, you know, I guess he didn't want me to know that he was somewhere else, and clearly he was at Shrimp's house, and, you know, I couldn't find him or anything.
What made you go to the alleyway outside of Lewis's
I think
apartment?
he told me to go over there, or,
So you got a hold of him on the phone and he told you to go feed him over there?
yeah, I just thought that I had to go over there.
Okay.
Alright, what happened then?
So he goes, he gets in the car, I was like, hey, you know, you got a package in the back, grabs it, and goes. And then I left to go home because, yeah, I left to go home.
Did you ever see it at all?
No, I never saw the
Like
package.
the package, you never, he just jumped out of,
No.
grabbed it out of the trunk.
Yeah.
And he didn't give you a third
He
of that money?
He didn't give me money till like he came back like later on. I don't know if it was the same day, but like then he gave me money.
How much did he give you?
I didn't like, I know. it
Came
was-
back where?
Let me ask you a random question. Was it stable?
Yes.
Okay.
He came
So
top.
you can't, you don't know how much he gave you, is that what you said?
Huh?
You don't know how much he gave you?
No, he didn't. I
What
mean,
did it
I
look like?
didn't count. Like I know it was, you know, it was a couple stacks, but it's like I didn't like not a specific number, and I'm not gonna say like 30 because that's like, you know what I'm saying? It's like that's a number that's like sticking out and
Yeah, that's what Rivera said.
What's the
That's-
stacks of what? Stacks of what exactly?
stacks of like staple money.
What were the bills? Do you remember the size of the bill?
How much? What kind of bills were they? $1 bills?
I think they were like hundreds, and then maybe like hundreds and like 20, like, you know, 20s, like, and
And they were staple.
yes.
Okay. Where were you at when he brought you that money?
I was in my apartment.
So he came back to your apartment?
Yes.
So the next part of it gets a little.
Well, can I
Yeah.
just, I mean, like, I
Please.
don't want to, like, because I just want to get it out of my head so that you know, obviously, I just know it was kind of like, and there's another thing that stick out, like, that Charlie was saying about, like, oh, like, cleaning the money, or like actually, I guess, cleaning the money, because it was like, after, like, I got the money and I put it away in my closet. Like I said, like, that's why I don't know the amount. I never counted it. I'm not there sitting and counting it. But it did, like, get moldy. Like, it was, like, wet. Like, it was, like, moisture. So I think it was literally, like, washed. Because it was, like, I was, like.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that expression? They're like, "What?" That's the first time they ever heard this. The money was wet and moldy. What the fuck?
Like, hey, like, this thing, like, looks like, and I'm thinking in my head, well, yeah, but, like, he said stuff like that, and I just, you know, I didn't think about, like, actually, I didn't feel for it that it was wet or anything, but, you know, it started getting, like, moldy and stuff, and I was like, oh, the money that you gave me is, like, moldy. Like, I think it was just wet. He was just like, just dry it, just blow dry it, and I was like, okay. And then that was like the end of it.
So
not that
Charlie's the one that was talking about cleaning the money.
Yeah,
washing
like-
it. Okay.
like I said, Charlie makes these like comments and things that like I would be oblivious to and not really pay attention to until like after, like, I'm, you know, things that he's saying. Like you said, like I said, he's like, he made sure that I knew that he didn't print that whatever it was in the envelope, you know, like he's like, oh, I wear gloves when I put it in. Like, he's telling me things so that I guess, like, you know, he wouldn't be blackmailed or whatever.
So there's no way for it to come back to him. is what
Yeah,
you're trying to tell me.
he was gonna
I
deny
mean, he was
knew
using me
it
through the
all.
whole thing, you know, obviously, like feeding me other stuff, and I believed it,
Right.
like an
So-
idiot.
So when Sigfredo paid you the money and he came back to your apartment and he gave it to you, did he tell you anything about what happened or how it happened?
You know, he never told me any details.
Okay, at what point did you find out that Dan Markel was dead?
That I don't remember. I know from like the whole bump, like at that point,
Before that?
something, I don't know if like somebody passed away. I mean, like if he passed passed away or anything, or like that even, that's where it gets blurry for me, because I don't know when I found out that would have, you know.
You obviously knew before the bump, because that happened a couple years later.
What the fuck kind of answer is that? When did you find out that Dan was dead? You found out during the bump? Ugh, jeez. I don't know how they haven't lost it by now.
2 years later.
2 years later. So
Yes.
okay.
Yeah.
At what
I
point?
just don't know.
Because you're working for Charlie. You're working for Charlie. He's paying. You're supposedly cleaning the office, is what you said, right? And he's paying you money. At what point, while that's happening, do you know that he's dead at that point? Because the funeral's already happened. Things are already on the news. All that stuff's happening already.
I believe so. I think, yeah, like I do.
Do you know who told you? How you found out?
I don't know if it was Charlie that told me.
Okay.
I gotta go back. When Garcia gave you the money, did he tell you why, or did you know why?
I just knew that he had to take care. He did something that he's getting paid for. Like,
And he gave
that's
you
it.
money?
Yeah. He didn't tell me like what happened or how he got it.
So you knew that.
I mean,
was
like
Yeah,
got it
you
for
got
me,
it.
but you know.
you knew that was your portion of what Charlie put in that.
I mean, Sigfredo just tends to give me, you know, like he even like if he knows that I was like a stickler about like, you know, like, hey, you have to help me out with the kids or whatever. Like that's why I even put him on child support, because obviously he blew
Sigfredo just tends to give you $30,000. Is that what you're saying?
through whatever money he had. I don't know how much money he had. I know he got, you know, like he just gave me a portion of it, and I don't know if that has something to do with his portion too, but I usually held.
Was there an understanding that you were going to get a portion of it once they take care of this for helping?
Yeah, I mean, he was just gonna pay, like, not like, this is your specific portion, but he's like.
It was understanding you
give
get
me
some.
the money. Yeah.
Right. You didn't know
he
amount.
yeah.
Okay. So there's an understanding that you were going to get some money once this was completed from what Charlie was paying.
Well, for him to do this, like, it was just, it's so that I can have money, yeah, like, you know.
That's what I wanted to clear up.
Okay.
I just wanted to clear all that up because I know it's all processing in your head. You're going back and forth, so I want to make sure we have it clear as to what your understanding of it was at that moment, because that's all we're caring about is your
My involvement,
perspective, your involvement,
Yeah.
what you saw and experienced during this encounter.
What knowledge you have. It's not so much your involvement, because no matter what you did, it's over with for you now. You don't have anything else to get in trouble for. I want you to understand that. I know you don't want the perception, and it's hard to admit that, yes, I did this and it was wrong. It's hard to admit it, and I know that's a problem for you, and you don't want that out there, and this is probably a conversation where if your attorney was here, we would step out and he'd have another conversation with you about this, because it's really important that you tell us everything that you know.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's time now, because nothing worse is going to happen.
Whoa, just got a $25 Venmo from Brooklyn that says, Mary Jestivus for the rest of us. Brooklyn, you are the best. Thank you so much, Brooklyn. Got to get your sound here. Where's Brooklyn sound? Dang, where is it? Thank you so much, Brooklyn, for the $25 Venmo. Mary Jestivus for the rest of us. Thank you so much, Brooklyn.
For anything that you know or that you say, nothing worse is going to happen to you. Let me ask you this: where are your kids right now?
My family.
You're staying with your brother still? Okay. Has anybody ever threatened you or promised you anything not to testify or not to cooperate in
No.
this?
No.
Nobody's ever.
Nobody's
You're
ever
under no
threatened
coercion
me.
whatsoever
Nothing.
of why you didn't want to cooperate early on or
I
anything
mean,
else.
that's a whole other ballgame of like, you know, why I never even went for it. Like, even from the first day that I had gotten arrested, like with everything being retracted, like we were all so confused. We were like, even when Sigfredo got arrested, and I'm like, I blocked everything off. Everybody's like blowing up my phone trying to tell me like, you know, what happened or whatever, and like that he was involved in all of this. It's like, I just didn't want to hear anything about it. I didn't go off. You think I was there like Googling? Like, I did not want to know. Like, I know I had to take care of my kids, and that's it. And I
you
just
read the probable cause with the attorney right early on. So you knew what the facts were of what he was
With
arrested for.
Sigfredo.
Right.
Yes. Yeah.
Right.
Well, yeah, like I knew the facts from his probable cause.
Right.
I went to go hire his attorney. So it's like his attorney started like advising me, like telling me like, hey, like you might, you know, like need to get your own attorney because you have, you know, like they're saying your name and all this stuff or whatever just to protect myself. And that's when I had hired Tara. Well, I had somebody else and then I hired Tara after.
Okay. Well, here's what. You ever heard the term minimization? Minimizing someone's role in something. A lot of people have a hard time admitting to what they did and what their role is in something, and it's called minimizing. They minimize their role in it, and I don't want you to do that here.
Yeah.
Okay? Because it's only going to hurt you.
I know.
We have a strong case on Charlie. It's stronger than what we had on you.
Yeah.
You know, this is not something that we have to have you or anything. We're hoping you're going to tell us the truth, and we're hoping you're going to come forward and tell us everything.
Yeah.
Okay? I don't want you to minimize this because it's only going to hurt yourself.
Oh, Ashy Snow gifted a membership to Jessica RK on the Kick Machine. Thank you so much, Ashley. Always appreciate your support. Thank you so much, Ashley. And by the way, here's where Sanford's starting to lose it. Sanford's getting upset. George is getting upset.
Okay? So, I get...
But that's why it's like, and I get it, and I get...
Because everything you're telling us is how you didn't know this, you weren't aware of this and that.
Because nothing was ever like for certain, and that's why I say it in that way. Like this whole thing, the whole time I was, and I'm not gonna put blame on anybody else or whatever because I take accountable of like all of this, and that's why I've been fighting. I'm fighting the whole time too, is because it's like, what am I supposed to do? Like if I was.
Madam, you haven't taken accountability for shit. What are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? We've been in this fucking interview for an hour and 8 minutes, and you haven't taken accountability for freaking anything. Jeez.
Puda.
To have cooperated from the beginning, that destroys everything, even Sigfredo, even, and I get it, and I get, you guys, everybody's already had this whole perception. I just want a chance to get home to my children. This is why I'm in this situation right now.
Right. And that's what I'm trying to tell you right now is being totally honest is what can help you.
But
if you're holding back and trying to minimize your role in this, it's only going to hurt you. Okay? Does that make sense?
I understand that, but I'm not going to be, but it's to the point too that I'm like, I wasn't for certain with a lot of things. And that's why I'm not going to go.
I understand you're not certain what was going to happen. You're not certain how they were going to handle it or what the actual planning of any of it was, but it was an understanding. There was some kind of communication, some kind of conversations that happened where it was an understanding to you that Charlie was going to give you money and you were going to have Sigfredo take care of Charlie's problem. That was a certain understanding,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
I understand that you don't remember the exact words of how it was said, but that was an absolute, right?
Yes,
You
ma'am.
knew that he was going to pay you money
Yes, ma'am.
to give to Sigfredo to take care of the problem. You knew that you were going to get a portion of that money for taking care of this problem for Charlie. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's what we're getting. We understand you won't remember exact words and exact conversations, but the actual context, that's what the context means.
Yeah.
Is the actual conversation, the understanding of what is going to occur and how you're going to be compensated for taking care of that issue.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that's what we need to get to is those conversations and how the planning of it, how it came about, and then how once it was taken care of, how the compensation happened and how they knew to compensate at that point. And then
I mean, it was
everything that happened
basically
afterwards.
like an understanding without verbalizing it. That's the part. It's like, okay, like that's gonna happen, and then like again, I just relay, but I can't tell you like specifically. I think it's the sign for me to really not know, and that's the part. Don't you think if I would have known specifics and everything up from the day one, I would have been like, hey, you think I want to spend?
But you knew you.
No, we don't think that, you fucking idiot. You went through 2 trials with a plea offer, you dope.
I know, but I'm saying like.
Is accurate though.
Yeah.
The walls.
Yeah, they kept the walls.
But it was totally walled off, and you were walling off people yourself too.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about that. But I don't want you to hurt yourself by trying to minimize yourself. we're having to drag things out.
Believe me, I just want to get, like I said,
want you
like
just to
I'm
tell
not,
us
the
everything
one
that
thing that I
happened.
don't want is to waste time. I know this is my opportunity and I get it.
Listen,
Okay.
Madam, you've already wasted 1 hour and 10 fucking minutes.
Just
Whatever it takes to get it out, I understand it's stressful.
I mean, it would be easier to be like, yeah, I'm for certain. Like,
one
this,
thing
this,
that I would
this happened.
suggest after this one is if you go back to your bunk and you trust people enough to not steal your shit, if you think of stuff, write it down.
And that's where I've always been afraid of too, because even in
Somebody
county,
will jam
like, yeah, people were trying to go state on people like
Because you
in a
have
daily
a case that
basis.
people want to jump on.
Of course, and it's.
I don't know.
But it's been years. It's been years. I'm
Right.
trying.
We do
to
have
get
to take
back.
that in consideration that we are now over 8 years since this all happened.
Yeah.
9 years since the
I'm
conversation
not the
started.
same person that I am now.
Arthur Butler coming through with a $20 super chat. Arthur, you are awesome. So glad you joined us. Thank you so much for the support, Arthur. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
This is by far the most detrimental thing that has ever happened. It's destroyed Markel. It's destroyed his family. I mean, it's like my children don't have parents. It's like I've lost my mother. I haven't even dealt with that. I haven't dealt with that grief. Like, there's a lot of things that I've just suppressed so much. And I get it. And like, believe me, that's why I wish you guys could just put something in my head, extract all this stuff. But I get it. And it would be a lot
You're answering our questions. You're answering our questions. And I think I'll try to articulate what you were saying. Is it basically, it's not a code talk, but there was a mutual understanding of the language in which you all were speaking, that when a conversation was had.
Honestly, I wish this is one of these a time where I wish Black Mirror was real, and like where she's like, "Oh, just put something in my head." Oh, Joanne gifted out 5 memberships. Thank you so much, Joanne. You rock as always. Joanne Tennis Girl getting one. JPJ getting one. Nicole getting one. Kendall getting one. Joanne, thank you so much as always. You're the best. By the way, yeah, so I wish this was Black Mirror was real, and where she's like, "Oh, I wish somebody could just put something on my head," and the detective takes one of those little things on Black Mirror and just chucks it at her forehead, and then her eyes go blank, or they go like behind her, and then she just starts telling the truth. Because my Lanta, this is frustrating.
You knew what was supposed to follow that conversation.
But I played on into a lot of the things too. It's
Right.
like.
And let's take it to the phone calls that were afterwards. You guys started talking about real estate and how much a piece of property would cost. You knew what Charlie was talking about.
Yeah, like I knew.
You knew what the
I
code
knew what
was. He was talking about the homicide, and this is what the money was. Kind of similar to the whole 2 years of process that took place for this case. One of the discrepancies I think we've always had is when you started working for Charlie's business. I know you've always said it was.
I lied a lot.
You would
It
think-
was me lying literally to him. It wasn't even like lying
That's
to
fine.
you guys.
Was that part? Was he doing that as more of a payment to you for this case, or was that separate from paying you back for this case?
I mean, for now that I think about it, for both, I guess. Like, I needed it. I needed that insurance. Like, I needed that situation for.
I know you need it for insurance.
Yeah.
That's a given. I mean, we understand, and there's documentation of that. But him giving in to you and allowing you to do that, saying, "Yeah, I'll pay you to do nothing in my office." I mean, we agreed how you didn't work for Charlie, right?
Who did?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because I lied to him a lot about that too. Like.
I think he probably lied to you as well.
I know he lied to me. He lied to a lot about a lot of things.
The Lexus. Is there any more to that story, or was that you were struggling?
Oh, I literally bought that Lexus from him.
Okay.
That's why I like that. Like, there's certain things.
Certain things
which,
you get
like,
frustrated
it's like,
about,
yeah,
like, you're
because
wrong.
it's like you guys were making it out to be something
Where'd you
else.
get the money
It's
from
like-
then? You didn't come out of your bank account.
I was working in the was I working in? Yeah, I was working as a bartender at the time. I always kept money on me. Like, I always just kept money on me, and like I would deposit on that.
But he
But I
gave it to
had
you, what, for cheap.
How much?
Right?
How much you paid for it?
I think I ended up paying like 17 something, but like I put a different amount on the title.
And how did you pay it?
Like, I know it sounds weird because he's like he gave this money, but
He's paying for your-
it's
paying
like
bills,
I'm
paying
paying,
your-
like I have paid him back to, like.
How did you pay him that money for the car?
I had the cash.
So you had $17,000 cash.
1,700.
1,700.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you paid 1,700.
And it sounds like, I'll be like, oh, don't pay for this, and like even, you guys were talking about like the maintenance for the car and all that stuff or whatever, which started breaking and stuff, and that's why he was just like taking care of it.
What about any trips? Did he pay for any of y'all's trips? Any vacations?
I went for me and the kids, because I was gonna go on a trip with the kids with somebody else, like with one of my girlfriends. We were gonna go to Dominican Republic, but then that trip didn't happen because my passport, I think it was expired the day, like I didn't even know, because I remember like even my mom coming over or whatever, and I was like, oh my god, my passport. So like my friend didn't end up going, and then I got back with Sigfredo, and at that time I was gonna go visit his mom and her boyfriend lived in Dominican Republic. They moved there, so I was gonna go there myself. Had nothing to do with Sigfredo, had nothing to do with Charlie, like me telling him, oh, he has to go get, buy this trip for me or whatever. Like he wasn't, like he was, you say like satisfied, yeah, I can see it now, like, like, okay, let me keep her happy type, so that I don't ever go against him but we did still have that friendship too, like, even after, So
your understanding in the moment of that, after all this, he's letting you work at his business to help you out as a friend. He's doing these things. That was your thought at the time of it, but obviously you have a different view of it now. Is that correct?
well, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I didn't maliciously did it.
You don't think it was some form of payment for
No,
how you helped him out?
He already made that payment.
But
Like,
you don't think
to
he continued?
further, like I see that now, like that's what I said, like I see it now, but it wasn't like at that time, like, oh, okay, let me pay you extra and extra and extra and extra after that.
Like when,
Which
like in the
one?
middle of the
That's what
night
was
when you
happening.
took out your wisdom teeth, did you pay him for that? When he came in the office, took out your wisdom teeth in the middle of the
I don't
night?
think I paid him for that. For my
So
wisdom
that was
teeth.
free.
But I paid his office when I got my teeth whitened and stuff.
Okay.
Like I did,
There's a lot
it
of
sounds
little
like I shouldn't have had to pay for
descriptions
that.
and stuff that he called in for you and things like that. I mean, there's a lot of favors. I mean, it's a.
But that's just, that's
think
not
that's
just like
just him being a
towards
friend?
me, but like he's like that, like he does favors for people,
Okay.
like, it wasn't like, hindsight, yeah, I see that now, okay, it's keeping me happy, like you guys have always said, keep me happy.
Well, we only got 45 minutes, so let's talk about the things you don't know. Let's try to talk about things that you know that we don't know, that like conversations you had with Charlie after the bump, things like that. Conversations you had over the phone that weren't recorded or through WhatsApp. Did he at some point come to you and tell you to switch over to WhatsApp?
We've
During the
used
bump?
WhatsApp every now and then, so it was never like to just, okay, talk to me
So
through
y'all been doing
WhatsApp.
it for a while.
Yeah.
Okay. What are some of those conversations you had with him about this, even after the bump? Some things that we don't know about.
Because that's what I'm saying, it's like, it's not like, all that stuff has been recorded, but I never thought, we're not really thinking that it's...
No, madam, we don't know. No one knows what the fuck you're talking about because you won't say anything.
Like, we're being recorded at that time. I guess he was thinking that he was being recorded.
Okay, so he was. But that conversation at Dolce Vita,
Yes.
what do you remember about that conversation?
Well, that's when, okay, so the bump happened, right? And then he had spoken to his mom.
Yes.
Obviously, his mom was freaking out about something, and that's why he needed to talk to me.
Yeah.
So when he spoke to me about it, he's feeling me out, and I'm like trying to find out what's going on and stuff, but not really like honestly, like I wasn't taking it seriously. Like I wasn't like
Okay.
heightened by it. Like, okay, like it's a serious situation, but I was like at the same time, I'm
I
like,
think you
moving off.
had that thought for a little while.
It was, but
That
so
he
when y'all
was
first
feeling
met,
that it was almost like
right? He wasn't
was he
sure.
trying to snitch on.
You
Like,
didn't know if you were setting him up and kind of the same.
Okay.
When y'all first met in the car first. Do you remember that now?
Yeah.
Y'all first met in the car. What did he say in the car to you when you first sat down? He said, all right, I just met with my mom. Blah. What did he say?
I don't, like, he didn't say, nothing that's...
He told you about the bump, right? He told you what happened there. This is the very first time he told you about the bump. Because over the phone, you couldn't talk about it.
Okay.
He didn't know. He met with his mom in person. He drove to your office. You came out Optimar and you got in his car. What was that? What did he tell you?
I
That's
don't
a
remember.
big
I
thing
know.
that he talked about.
Because I didn't even remember that time that we spoke in the car until
So we brought it up again.
after. Like, I didn't even remember, like, okay, like, from my understanding, I just probably jumped in his car, like, really quick, and then, like, okay, where do you want to eat? Or where do you want to talk? And then...
Well, he showed you the note, right? He showed
He
you the
did
note.
not show me, I swear, he did not ever show me any note, anything. Because even in that video, like, you see him, he's
Pulls it
going
out,
like this.
and he's reading
But
it to
he
you.
never, yeah, like, he read it, but he never showed it to me.
Well,
He
he
made
probably read
sure.
it to you. Did he read it to you? Did he pull it out in the car?
He got some information, like, he's, like, talking about it, but he's never... Because why wouldn't he just show it to me? Like, it's like he
Well, he
kept
didn't trust
me...
you. He didn't trust you. He didn't know if you were trying to get more money out of him. He didn't know if it was you extorting him. I get that. But I'm just trying to get you, what did he tell you in that car? We weren't part of that conversation. We recorded that.
Yeah, nothing.
Oh, just got a coffee from Tennis Girl 101. Thank you for the awesome content. Thank you so much, Tennis Girl. You rock. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thanks a lot, man.
That stuck out to me, that,
Nothing.
you know...
Do you remember? Okay.
I literally felt like we just went. I went in his car. Like he's like, oh, probably like parked over here. Like, where are we gonna eat?
Okay.
But no conversation about anything. And that's why it was like kind of funny too. That not funny, but you know, like about like maybe he was like frisking to see if I was like wired or something. I'm like, none of that happened. Like literally, we didn't even like. How long were we in the car? I don't even remember being in the car that long. Nothing stuck out in that conversation.
Okay. Well, another conversation, we talked about a while ago when you drove down there to meet with him, and he was with his parents at the Icon, and you met him at the restaurant. What was that conversation about?
Okay, when I had met, because I was getting upset too, because I needed to get something signed from him for like insurance purposes or whatever, and then I had it with me, and I was already in a fight with Sigfredo. That's why I was like in Yendra's house. But I was telling him like meet me somewhere closer. I didn't want to go drive all the way down to South Beach or whatever, or you know. But was talking to his parents.
That's a phone conversation. I get that. We have that.
Yeah.
We know what you said on the phone. What happened when you got there?
When I got there, he was already like, I was trying to look for him, and he already finished his conversation with his parents. So whatever his conversation with his parents is probably something that he relied to me, but I can't remember what we spoke about. Probably the bump, probably. I mean, that's the only thing that...
I mean, because that's what
who
happened.
is this?
You weren't talking on the phone anymore. Y'all were meeting in person at this point. So he would
Yeah.
meet in person and talk to you about all this.
The bump already happened, right?
Right.
So this is when he had spoken to me, so he's probably like just telling me.
Not that probably. Tell us what he told you about the bump. Not he's probably telling me, or you're assuming. Tell us what he told you about the bump.
That his mom got approached, and that's when the whole Lewis thing started sticking out in my
So
head.
tell us the best you can recall about that conversation, how he told you that. So he told you his mom got approached. What else? Not the Lewis conversation. What was the Lewis conversation?
Okay, that his mom got approached, and that his mom said, that somebody said my name to his mom. So I don't even know, because I'm a little bit like I'm kind of confused now.
I'm confused with what you remember and what you're trying
Yeah,
to
like what happened, like what occurred or whatever, because it's like the whole Dolce Vita, like I was even confused when we were talking.
Cause I'm gonna fuck with you, buddy. We're gonna be buddies. We're gonna be pals. We're gonna wrestle around.
Sam's Rock Collection and more. Signing up, becoming a beau. Thank you so much, Sam's Rock Collection and more. Welcome, welcome. Capri Sun's in the chat.
When he was like asking me questions, he's trying to ask me about like if this is somebody like I guess trying to set him up or trying to extort money from him. Okay, that's what like extorting money from him. And I'm thinking in my head, because then Sigfredo thinks that Lewis has something to do with like to getting money out of his family, and that's why I think Sigfredo started to get a little like suspicious about it, and that's when I put 2 and 2, and I was like, okay, so then Lewis has something to do with this too, because why is he acting like this, but Sigfredo's not telling me like what's going on. Kind of like, I'm just gonna take care of it. I'm gonna take care of it, Katie, stop talking, like, and I'm trying, and at that point, I'm, you know, because I'm living with him and everything, I'm like nagging him. I'm like, what's going on? Like, like, what happened? And he's not telling me anything. And that's the part that I wanted to speak to Sigfredo about, because I wanted to know. At this point, it's like, I want to know what happened, because like, why, like, just clear out this whole thing.
And
Because
that was a little bit later, because you actually had that conversation with him over the phone after y'all were messing up the phone number. After Charlie left you, you never called Sigfredo. You went home that night and talked to him, right?
Okay, wait, after Charlie.
So after Charlie came to your office and told you my mom got bumped into, this person came, gave my mom this paper, and this is all the different people it could be. It could be some extortionist, it could be all these other things.
Yeah,
you didn't call Sigfredo and talk to him about that.
No.
Why didn't you talk
we
to him?
didn't even talk.
You didn't know.
On the phone. Sigfredo at that point didn't want to talk on the phone at all. Like, he was already like suspicious about everything. He thinks that Lewis is like setting him up, or something is happening, or like that has to do with police. Like,
Okay.
so at that point,
Lewis is ratting on him.
it's either that or it has to do with something with Lewis. He didn't tell me. That's why even when we got home, we didn't even like talk about it. Like, it was like, don't worry about it. I'm gonna take care of it.
We are now an hour and 25 minutes into this fucking interview, and she hasn't said shit. Proffer. There is a second proffer. Maybe I was wrong on when Sanford goes off, or maybe that instance where he was talking, but I thought it was a more pronounced, the way Rashbaum made it was a more pronounced, like, you need to start saying shit, lady.
At this point, did you still not know Lewis was involved?
Well, at this point, I had an assumption, yeah, that he has something to do with it. Of course. I mean, that's why it's like I'm looking back, and it's like, what, you know, like, they're always together, but at the same time, it's like, why would Sigfredo even need him to do anything when I went to you specifically? Like, why are you, you know, like, why are you involving?
You never got a chance to ask him that.
No, and that's what I wanted to ask him, all of that stuff, and for him to tell me, because I know he'd open up and tell me. Like, I know you guys think that we probably were like here trying to like have this elaborate plan or whatever, but I just really wanted to talk to him, and like for him to finally say things, because there's a lot of questions where I feel like I got
stuck. It's not so much that we didn't want you to have an elaborate plan. It's like Pat said a little while ago, that you giving us information Garcia has, we can't use anything like that. We have to get it directly from Garcia.
And there's a lot of things that's only
And that's
Sigfredo
one
knows,
day
and he
we would
never
hope
told
he
me.
would talk to us as well. But
May I ask if that's even a possibility?
very much
Because
so.
it's like at the end of the day, it's like I just, of course, like I felt like, why didn't he just step up and say something?
I think he had a similar thought that you thought. You remember
But that's
about
why I
20 minutes
kept
ago when
fighting.
you
I don't
said
know
that if I had come forward, it would have screwed everything up for him. I think he has a very similar thought that he would do the same for you.
He's
that he would
protecting
screw
you,
everything for
maybe.
you.
Only thing we can think. But
So, and that's when in reality the both of you are only protecting one person right now. And that was, well, at this point, that's changed. But Charlie was the only one.
Oh, he was the last person that we were protecting. Believe me, if it's just okay, like that's why I didn't understand why it took so long to like arrest him either. I was like, with all of this information and all, like it would.
if you would have talked to us, we'd have been arrested immediately. I tried to come to you
But
multiple
like
times.
it never came off that way where it's like, oh, like
We knocked on your door, knocked on your door. Why are you so
knocked?
scared of the FBI? Why are you so scared of the
You
police?
never, nobody ever said who they were. Like I looked out the window and you guys did
You
not
saw
say
them
who
with
you
badges
were.
on. You said on the phone those are police. The police are at
I
the
never
door.
said it. It was his friend that came around the block, and he told me that the FBI was in there. You guys, I swear, you guys never
And you
announced
knew the
it. I was
FBI
the
was
only
talking
one.
to Sigfredo at the
Didn't
time,
you
too.
guys have a conversation on the phone? I mean, didn't you guys hear my conversation on the phone with Sigfredo?
Is it Mike?
If I would have, yes,
Somebody might get.
yeah.
Yeah,
And then-
Mike
and
already
he
told
had
you the
told
FBI
me-
was talking to him.
The FBI was talking to him. And then even on the phone, he's like talking about like, oh, these people are talking to me about like Tallahassee or whatever.
And then we went to your lawyer. We went to Sigfredo's lawyer and tried to talk to him. And we wanted you to talk to us. You never would talk to us.
I was more than willing to talk, but just the way that every single time that it happened, it wasn't the way that it was. Like you guys said that they announced. You guys never announced to me. I did not know until Mike told me that I had asked him, and you guys were already over there. You guys came at the same time. So I'm trying to blow up his phone, trying to see like who is it that's like knocking, and you guys never announced it. My dog is like barking in the back.
Somebody knocks on your door, you call somebody to find out who it is. You call somebody.
No, it's just the way that you guys like.
They just knocked on the door, so we're just trying to talk to you. Anyway, that's irrelevant at this point. But bottom line, all right. We don't have but a little bit more time. Is there anything that you can think of that conversation-wise that you had with Charlie or anybody else regarding this that we don't know about, that you can help yourself out with by telling us about? Because right now you haven't told us a whole lot of what we haven't known already.
But that was always my problem, because if I had all the answers, it would have been so much easier to just go by and...
I'm not even asking for all the answers. I'm asking for any answer, any information.
If you were sitting in our shoes and you'd watched all the trials and you saw what we got right and what we got wrong, is there something we are missing that you think we need to know?
Huda.
I don't even know where to go from there.
Huda.
Like something that...
Did we get something wrong?
I would gear it towards Charlie's issues, not your own. I mean, I know where you differentiate.
Because there was a lot of confusion. Like I alone was confused of like how everything came about. It's like, okay, yeah, everybody was lying to each other. So there's all that confusion already. At that time, I can't think of why I acted the way I did, how I, even prior to even giving in and doing this for Charlie. I can't explain to you other than financial issues that's what I'm saying, like he manipulated me. And this is like through time of him telling me things little by little, and then probably just gave him like, yeah, whatever, like I had somebody, and obviously I threw it off on Sigfredo. But when I'm talking to Sigfredo about it, it's never any details. So it's like, I was kind of always just like, okay, like I just ping-ponged it from one person to another. So it's not like for certain, like I'm there, like, coming up with like a master plan of like what's going to happen and this is how it's going to happen. It's just Charlie feeding me things that I can't even, for the life of me, remember specific, like what it is that he exactly said or, wanted me to do.
What's something that we missed, something we don't know about how this all came together? After the bump, after your meetings with Charlie, obviously we have the things that are on the phone calls that you've heard. Everybody's heard hundreds of times in this, everybody in this room, I could say, has probably heard them hundreds of times. Obviously we know that. Outside of that, you guys had outside conversations. Obviously you were sweating it. You got police, FBI knocking on your doors. You have people getting arrested. Now your child's father is now arrested and charged with this. I know conversations happened. You guys said, okay, let's not talk on phones anymore. So conversations happened. You guys met in person, had conversations. What were those conversations like?
With Sigfredo?
With both. Sigfredo and with Charlie.
But really, everything was kind of like on the phone too, like not just separate, because obviously we were still talking on the phone. I wasn't under the impression. Charlie's always been the one who's been paranoid about it. Charlie and Sigfredo's paranoid about it. Apparently I'm the only one who was like okay with talking on the phone, because it wasn't really hiding anything. Like, yeah, like I knew about it, but I wasn't like saying, like.
I'm talking about after the phone. Charlie calls you, tells you don't talk on your phones, our phones are tapped. You guys get off the phone. Sigfredo goes out and buys you and him burner phones. Okay? When that happens, you and Charlie have other conversations where you meet in person. Y'all have other conversations through WhatsApp. What are those conversations like?
With the WhatsApp, it's just where we were gonna like meet up.
That was your location to meet up. Okay,
yeah.
When you met up, what were those conversations like?
Okay, when we went to the Icon, that was a conversation about like the whole bump.
Okay.
And then that's what I told you, like I had seen his parents, but it wasn't to meet his parents. But I'm just, like I've never like even spoken to his mom or anything about any of this. Obviously, my opinions on what everything now is different, and yeah, like she like knew everything, or like him and Charlie were always talking about it, because why else would you always walk away? But if you're gonna involve me in this, then why was he always walking away? Because he was like protecting his mom
Right.
the whole time.
Absolutely. But what was his conversations like with you about that? Okay, we talked about the bump. He told you were approached. Y'all had other conversations, okay? They approached the bump. You tried to call the phone number and you couldn't get through. I'm sure you went back and had that conversation with Charlie. What were those conversations like?
It was all on the phone. I mean, it
No,
was all
there was
on the recorded phone calls.
But after those phone calls, he specifically calls you, tells you, we cannot talk on the phones. Hang up your phone. We can't talk on the phone or our phones are tapped. You guys stopped talking and communicating on the phone at that point.
And never spoke on the phone again after
You talk with WhatsApp.
Through WhatsApp you did.
WhatsApp.
And you said through WhatsApp it's only locations to meet up. So we know y'all have met up. We know there was other conversation because there was y'all weren't arrested right away.
Yeah, but he never said anything on WhatsApp either, like no specifics.
What
or,
about
like,
your
conversations.
in-person conversations? You met him in person. What kind of conversations did you have in person with him? After that, after you stopped talking on the phone, now you're probably freaking out. Shit's hitting the fan.
Yeah.
People are being arrested. FBI's knocking on your door. This ain't flying under the radar. It's 2 years later. You thought you got away with it. Now you didn't. Now you're sweating. What are those conversations like?
I can't remember what.
You can't remember any of the conversations that we don't already know about that's already been in trial.
Yeah, no, I can't remember any of the conversations we had after.
Okay, those are the kind of conversations that are going to help you, because what you're giving us is stuff we already know.
Yeah.
Stuff that we're already aware of, stuff that we already have, stuff that we already have a really good case.
Yeah.
You're wanting help. Those are the conversations you need to remember, the things that we don't know, the things that we did not get on recordings, the things that we were not a part of, the things that we did not have any kind of information about. Those are the things that you need to remember.
Those are the conversations I can't even remember right now. Like, I don't.
But you've had years to think about this stuff.
I
It
think
isn't like
that's-
today. It isn't like we're coming up with new questions today. You've been thinking about this case for years while you're sitting in jail.
But that's the thing. I don't think about this case like sitting in the jail. Yeah, like there's.
You don't think about the fact that you don't see your children
Two different
for the rest of their
trial
lives? You don't think about that?
Yes,
This
I
case
do.
is what caused that.
Katie, if
I
you
know,
want,
I know.
if you don't spend the rest of your life in prison, you're gonna have to
And
have a real come
believe
through
me, I don't.
conversation with yourself and your attorney, something, because you're not there. These are conversations where an attorney usually asks us to leave the room so they can talk to you and say, look, you've got to come straight forward. You can't be half partial truth and half partial deflecting the blame on everybody else. I didn't really know, but I should have. There are things there that you knew. I'm not saying you know everything, but there's things in there that you knew, and what you're telling us just doesn't make sense. It just doesn't.
Well, it doesn't make sense. It's like
all of it.
The fact that you don't remember any conversation about probably one of the most stressful times of your life.
That's why it's.
Okay.
I can't.
No. You remember those conversations. Those conversations are things that stick in your head. Those are the kind you can suppress. You can suppress things as it goes on, and you're trying to focus on your trial. You know, you're only giving us what we already know. You're only giving us the things that we already knew happened. You're not giving us anything else. And those are the conversations that you know, because that's the most stress of your life. You're going around, your baby daddy's just been arrested for this murder that you helped facilitate, that did not happen without you. Okay, so you know those conversations. Those are the ones that you need to sit back and think about and try to remember, because those are the ones that we don't know. Those are the ones that are going to help you.
And I understand you don't want to take the blame for this, but
It's
you
not about
have taken the
blaming.
blame. You have taken it. You're here. You're not getting out. This is the blame for you. Doesn't matter if you turn around and say, yes, I knew about it the whole time, or, oh, I didn't really know what was happening. That's irrelevant. What's relevant is what you heard, what you said, what you did with these people. That's what's relevant. That's all that's relevant. Is
Can't
what
get in
actually
any more
happened.
trouble. It can only get
And
better.
I
I'm trying
completely
to
understand
explain.
that this is the part that it's like I can't.
But you were worried about it being on camera a while ago. You got to wipe that out of your head. People already know you're on camera. You're on camera. You're on camera in all this. That's irrelevant. What you need to focus on is remembering what happened and telling us what happened. That's the most important thing for you right now. Because without that, you're here.
There's nothing.
Yes,
You're
you're here.
those conversations are the ones that you need to try to remember.
But that's why, even from the beginning, that if like I would just, don't you think I would have just wanted to cooperate from the beginning, because you guys.
I don't know why you didn't. We gave you many opportunities, and the whole thing, you didn't know who was at the door, whatever. we tried, Katie, and you didn't come forward. I don't know why you didn't. You must have your own reasons. That's why I'm asking you if you've been threatened. If you've been threatened, we can protect you. If somebody's threatening you or threatening your family, we can
now
protect
I'm
your
kind of
family.
worried about this whole thing after the trial about the whole Latin King or whatever, but apparently that has not.
Oh, Sanford has lost it. This must be it. By the way, at least Sanford knows how to say. Sanford knows how to say threatening, not threatening. Threatening, from Tiny Tinsley.
Nothing to do with me.
No, I don't know what
Lewis is the one who.
yeah, Latin King has nothing to do with you. I'm talking about why you didn't cooperate to start with. Why you have failed to cooperate all the way until now. If there's something keeping you from doing it, please let us know. We can help with that.
Is it just you don't remember the conversations?
A lot of the things, yes, I don't remember. That's why it's like, and there was never conversations that stuck out, because if something was to stick out, that's why right now I know it gets frustrating, and I see it, and I'm seeing it on your side. It's like, if I was talking to somebody too, like, just say it. And I've always wanted to be that, I want to be the one who says it, but if I'm not certain about it, we wouldn't have even spoken on the phone to begin with if I was just gonna go off and just talk on the side anyways.
Right. My thing is it's the conversations after you guys get off the phone. The things that
And there's nothing that sticks out to even be like, oh,
So
we
when you met at the Icon that day, remember that? You met at the Icon that day. You didn't talk about the bump, because the bump happened almost 2 weeks before that. The bump actually, he told you about the bump in the car and at your work, outside your work, and told you to do that. When he called you back down to Icon, it was because of a different bump. You remember any of those other bumps that happened? Because that's when you're on the phone cussing out, saying, I want to fuck up whoever's doing this, blah,
because
blah,
he
blah,
was just
all this other
constantly
stuff.
talking about, oh, this is, because he's thinking that he's getting blackmailed, and I'm here thinking that Lewis is blackmailing Sigfredo. So that's the whole frustration, and like, I'm here trying to ask Sigfredo things, he's not telling me things, and I'm here trying to figure out things to relay back to Charlie, and Charlie just keeps on and on about the same thing. So I was the one who was frustrated. That's the point that it's like I said all of that, because it's like, you're making all of this like you're listening to us and all this stuff, and I'm like, okay, then I'm gonna call the FBI. But then it's like, what was I gonna do to call the FBI and what? Tell them what I'm telling you guys right now? At the end of the day, this is my life. Believe me, I want to get home to my children. I don't want to bullshit anything. I don't want to go through all of this. I don't want to waste your time. That's the last thing.
Madam, you've been bullshitting and wasting time for now 1 hour and 40 fucking minutes. I can see why they had to have a second proffer, because she doesn't want to say shit.
I am in prison right now. I would never think that I'd be in prison.
So tell us about, like, when he called you down there, what did he tell you about?
That's what, nothing sticks out to my head.
There was a bump. He
What
didn't
bump?
tell you about other bumps? A letter, a text message, a call to the office, those other bumps. That's when he called you down to the Icon.
But he already said that over the phone.
No, he just told you to come meet him. Unless you talked on WhatsApp, it's not on the phone calls. That's what I'm trying to get you to
Because he already said
how did those
about.
conversations go?
Well, we were on a phone call already regarding that. There was okay, so his mom got that bump, and then the following thing was somebody. I mean, like, we were all trying to call that number, and I'm here lying to him that I called it, and then Sigfredo's lying to me about calling that number, but nobody's really calling the number. I don't know if Sigfredo ever really did call the number, because then he did say to me something about there's somebody Spanish that picked up the phone.
That was
And
later
then,
on, yes.
so did he really ever call that number?
Later on he did, yes.
Okay, and like left the message, or that's the messaging that was on there? Okay, so then he's telling me that. That's all recorded, like that. There was nothing ever after that we spoke separate from it. And then he told me about that. Charlie told me about somebody going to his office and dropping off a letter, or that they need that information or whatever. But that was all on the phone. There was never anything separate from that.
Remember you went down to the Icon, met him at the restaurant?
Yeah.
That wasn't
I
on the
think
phone.
he's just said everything that's been happening, not anything.
Well, it was right after one of the
different.
bumps.
Yeah.
That was right after one of the bumps. That's why I told you that.
Like, Katie, you need to figure this out. You need to find out. He's pressuring me. Like, at this whole time, he's pressuring me things. Like, he's like, you need to find out what's going on. And he's trying to figure out if, like, Sigfredo is probably doing something, or trying to get somebody to get money from him, or whatever it is, whatever the cause. And Sigfredo's freaking out because it might be Lewis that's doing something. So he's the one who's...
That's what I mean. What did he say to you to make you think that he thought Sigfredo was extorting him? What would he say about that? Tell us that conversation. That's what we're trying to get from you. It's how that conversation went.
No, because he's just going off. That's why I don't remember specific things that
Right.
he's saying, but he's probably, he's going off and telling me, you need to figure this out, you need to figure this out. Because in his head, he's probably like, okay, well, somebody's going to out all of us or whatever.
So he
And
actually
I'm
said to you,
not-
like, hey, is Sigfredo trying to extort me for more money? Is
No,
asking
he
you that?
never,
That conversation, the comment you just made about somebody's gonna out all of us. During one of those conversations, there was a comment made about somebody is on the inside, somebody too close.
about the layers or
That's
whatever.
what-
It's somebody
You said
that
this is getting too detailed. There's somebody on the
inside
inside that
that
knows. Somebody on the inside that
I'm
knows.
thinking it's Lewis.
Okay.
Like Lewis is doing all of this. Like that was always my assumption that it was Lewis doing this because maybe he talked to
So
somebody.
you at no point thought it was the cops. You were like, somebody's.
No. I would think that it has something to do with police.
You would think Lewis was flipping already.
Something,
You
yeah.
But you're telling Sigfredo that. Did you tell Charlie that? Did you ever tell Charlie you think?
No, I'm getting this vibe from Sigfredo because Sigfredo is freaking out. The only reason why he would be freaking out is because it has to do something with Lewis.
Right.
Now, this is when I put two and two together that I'm like, okay, did he do something with Lewis? Because I'm thinking in my head the whole time that it was, whoever, me going to Sigfredo about it, I would think that Sigfredo would go to somebody else about it. And the whole time I'm just relaying it to Sigfredo, but wouldn't be stupid enough for him to really be the one who's doing it. Does that make sense? No?
Yeah. You thought Sigfredo would be the one in the process.
In the process, yeah.
To be able to get someone to take care of it for you.
Yes, basically.
Okay, so
Not
you look
never
at him knowing that
really-
he has those connections that he could have got somebody to do it.
Yeah, not him doing anything.
But then he got paid and he's giving you money and you're giving the
I
money
mean,
to
but
him.
that has nothing to do with me. He could pay off somebody else. That's
And then
him getting
gave
paid.
you money and then you met out outside of Lewis's house. So obviously at that point you knew Lewis was involved. He was involved. I think if I'm remembering correctly, these guys can correct me, you've said it before, like Lewis and Sigfredo they're like this. They're always together, always doing things together. So why would you think one would do something without the other if that's how they are?
I mean, they hang out with a whole bunch of guys too.
Right, but
I
also-
would think that.
A whole bunch of guys wasn't at Lewis's house.
Did
Who dat?
Sigfredo make another trip up here?
So confusing, huh?
Did Sigfredo make a
Who
third
dat?
trip? Do you know if he made one before the June? Did he come up before June?
Not that I can recall, but probably.
Here's the thing. To me, there is absolutely no way that June and July were Sigfredo's first trip down there. There's just no way to me that he had to have done. If it's true that he didn't have a map and he didn't have GPS, there is no way that those were his first two trips down there. He had to have gone down there before, in my opinion. She says probably, so she's lying.
Not that I can recall, but probably.
Yeah, he definitely did.
I don't know how many. He never told me when he would go out of town.
Did you ever
That was
have
the
to
thing,
go,
being
did you
out of
ever have
town.
to go get more money from Charlie prior to the murder?
I did lie about one time to Charlie. I was with Sigfredo. Me and him got back together, and then that's now that you said out of town, it was always out of town. So then that gave me an assumption that it wasn't in Miami. Like I have to get out of town. Anything he was gonna do, any type of business or whatever, it's like he was going out of town.
So what'd you
That's-
lie about?
Oh, I lied I lied to Charlie about needing money for
For
when
this?
but we ended up taking the kids out, like staying somewhere else, and then that was
So you
but
lied
besides
that
that-
he made money for this, but it was actually for you guys to go on vacation or
Yeah, like we just like stayed somewhere, rented a hotel or whatever, like with the kids.
Okay.
So it was never like a trip.
But did you ever get money from him on a different time?
This is from Sigfredo?
No, from Charlie.
Charlie
for
Sigfredo.
another trip, like April or May or anything like that.
Did Sigfredo ever need money
Oh, right now.
to do any kind of other stuff other than the June trip and then the murder? Was there any other time that you asked for money for him to do whatever preparations he needed to?
Yeah.
So,
No, I don't know. I'm not certain.
okay, but that's what
I mean, yeah, no, I don't know. I'm not certain. I mean, the deception.
Asking us any other
Yeah,
time
yeah,
that he needed money for preparation.
I'm thinking in my head that maybe it has happened, but I'm not for certain, so I don't want to
Okay.
say. Yeah, because Sigfredo has mentioned, times like, hey, I'm gonna need money. I need, to get out of town. Like he'd always just say, get out of town. Like when he said that, like that just triggered like
This is what
like
it's
something
for.
that he would say, out of town. I'd be like, oh, okay, and then I just relay it back. So it might have happened where there's another time before that,
Okay.
but I'm just not certain. I know I lied about that one time about him going out of town, but it wasn't really for that. Like we ended up going out with the kids and just used that money to go out with the kids.
Okay.
So I'm
You're fine.
no, it's not that. It's just that I want to get to the bottom of this too.
Here's
And
the
it's
thing, like you said, okay, so before you were in county, you were worried about like if you were something you remember, you get back and you remember and you'd be afraid to write it down because people will steal it because you're worried about it hindering your case. Okay, your case is how it is now.
Yeah,
If you hear and after talking to us, if something comes to your mind, whatever, I think you guys get stationery and stuff in there. Start writing it down. Reach back out to your attorney or whichever. And
Talk to Chris.
that's why I just don't ever think that there was, because
you're gonna have a lot of time to think. Like you're gonna.
but it's like I know you guys are kind of getting frustrated about the whole situation of like conversations that like occurred. There was nothing that like really stuck out that like why would for that we wouldn't have never spoken on the phone to begin with. A lot of the conversation was already on the phone, so obviously I was free to want to talk about all of this stuff on the phone because I wasn't really in fear of something happening. I'm feeding off of both of them freaking out and I'm trying to figure it out with them, but they're not telling me the facts. And this is why the whole thing of like me cooperating and stuff from the beginning, but I don't really have all the facts. Like right now I'm back in square one. I don't have the specific facts, but from what I just relayed, and now
But
you're
I'm
saying
talking
that
about
there's
from beginning to end of all this. Anything that you think of or you remember is what I'm talking about. Anything that's going to come to mind that you didn't think of, because you said you suppressed a lot of it. You suppressed a lot of it, and then you go back and then you're thinking like, oh yeah, this happened. Oh yeah, that happened, and you forget it again when it's time to come back up. Those are the thoughts that I'm talking about to write down and kind of
okay.
keep note of, because those are things you don't want to risk forgetting them again, and now you remember them. And those are the things you need to reach out to Chris and when you have those, so that way you can, because if it's something that we don't know, something that hasn't already been out here, something we haven't already discussed with you, or has been brought up in trial that you know that we have, you've seen everything we've got. Okay.
We're gonna
Those
leave
are
here
things.
and think of questions we forgot to ask. Sure, it's inevitable. It's gonna happen to all of us. So
Yeah, and I had a whole bunch of questions that I wanted to ask you guys too, specifically with the whole thing too, like, I have a lot of questions about Sigfredo, but obviously nobody's spoken to Sigfredo. I wish I would have just asked these questions, believe me, I'm the one who's, at the end of the day, where it's like, if I would have just asked questions, or if I would have just been more like, like, instead of like bullshitting about it around that time, like I wasn't taking, that's what I'm telling you, like I'm looking at it back now, like yeah, I feel stupid because the whole time I'm like not asking the same questions, and I'm in this, but I'm not really taking it seriously, like I'm just like, oh, okay, like, and it's not something that shouldn't have been taken seriously, like this is, obviously it led up to this situation right now, but these are things that like I want you guys to go up to Sigfredo and ask these questions. Those are the stuff that only he can answer. And then why he was saying the things that he said. Yeah, I still talk to his mom every now and then. No, but that's the thing. It's like I try to relay, like, I can't have a conversation with him. Is that like not allowed? I don't know how
that's a sticky wicket. We'll have to look at that. I don't know how we would accomplish that. I know the prisons don't allow you to contact.
I know, like not to have prison, but in this situation, like we have children together.
I don't know.
Got communication with him. Like I don't really have that direct communication. I'm having a hard time with my mother-in-law because of the fact that it's like my family's trying to protect my children, and that's my number one priority is the protection of my children. So they're not really comfortable with, the whole thing with Sigfredo's mom.
Oh,
Let
she
alone
tried to
was
steal.
afraid of. I mean, yeah, but she lives in California now.
Yeah,
This has caused a lot.
So it's making her
Issues.
kind of not want to talk and have conversations with you because she can't see.
I mean, it's just very hard because then it's like I'm again in the middle because it's like I want my children to have their grandparent, but it's like at the same time I'm getting frustrated because it's like I don't want this ongoing thing and anything to mess this whole situation up where I don't know how much more screwed I could get, but it's, you know, like I just didn't want anything to hinder that.
Right.
And like I said, I know you guys perceive it in all these different ways, and it's like I can even tell just from your. I'm frustrated with myself. I see the frustration, and I've been through, and I'm not a complainer.
She's frustrated with herself. Oh, shut up. Just tell the truth.
I don't want to complain like, oh my God, I've been through all of it. Yes, it's been hell in here, and I've had to put away a lot of things, and it's like, yeah, I suppressed all of those feelings.
It's been hell in here. Wah! Maybe you shouldn't have set up a murder, you piece of trash.
And I want to help. Like, yes, I want an end to this whole situation, but there's a lot of questions that I really cannot answer. And it's from what I remember, you know, granted, if I go back in the dorm and I think back about all this conversation, things stick out. Obviously, I'm going to have that legal call with Tara and Chris.
That's probably a better idea than writing it down.
Yeah, just call them when you think about it. Call your lawyers.
And tell them, write this down before you
Yeah.
do something, document it.
Something to remember it.
Because obviously those calls are not recorded and nobody monitors that stuff.
And if from the beginning, I never felt, you know, like I was approached in a way where it's like I should have, you know, like this could have all happened. If I was in the beginning saying the same thing that I'm telling you now, you probably would have reacted the same way. Like, well, what were those conversations? Well, it's not sticking out to me because it was never anything. Why would I have to talk outside? Like I said, like everything was on the phone calls. Yeah, if you told me to meet or whatever, Charlie just says the same thing all over again of everything he's already probably said on the phone call. It was nothing
At what point
separate.
did anybody know that murder was supposed to happen?
And that's the part that I was telling Chris. I don't know when it transitioned from that to like me really finding out that this was okay. It was a murder that was supposed to be done.
Okay.
So you don't know when that happened or how that happened?
Yeah, like when it transitioned from like okay that's what needs to be done. I don't know if I'm just like it's hard obviously to be like I'm involved in, you know, somebody passing away, somebody being murdered, and me facilitating all of this, but you know, like, yeah, I see the role that I played. I see me ping-ponging from both parties and stuff, and I see it. So like, yeah,
Do you remember Charlie asking you that it needed to transition to that, like verbally? Was it, how did that occur? It wasn't over the phone, was it? Or was it in person? How did Charlie present that to you?
I don't know. Like I said, this is like through time of him really like getting in my head and just telling that this needs to be done, but not like, oh, like he needs to be killed or whatever. So
How did you tell Sigfredo that? How did you transition it to Sigfredo?
that's why I think that paper had all the information. Therefore, I never went back and forth to even go until ask Charlie this question or ask Sigfredo that question. This is like I'm thinking all the paper had directions. Of who the person was, what needed to happen, and that's that paper that I wish I had. And you saying that he was trying to show me that he had never
I
showed
didn't say
me.
he tried to show you. I
mean,
said he had it
that
with you. Did he show
that
it?
he should-
You
no,
all
he's
sat in
never
the car
showed
for
it.
a while.
Yeah, he's never showed it to me, even in the car, nothing. This is
pretty-
the point that I would be like, yeah, he showed me that paper. Like, what I've got to lose? There's not something that I would want to keep.
That's pretty well. You said early on that you did, but it's a pretty significant
That
event.
he didn't
Right,
show
I'm
me
saying,
any paper.
yeah. It's a pretty significant event for somebody to go from beating somebody up to murdering, and you don't remember any of that transition process. It's just not coming up in your
A
head
specific
when how it happens.
yeah, like I don't. Like
I mean, doesn't have to be exact
I
specifics.
know I'm not yeah, but that's what I was trying to tell with Chris as well. Like, when did it get from point A to point B to this point, and then now that whole part is just like it's a blur to me, but I don't know when Charlie said those specific words, or
Do
even
you know
it
for
coming
sure
off
that it
of-
was said, you just can't remember when? No.
And you can't remember how you talked to Sigfredo about it at all. How you went to Sigfredo and say, this needs to be a murder, not.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, he knew probably what it was for, and obviously Charlie knew. But I was never in the known, because I think from that paper, from the beginning, it was already said there.
You think
But
he had
they're not
instructions in
telling
the
me
paper. Okay.
anything. Therefore, I don't know when it transpired. And
So you're thinking that the instructions, everything was in the paper, all the communication of that, you just knew that Charlie wanted someone taken care of, your understanding was he
That-
wanted someone beat up, you told him you
not
had
even
somebody,
yeah, like
or hurt.
yeah,
Somebody
yes,
hurt,
hurt.
somebody hurt her.
That's a really significant ask to put on a piece of paper for you to give to somebody that he doesn't even know
I
who
don't
that
even know
is.
why the hell Charlie ever even came up to me. I think about that all the time. Like, who comes up to somebody that they just met? It's like, how much does he know? Did he know who Sigfredo
Did
really
you not tell
was?
him about Sigfredo?
I mean, I'm pretty sure that he was, you know, like every time that.
Did you vent with him about your ex, about your baby daddy, about his,
I'm
the
pretty
kind
sure
of
I
history he
spoke-
has?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I mentioned stuff like that, and that's why I feel like he knew more.
Yeah.
Oh, keep going, you're fine.
I feel like he knew more than what he led me to know. He did, you know, like
Right,
he knew.
you felt like he knew that you had that connection, that's why he kept talking to
Why
you.
did he come up to me? You don't think I asked my question about other people? I would have just come up to you. I just met you,
Right.
and somebody that you're dating. Why? But then now I.
So you think it was a calculated thing for him? In your mind,
I feel like everything has been calculated with.
You think everything with
Charlie.
him, the reason he started dropping those hints to you and bringing that up to you is because he knew that you had the connections to make it happen.
He knew he knew who I was with, and maybe who he hung out. Like, I don't know. I don't know to what extent.
Obviously, I know you don't know for sure, but that's your mind. You're thinking
Yeah,
that that's why he came to you. That's
Yeah.
why he came to you, is because he knew you had that connection with Sigfredo and the kind of people that
It
Sigfredo
just doesn't make sense. Like, that's the part that doesn't make sense. How do you feel so comfortable? Like, you would never feel. And then that was like.
Did you do anything to make him feel comfortable with it?
No.
Other than you, I mean, obviously you told him you had somebody.
What makes sense is you telling him who
That's
Sigfredo
why
is,
he
is
had
how we're
been-
telling him you have somebody that can do this, and him trusting in you.
It's like he
That's why he
trusted-
trusts in you, because he trusts you.
Yeah.
I mean, it's okay if you told him about somebody, or you told him you had somebody that could do this, or you told him these things. It's okay. You're not going to
No, I
get in
did.
trouble for it.
That is what I said. Okay, like, yeah, I have somebody for you. That's what was the conversation in the car, but like it never even really went. Like, I think it was a while before.
Well, yeah, October,
What
so
time?
the Halloween thing is when you said that's the part you remember when you told him, yeah, you had
Yeah, it
someone.
was like a while
And
for
then
him to even
It's a
like
couple months.
something. Yeah, for anything to even happen. But I'm saying, like, even the initial thing. Why is it
Why
that
he
I was
initially bring it
approached,
up to you.
and why is it that me? And why would you trust me? I could have easily from the get been like, this guy's crazy. He's trying to make me, you know, like get somebody else hurt, and it's like I could have flipped on him.
Right. Was it
In-
something
in
you had been
quickness.
saying to him? You've been talking Sigfredo up, or talking about some of your past?
It
talking
was
about some
too early
people?
on. All I could remember, all I could think that I would have told him is that, like, you know how the stuff that I was going through with Sigfredo as far as like relationship wise.
You'd be
Not
venting
like-
about him,
Yeah.
about all the frustrations you have, him not having money, him doing drugs, him.
It was a lot of things now that I think about it with the money situation. He knows that we were struggling. He knew that I, you know, like obviously
And he's
that
throwing it
Sigfredo
around
has
and spoiling
no
you.
job.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying that Sigfredo has no job. I'm having a hard time. This is why I'm picking up jobs here, there, whatever, and then working in the office. But a part of that is because he knew financially, like, you know, I'm a single mom. I've been with Sigfredo for a long time. Like, I've been with him since I was 18 years old. So it's just like, it's our relationship has taken a change since we moved back down to Miami, obviously, after having 2 kids and stuff. And it was like, it got to the point where I got frustrated and I was over, but then I still kept up and I still, like, you know, like, he was still in my life.
Obviously, he's father of
But
children.
I think about it all the time. It's like he has to have known way more than he's presuming. If he's trusting me enough to even think this, and then I'm relaying it to Sigfredo, obviously Sigfredo's gonna trust me, but then
There's obviously some trust there because you did it. It happened. You didn't tell anybody. You guys thought you got away with it for a couple of years. So obviously the trust was there. The trust was built there for it. So the trust is there. Somehow there was something done to make him trust you for that. And obviously he trusted you because you did it. You didn't call the police to set him up. You didn't call to report that this guy's trying to harm somebody, trying to get me to hire someone. We've worked cases many times before where they have called, like, hey, this person's a little crazy. I think they're actually going to do it. You might want to get on this, and we've done it. So there's that trust was there.
I already involved Sigfredo, like.
Yeah, but you put trust in. You told Charlie that you had somebody to do it. Somehow you did something to make him trust you to be able to have you do this.
Remember any of those conversations?
That's what I'm saying. I don't know why he would have trusted me. That's why I feel. Do you think that he's?
I feel like there's got to be something where you guys were talking about, some topics you were on. Somehow something with your connection that you guys had during you said y'all just met because y'all just started talking when he started dropping these hints. Obviously,
but
something in your interactions has made him want to trust you.
Okay, but him commenting that wasn't it from the past before about him hiring like a hitman? Wasn't that a joke, an ongoing joke he's had from before? So what, does he just go to different people at a time and ask them these things? Like that's the. Because he said this comment before he ever even knew of me or met me.
So he said this comment before to other people, all these other things. The only time it actually took happen, he's been looking, and then it took him finding you.
Conversation go with you that came around. That's the conversations over time that is helpful to us. Is she ready for her?
Yeah, you gotta go read.
You got anything specific?
Just get up and let her know. Think. Read.
Talk to your attorneys.
Okay.
Think about the things that we've asked you, like the specific time frames and like all the stuff that we don't have on recording. That's what we're wanting.
Believe me, I'm gonna have to.
That's the stuff you just need to think about and then reach out to your attorneys.
You have said some things. You have answered some questions. It hasn't been completely useless. So there's and some of it is I understand the context of a lot of it, and they do as well.
I mean, but like the whole time
But I'll tell you, the three of us have done a lot of these.
Yeah.
And there's times where what I really think you're struggling with is just saying it. Is just saying, and you'll say, yeah, I was stupid, yeah, I did this, or yeah, but just to say, this is the part that I did, and this is when I did this, and this, that's where you're struggling. And take time. Don't let us put it in your mouth. Right?
That's what we don't want. We want it to come straight from you.
Oh, obviously, I get that.
And maybe, I don't know if we come back down here, I don't know where they're going to put you, I don't know if we end up bringing you back to Tallahassee, but eventually I'm sure we'll sit down again.
Okay, so in his trial, like, would that be, like...
Yeah, you're going to have to come.
Like, I'd be called again for...
Yeah.
You would, yeah.
Yeah. Oh my God.
And how does that work? Because I've always said in the, even with my testimony, but like that, like how does that?
Just tell the truth. Hey, I lied before. I was trying to protect myself.
You saw exactly what your attorneys did to Lewis. You can prepare yourself.
I can't even.
But it's going to be similar. You're going to be treated very similar to what your attorneys did to Lewis. I mean, they are going to try to tear you apart. That's what they're going to do with everything that you say.
The important thing is, if you're telling the truth, then you won't have a problem with questions. Does that make sense? If you're lying about something, somebody asks you something, you can get tripped up easily because you're lying about it. But if you're telling the truth about what really happened, that truth will stick to your memory and you'll be fine.
And the whole thing too, it's like, you guys keep saying like that I have like a pot of gold, and do you guys not, you guys have heard my conversation, you see my comments already, like there's no, like I could have flipped on Charlie from the beginning, and it's like he's not supporting anything.
Then why didn't you flip on him from the beginning?
Because the whole point of it too is for Sigfredo. I don't know why, like in my assumption, like I said, like I was never approached in that way. Like I never.
You mean like a tooth reveal, like
not like even a deal like that, but it's just like I just never felt like. I mean, nobody's ever gonna feel comfortable about it, but it's like to even be to the point where it's like these are like the answers that I had.
Were you trying to like also like not want to do anything that would hurt hurt
That would
Sigfrido's
hurt
case.
Sig, of course.
So that's kind of the reason why you didn't, is because you didn't want to really hurt him too.
Yeah, he was in his
If you-
appeal, and I would have done it right there, right after my mistrial.
Right, so you would have, had you come forward, any information you gave obviously would have hurt Sigfrido.
And that's what I wanted to
So
speak
it was
to
nothing to protect Charlie.
Nothing to, I've never.
It was just to protect
Never.
Sigfrido because
Exactly.
you knew that what you're telling us here and what we know would be detrimental to Sigfrido.
Exactly.
Okay, so
I
that's
mean, I
what
had
it's all
my
about.
mistrial, and then he was gonna be, I mean, like, for my assumption, it was gonna be an appeal. So, like, for me to even, like, I wanted to speak to him because it's like, this is the time now, an opportunity for us to finally get this over with. I didn't wanna go back to trial. I didn't wanna do that all over again. This is not just a trial where it's like, I'm not on the media. Like I was a constant conversation in that jail. And it's like, even leading up to that trial, like, you saw how it was. By that trial, I was done. I was deflated. I was tired.
Right.
I was in confinement, in and out, red and whites, and putting in suicide watch. Like, I was going
stressful.
through it.
Yeah.
In jail, before I was even going to trial, before the trial even started, I was exhausted already. I wanted it to be over with. That's why I was like, you heard my conversation with Sigfrido. I don't know, that was one of, like, I was begging. I was like what? Like, what else? Like, why? Like, why are we, like, well, I don't want to go to trial. Like, that's it. Let's talk. Like, I say what I know, you say what you know, and like, this is way more than, you know, like, this is nothing protecting Charlie or whatever. I'm clearly not getting any type of money. Like, my family's tapped out with everything. That's another thing too with the attorney. My family is in debt because of me having to go to trial again. And yet people didn't want to let that go. It was
Your family is in debt because you had a man killed, you fucking idiot.
like, oh, that he's still a part of it. And I get it. It's like the story and the...
How did you get the cost? How did you first get the cost?
The cost of what?
The cost.
Chris.
How did you get Chris as an attorney?
Oh, Tara and Chris came to me that the first time that I met him through, that day that I was in Broward.
How did they come to you? Why did they come to you? Because of Charlie, right?
No.
How did they come to you? Yeah.
No, Tara's always done cases with Chris. And
So did you hire Tara before that?
I hired
How did you get
Tara.
Tara? Like, how did you know to hire Tara? Like, was it someone refer her to you, or what?
I don't even remember how I got Tara.
Don't you know Charlie's attorney is in the same office?
I knew that. No, that Chris was in the same office. Yeah, he told me that after, but I didn't know that he was in that same office. I didn't know that. No. Yeah.
All right. Think hard.
My
Think hard
attorney
about
was
it.
Tara, and then she
Tara
brought
brought
Chris.
Chris in.
Yes.
Okay.
Think hard about everything. Talk to your attorneys, or your attorney, whichever one you're talking to.
Yeah.
And we'll
I
see.
mean, I don't know what it's gonna be like. This is the R&O process over here, so I don't even know if I'm gonna
Yeah, we don't know
be.
where you're
Yeah,
going.
you may
We'll find out.
Yeah,
Find
I don't
out.
know. You got 3 other places you can end up. So
Yeah, but they gotta get you out.
yeah, you don't want to put us in trouble too.
Okay.
All right.
All right, that is the end of the first proffer, again, presented by Mentor Lawyer. Make sure you're checking them out if you haven't already. We're going to go to the second proffer, where maybe she's going to actually talk a little bit. So let's... But before we do that, I just wanted to share this, because I know we have a bunch of new folks, which, by the way, I know myself and the folks that have been here for a while are so appreciative to see all the new folks in chat. It's so cool, and we really hope you guys are enjoying the channel. But before we go to the second proffer, I just want to share this on this Saturday on Kick. It's a similar stream to it's a competitor to YouTube. It's free. It's just another streaming site like Twitch, etc. I'm doing a fundraiser for Long Island Cares, which is a charity here on Long Island for folks who are food insecure.
Long Island Cares delivers more.
And we're going to have some pretty big names if you're into true crime. I know some folks are just into this case, but if you're into true crime in general, or just, we have Bob Mata from Defense Diaries, Todd and Jessica from The Investigators, Dr. Kenny Kinsey, Michael DeWitt, Jen Wood from, the Murdoch case, Kerry Rawson, Lisa Ribicoff, Lisa Statman, Publicly Buzzed, Chris Duet, just a bunch of cool people. We're going to be doing this on Saturday. I'm calling it Gestivus. It's a play on Festivus, and the whole idea is to try to get money for this food drive we're doing. I'm going to show real quick the video on what the food drive is all about. Again, it's on Kick, which I'll share if you're on YouTube. This is what it's all about.
13 million pounds of food annually to support our member agencies.
That equates to 10,317,000 meals to feed our neighbors in need.
We rescue 3 million pounds of food and other products from our 80 retail business partners.
Our 5 satellite locations will provide more than 1 million meals for 137,000 visitors.
We'll provide free pet food to 700 families visiting Baxter's Pet Pantry.
More than 2,000 seniors will receive food delivered right to their homes.
2,100 veterans will visit our satellite locations for food assistance.
And we've had good paying jobs for 210 veterans.
For 43 years, you've supported Long Island Cares with your generous donations. And for that, we thank you. This holiday season, we can ensure a happy holiday for Long Islanders in need. Just visit us at licares.org.
So I'm doing that on Kick because on Kick I can play movies, like holiday movies, holiday TV shows. Like we're gonna watch stuff. We're gonna have fun. But if you're not on Kick, check it out. It's free if you want to do that. That's gonna be on Saturday, this Saturday, the 23rd, which is normally Festivus, which is a Seinfeld thing, but we're calling it Gestivus, where we're trying to raise money. So that'll be on Saturday. I'll start at 8 a.m. and I think I'm gonna be going to probably like 10 p.m., maybe 12 hours, maybe longer. I don't know. Not 24 hours, but if you want to join us on Kick, we'd love to see you there. It's on, Steve just said it's an app on your phone. It's a website. It's just like YouTube. It's just like, there's like a new version where they're not as stringent on copyright rules. So again, thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate it. And Festivus is from Seinfeld. It was a show. It was a holiday created by George's dad, Frank Costanza, one of the greatest characters. And by the way, we'll be watching that episode. One of the greatest characters in TV history. He was tired of the commercialization of the holidays, and as he rang blows on another shopper, he said, "I'm not doing this anymore." As he tried to get the last doll for George, his son, he created his own holiday where he has a Festivus pole, an aluminum pole. There's feats of strength, but we're doing feats of giving instead. There's airing of grievances. We'll watch that episode. All right, so let's go to the second proffer, part 1. And again,
Lovely conversation.
thank you all so much for being here. We really appreciate it. If you haven't, subscribe, like, share, subscribe. You know the deal. We really appreciate everyone so much for being here. And we hope if you're new, you enjoy the channel. I think you'll see the chat is really kind, funny, genuine. And we're seeing a lot of new folks who are really kind, funny, and genuine. So we love to see it. If you're lurking, that's cool. But if you never said hi before in the chat, I promise if you say hi in this one, you'll people will greet you, and I think you'll have a good time. Any hoozle. All right, here is the second proffer. This is November 28th, 2022. So possibly it was like a month later. But here we go. I'll put the date up on the thing. And again, this is from Mentor Lawyer's channel.
What did you say? Yeah.
No, I'm just grabbing that.
Okay.
Shackled the whole time too.
Yes. That's, I believe that's kind of a policy thing for your hair. Shackled, right? Have to stay on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jail.
Yeah. Because you're at the courthouse versus being like in a secure facility.
All right. So the first proffer was October 11th. The second proffer is November 28th, 2022. And now we're obviously no longer in the jail. We are in, I guess, the lawyer's office. I'm not sure.
Okay, so we're here because your lawyer reached out to us and said that he spoke with you after the last time the three of us came down to Ocala and spoke with you, and that you had some more information or really wanted to come off everything and kind of lay it all out there. Is that what happened?
Not quite. I don't know.
Okay. Tell me what happened. What your understanding of coming back up here was.
That you guys wanted to talk more about, I guess, the situation or the interview.
Okay, you know, when we left that interview, you were still holding back some stuff. Remember, you and I kind of had that understanding. You were still kind of uneasy and holding back, right?
I mean, not necessarily holding back, but I'm just having a really difficult time trying to remember everything that's happened and how it's happened. Like, remember I told you that it's very difficult for me to kind of separate from what I've learned to everything that, like, you know, what we've discussed.
Right. Like what you learned in the trial versus everything that...
Because it goes hand in hand, and I know you guys try to tell me, like, not to, try to separate the situation, but how can I not? It makes sense with certain things that's happened because of what I've learned from the trial.
Okay, so when we left, you and your attorney had a conversation, and he reached out to us saying to do another interview. I mean, do you mind telling us kind of what your conversation was? I'm not trying to anything privileged, but as far as like what made the decision for him to reach out for us to come back and talk with you.
I'm actually kind of lost about that. Yeah, because it wasn't, I spoke to Tara about it.
Okay.
And I don't know if like she relayed anything to Chris.
I just want to highlight this comment. Rise Above says, I do enjoy the channel a lot, but one pet peeve is when you interrupt testimony at a crucial moment to thank for money. Sorry. That's okay, Rise Above. I understand. I put it in the chat, but I want to say it if anyone's just listening. I get it, but like I never want people who support me and Shannon, as this is like trying to be my full-time job. I never want anyone who supports me, which I greatly appreciate, to think that I don't appreciate that. I never want to miss it, and I always want to acknowledge it. So I get it, but I got to thank people that support me. That's just who I am, and so that's just the way I got to do it.
Okay.
But I haven't spoken to Chris.
You haven't spoken to Chris. It was just Tara that you spoke to?
Yes.
Okay, and when you spoke with Tara, did you had come off of it any information, or did y'all have a conversation about maybe you remembering some more stuff?
It was not even like about remembering. It's just that like I said, like when you guys had left from our initial interview, like you guys wanted me to remember things, and I told her I was like, it's very difficult because it's like I don't remember a lot of things, and I did mention to her that you guys want me to separate from things that I've learned and from, what did happen. And I'm like, if there's things that you guys can show me, like something that'll jog my memory, because my brain's mush. Like it's very hard. And just this week alone, it's been very traumatic, even being back. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I've been stuck in confinement. I mean, I've literally, since I've been here for like the past 7 days, I've been out for like 2 hours.
Right. Okay.
2 hours off of the whole, like.
Yeah, because they have you in confinement.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then let's start here. Okay. Separate, the difference between
trying to
experience, what you've experienced, what you've talked to, what you've done, versus what you've heard from other people, or because those are two different kind of memories. When you experience something, you do it. You're involved in it. You're involved in the actions of it. Okay. That's a different kind of memory than something you just learn in a trial, or you just read in a book.
Yes.
You understand the difference between those two? Okay. Let's talk about those experiences, not the memories of the things you've seen and learned, but the experiences you had that led up to this murder.
Okay.
Okay. That's what I want, and I need you to kind of. You gave us a little more than that, and you said I've never talked about this, so it was kind of hard at the last one.
Yeah.
So I need you to talk about that. Okay. So talk about those experiences. I know when you and Charlie started dating, we went through that timeline. Just walk me through those experiences, not the things that you remember reading.
Okay. Well, I mean, even reading stuff, it's like this is like things that like my attorney has like showed me. Like if she would show me like a text message, I'd be like, okay, I kind of, I would remember.
Right, and I
understand the situation.
I'm not expecting you to remember text messages, exactly what you texted someone. I'm not expecting you to remember verbatim the conversation you had, but this is a pretty big deal, a pretty big situation. That this isn't a normal thing for any normal person to go through. That it's significant enough that you can remember if you had a conversation about hiring somebody, if you've had a conversation about how much money, or if you were going to get paid, you were going to be taken care of. Those are things you can remember. You don't have to remember verbatim what happened, but how it happened, how it unfolded is what I want.
Okay. Well, that's where my whole dilemma has been, because of the whole situation where I told you about that paper. I don't know the facts that's in that paper. And that's why I've always wanted to...
But the conversation leading up to that paper, before we even got to that paper, there had to be some kind of understanding before that paper was put in an envelope and then, what was it, your diaper bag or something?
Yes.
Yeah, there had to be a conversation leading up to that.
Well, yeah, like, you know, I told you from Halloween, I think that's one of my first recollections of him even stating anything about hurting his brother-in-law, but that's not like what he had stated, you know, like he was just saying that his sister's going through stuff, and that his sister was going through stuff, and just, this is like within weeks or maybe months of just him just talking about it, but not really, like there wasn't really anything happening at that point until he had given that paper and then obviously.
Before he gave you that paper, he had to know something, that you had something lined up or you could make something happen.
Well, that's what my whole confusion was, that like, why would he even like have trusted me with something like this? Or
you had to give him something to make him trust you. You had to say something to make him think that you could make this happen for him.
Well, that's where like my concerns are too. Like my question, not concerns, but like my questions, because of like, did he know about Sigfredo? Like, how much did he know about Sigfredo? I mean, I'm pretty sure I've spoken about Sigfredo, but like just to express like what I've been going through with him.
When we were down and O'Callaghan spoke to you,
yeah,
you said he put it in the bag and told you not to touch it, to give it to him.
Yeah.
Okay. So there had already been a conversation for him to know that you had with him, you had with Charlie.
Yes.
For him to know that you were going to be given this information and Sigfredo's going to be taking care of it. Get to that. That's the conversation I want to hear about.
That's what I'm saying. It's like it's not like one specific probably conversation. It's through the times like, oh, do you know somebody that can do this?
Okay. Tell me details about all those different times. Best details you can remember.
That's what sticks out to my head is the Halloween. That's probably one of the ones that stick out. When he mentioned that to me about
what did he mention?
About his sister having a hard time with her husband, and then from there he probably mentioned. I mean, like he's like, oh, I need somebody that that can take care of this, and from there, like he just probably kept talking about it, and then I don't ever remember saying specifically, oh, that, yeah, I have somebody for this, but not saying that it's Sigfredo.
Okay.
And I don't know when I had approached Sigfredo about it, to tell him about it, but obviously I never said it was for Charlie.
Right. I understand that. You probably kept both of them in the dark as to who.
Yeah.
But the conversation of the planning of it, that what was going to happen. He says, I need you to take care of this, take care of something. I need you to find somebody to do this. Okay, what was he saying take care of? Like, I know he's discussed it.
Yeah, like under my assumption at that time, it was, I mean, to beat up this guy that's giving his sister a hard time.
Okay.
Don't know when it transpired from that to him getting murdered. And that's why I was confused with the whole situation.
Just got a $10 Cash App from Ashley. It says JBN for life. Thank you so much, as always, for your support, Ashley. Appreciate it so much.
And I don't know when I learned about him being murdered till later on.
So here's my thing. So a murder happened.
Yeah.
There is no communication between Sigfredo and Charlie. The only communication back and forth between them and Sigfredo, the Adelsons and Sigfredo, which is really Charlie, right, is you. Okay. So at some point, there's got to be a communication going through you to Sigfredo to let him know it's a murder. Charlie understood that that's what he wanted. Sigfredo understood that that's what he wanted, and you're saying you're the only in between
That's
of
why-
those two, and you're saying you don't understand that that's what they want. That's
Yeah,
what.
because I didn't know what was like written in that paper. Like that's where like I'm confused about, and that's where I didn't know about, and that's why it's still like, and I know I get it. It's hard to understand it, but this is my whole dilemma of the whole situation since day one, because I'm not getting the answers, and I've been kept out of the loop too. But I am the go-between, and I am, like going back and forth with them. But you see even my confusions with my phone calls. It's not. I don't know details or anything about it.
Right. Okay. So after the murder, after we did the wiretap and all that stuff.
Yes.
You and Charlie met up multiple times. Last time we met, you would only tell us about the stuff that you knew we knew that was on recording. There was a couple conversations that you and Charlie met up and that you had that we know, because we had surveillance, we know that you guys had those conversations, and you have yet to tell us what happened in those. That's after the murder. That's after you know that Sigfredo's been arrested. That's after you know that the cat's out of the bag. You guys are discussing this. Okay? So at that point, tell me how that conversation went. Because at that point, Dan Markel is dead, because it's been 2 years past him being killed. Okay? He's already dead at that point. So you knew he was dead not long after it happened, when it all hit the news, I'm sure.
When it hit the news when Sigfredo got arrested?
I'm talking about, you knew Dan Markel was dead before Sigfredo got arrested.
I don't think I knew that he was dead until...
You went to Charlie's house the night that they got back and picked up the money to pay them, and knew it was done. You told us that at Ocala.
Okay, this is... Because the bump was, 2 years...
Yeah, 2 years after.
Okay,
The bump was 2 years after. So I'm saying now we're at the bump. So you already knew. This is 2 years after. You know this man was killed. You know Sigfredo killed him for Charlie at this point. Whether you
No,
knew...
I didn't know that
at that
it
point,
was,
you know.
It was Sigfredo. I never knew that it was Sigfredo.
Well, Sigfredo and Luis, right? You knew the two of them.
I didn't know. That's the problem, that I never knew, because I gave that paper to Sigfredo. Under my assumption, I thought Sigfredo, that's why when during the trial and I'm seeing that he was up in Tallahassee and all of that, it's like, why would he be the one? I would think that he would just give it off to somebody else, or he never spoke to me about that. And that's why I was so adamant about wanting to speak to him, because I wanted answers myself, but that never happened.
Okay. So you mean to tell me that you had no clue that he came up to Tallahassee? I'm pretty sure there was a phone call that after they did it, I think, was it Ocala or Gainesville? Something like that, they stopped and they called, and they had a phone call with you on the way back down to South Florida from Tallahassee right after the murder.
He never told me that he was going to Tallahassee. Sigfredo doesn't tell me these things. Like, he doesn't tell me where he goes, what he does. It's not even that it was this situation, but whenever he does anything, me and Sigfredo have always been in and out of each other's lives.
Right.
When it was good, like I told you, it was good, but when it was bad, like, I didn't care. I had 2 kids that I was taking care of. And that's what I'm saying. I don't have certain answers that I wish I had, or else this interview would be a lot easier and I would be able to provide you guys with the information that you need.
Okay. All right, then how did you know to go to Charlie's house to pick up the money? Those are the things that we kind of need. How did you know to go to Charlie's house to pick up the money that night? How did you know that?
Well, Charlie called me to have dinner with him or meet up with him that night.
Okay, but how Charlie wouldn't know without somehow Sigfredo, whether you knew it was Sigfredo that did it or not. Somehow Sigfredo had to reach out to you, because neither one of him nor Charlie had any communication with each other.
We already had this conversation. You went and met with Sigfredo when he got back, and then you went to Charlie's house. The cell phone records show you go up there and meet with him and Lewis.
Okay, if I met up
with... had this
with...
conversation, and you still deny it.
I'm not... It's not that I'm denying the situation.
Yeah. All right, hang on a second. Let's step out.
This is nowhere.
Did someone leave the room? I'm sorry. I just got something to drink. Rise Above with a $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Rise Above. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, they said this isn't going anywhere and they left? All right, so we don't have to watch all this, right?
If
Oh.
Do you
Yes, that was a good time to say thanks. Thank you, Rise Above. So they're letting her think about it because she was doing the same thing, I guess.
Sir, do you mind? I don't know if like this can be done, but if I could speak to Jason really quick right now.
Okay.
Please. I feel like I'm about to faint right now.
Okay.
She's about to faint. Oh my Lanta.
It's difficult to speak about, like, I don't even want to go through this all over again. And I feel comfortable talking to you and Miss Bennett, but every single time I feel like there's just this tension. And I
What
don't
if
want
I just let Sherry sit here? What if we just let Sherry talk to you? And then I understand talking to three of us is stressful. If the biggest thing is what we're discussing is either just pulling the plug and saying we're done with this, or how to move forward. What if we send Sherry and just you and Sherry talk? Would that be better?
I mean, yeah, it's just that I don't want to be like, this is my whole situation is like, I feel like, it's not that I'm getting cornered, but it's like, it's
not getting cornered.
It's not like, I know what I know. And I feel like some type of pressure of like, okay, that I should know more. If I knew more, this would be a lot easier, and this would be this would be.
I don't think it's as much as knowing. I think it's you understanding where
Andrea, is that the world's tiniest violin?
your responsibility was in this situation.
Yes.
And instead of minimizing it or putting it as a, I
And
just
that's the
didn't
thing. I don't
realize
want to
that.
like downplay it
Just-
or anything, but I just don't want to wait.
You've
Like
watched this for, golly, 6 years now at this point. You've seen it. You've talked to everybody. We've tried this case twice. And Sherry went through the whole separating what you see and what you did and what you know, or what you learned. When there's things that we can put you in a place, or we can put you on a phone call, or we can put you in a situation. Don't minimize it as, oh, I guess I was doing this. Tell what it was. Just talk about what was going on.
But that's where my problem is that like, okay, now like he's like, oh, we already spoke about this. Okay, but it's like at this point I'm here like, well, I wish that like, is there any way where it's like you can kind of like show me that I'm like, we could talk about it more. This is how I discuss things when I'm
showing you. I mean, we could probably go through the years and tell you in 2014 this phone call occurred, or this meeting occurred, this situation occurred. Instead of, well, I guess that's what this was. That's when this occurred. That's what we're looking for from you, not not you guessing that makes sense or making it fit for us. If we ask you a specific question, just give the direct answer.
Okay.
All right? I'm going to let Sherry come in here, so it's not an intimidating situation. I'm just going to let her talk to you for a minute.
Okay.
All right?
By the way, if you remember Georgia's closing, she said something to the effect of like, yeah, we don't like dealing with Katie either.
You and me just talk.
Yeah.
You feel more comfortable with that?
Yeah, it's just
It's a lot.
It's a lot, and like I said,
I know.
It's a lot. It's a lot. Yeah.
Thank you very much, sir.
It's very like intimidating, and I just don't want to upset anybody anymore, and I just want to get this
Amber, 4 months on the kick machine. Thank you so much, Amber.
over with already.
Right.
I keep having to relive this over and over and over.
Right. This is that one decision you make that shaped your whole life, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We don't want to have to keep coming back and talking to you. We're not gonna.
Believe me, and I don't want to keep coming
Okay.
back. Yeah.
But what we do want is we want the truth.
Yes, ma'am.
No matter what, the truth.
Yes, ma'am.
So going forward, let's just start from the beginning like we tried just a minute ago.
Yes, ma'am.
You have just me in here at this point, so hopefully it's a little more comfortable for you. Okay. Start from the beginning. I know y'all started dating, and you had told us previously when we came to Ocala that he almost immediately was constantly venting to you about his sister's issues.
Yes.
Okay, walk me through all that again.
Well, yeah, like that's why that's a lot of the situation where it's, I even questioned you guys, like, why would he have trusted me, and why is he telling me all of this? But he's been looking for somebody for a long time already.
Right.
But that's not how he played it out to me in the beginning. He's just talking about that his sister is going through it with her husband, and that his parents have been going through it too. Like this man has been very stressful to their life.
Right.
So, and that's a specific time that I remember was Halloween, and I didn't even remember that till way later on.
Right.
When I was talking to Chris, and I was like, that was like a significant moment where I could remember him asking about like, oh, would I know somebody that could potentially harm this person? And I was like, okay, yeah, but never saying anything about Sigfredo or whatever, because I haven't even mentioned obviously to
Right.
Sigfredo anything about it.
Right. Okay, and I get that, and I fully believe that you didn't share the names of who you were having everybody do it for. I understand that completely, and I get why you would keep that separate. Those are two people in your life that, especially Sigfredo being the father of your children. So I get that. So we have that separate.
Yes,
I understand that you didn't tell him it was Sigfredo. You didn't tell Sigfredo it was for Charlie.
Yes, ma'am.
I understood that, so we got that cleared up.
Yes, ma'am.
So just going through and talking. Let's go through the fact that so Halloween is the mark that really sticks in your head, right?
And that was 2013, so that was very that was I must have met this man for the past 2-3 weeks.
Yeah,
wasn't
you
even
just
that
met
long. I just started
Okay.
working in Sophie Dental, so it was fairly new.
Okay, so October 2013, Halloween party.
Yes, ma'am.
You guys are at. He said potentially harm this man.
Yes, ma'am.
At what point was there thinking that it was going to be more than just hurting him?
For him,
Yes.
or for my understanding.
For you, because at some point you knew.
That's
he didn't straight out say it, but it was an understanding.
Yeah.
At what point was it the understanding that that's what was happening?
That's probably not even until later on, and I can't.
Okay, just walk me through that part.
Okay.
So walk me through. So you tell him at the Halloween party.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I got someone that can take care of this for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then so at that point he starts probably making the moves and trying to. You guys start having conversations and making it roll.
Yeah.
I understand you're still not telling him it's Sigfredo. He has no clue about that. So start me from there, from the Halloween party. After you tell him yes, how does it start evolving into what it turned out to?
I'm pretty sure he just kept mentioning, do you know somebody? And I just kept saying, yeah, but never, I don't know when I went to Sigfredo and told him, I was like, hey, I need you to, have this done, get somebody beat up, but not him. That's why it's never my understanding, because Sigfredo, it's
you expect him to get somebody.
Yes, of course, yeah, so, and like I said, it was just to harm this person, I guess, to get him, it's not to that point, because like I said, it's not like he straight off told me that he wanted this person to die or get murdered, or else I would have been like, why is this, it's, why are you even asking me this, and why is it that this is happening? But with Charlie, he just he got in my head, and he just kept saying it over and over and over, and like I said, I didn't really react to it that fast or whatever, and I don't know how long of a span it was until I was like, oh, okay, that I mentioned it to Sigfredo. I don't remember.
Okay. All right, but so it took a while before you mentioned it to Sigfredo.
Yeah.
Because you thought I know you said before.
He probably was just playing around,
but he kept on. He kept
on
coming to you. After you said yes, you have someone. He kept coming to you. Am I correct?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So he kept coming to you, and you said later on, it was at some point later that you realized that he was meaning kill this man instead of harm him.
But that's where I'm kind of confused with the time frame, because unless I'm just not wanting to just wrap my head around that somebody's telling me, to harm somebody, but it's when did it transpire from him getting beat up
Just fucking tell. When did he say he wanted him dead?
to him getting murdered?
Did he ever say he wanted him beat up, or he just said he wants him taken care of? That his exact words was taken care of.
Yeah.
Okay. So he wants him taken care of, and you said your understanding of that initially was that he wanted him just beat up.
Yeah.
Okay. At
And
what
then
point did your own understanding of it, it was before Sigfredo did what he did, even though you didn't know it was Sigfredo doing it, you thought he was hiring someone. It was before Dan Markel died. Somewhere you understood that it was.
It's somewhere around that time. It had to have transpired to him getting taken care of, so that he's not in the life of Wendy anymore, or their, for their lives.
He is dead.
Yes.
Okay. So before the murder happened, you had an understanding that he was going to die.
That's what I mean.
I know he didn't tell you specifically.
Yeah,
but that's what I'm trying. That's the part I need. So I need you to try to focus on that part. I know he didn't say those exact words, but there was a mutual understanding. You knew that before the murder happened, you knew that this man was going to be killed.
I guess so. Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. It's like I don't
Not that-
understand.
I guess.
Like, it's hard for me to like not like admit to that situation, but it's like when did that happen and when?
Oh, it's so hard for me to admit that I'm a terrible piece of shit.
Why was like for me to like
it's hard words
agree
to hear.
with that?
It's hard words to hear, and you're
Yes.
probably beating yourself up.
I
and you're like,
have been.
how did I know this was going to happen? Because you knew. How did you know this was going to happen? And then you still pushed forward and allowed it to happen and was that middle person. I think that's the part that you're battling yourself with.
Yes.
Okay, we got to get past the battling
I
yourself
understand
because right now we're in a position that where we're trying. You're convicted. You're where you are, but we're trying to see what you can get out of this. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
But we want nothing but the truth, and
Yes,
they're
ma'am.
not. They're not making any promises. They're not doing anything for
I
you.
completely understand.
You're not
that.
giving them anything to even make them want to even think about doing that. Okay? All we need is the truth, because at this point, it's about clearing your conscience too.
Yes,
right?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's a big part of it. You don't want, when your kids look at
It's
think
just
that
it's
you're
the
just
whole
Yeah.
it's confusing, and I've suppressed it, and like I said, like I've been in this battle mode of going through the first trial with
And then another
Sigfredo,
trial.
and then another trial, which I never wanted to go through that other trial. That's why I'm pretty sure you guys heard that conversation that I had with Sigfredo, that it's like
you just want to be done with it.
I just want to be done with it, and I just want him to come forth with it.
Right.
And that's why I was so adamant about wanting to speak to him, because he kept a lot of things from me. And me learning a lot of things that's happening when
But aside from him keeping from what he did and how
Yes,
he
ma'am.
did, we're wanting to hear from you your part of it.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
how that middle man thing works. Okay, because you are that one person that went from Charlie to Sigfredo.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, at some point you understood that murder was going to happen.
Yes,
Okay.
that's yeah.
Okay,
That was
before
probably
it happened.
I believe so.
I believe so too.
Yeah.
You knew it was going to happen. Now in your head, maybe you weren't fully processing it. That's okay, but you knew. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
When you knew that, you also knew that
It's
there was going
terrible.
to. It is, but we got to get past that. Okay. There's nobody in here's judging you. Okay. I'm not here judging
I've
you.
already been judged.
I know
Yeah.
you have, but I feel like that's what you're thinking. You're holding back, and you feel like because it's hard to say out loud that I did this, that I did something,
That I had an
sound-
involvement
You had
with it,
involvement
yes.
in something so
Tragic.
yeah, exactly. That a man lost his life. It's hard to say that out loud. Okay, put that aside. It's just me and you and this deputy in here. That's it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, put that aside. We just need the facts of it
Yes,
at this point. Okay, so I understand it's hard to say, but we got to say it.
Yes, ma'am.
So let's get to that point. Let's get to you knew it was going to happen. Then there was an understanding at some point that about payment and how we got to all of that.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's start through that. Let's go from you had the Halloween party.
Okay.
You told him at that point. You told him once you told him yes, he's keeping on you.
was-
He keeps
yeah.
bringing it up. He's not letting it go. You're like, okay, this man's serious. Then at some point you talked to Sigfredo. It wasn't immediate.
Yes.
Okay, Sigfredo, you have him. You're understanding he's going to get someone to take care of it, but he was going to do that part.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you're going back to Charlie. Okay, I got somebody for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, now go from there. You tell Charlie I got somebody. Where does the discussion about payment happen? Where does the discussion like I said, I understand he didn't tell you I want this man killed.
Yes.
But at some point you understood that that's what he wanted. So let's get from the payment and how that discussion happened and what it was for.
Well, the payment wasn't ever directly discussed. Obviously, he was gonna pay for the situation to occur, but as far as how much it was or whatever, he never said it to me.
So there
Just
was no
said it was
flat-
going to be taken care of.
Okay.
Yeah, you're going to be taken care of.
Okay.
Okay, obviously there's I just told Sigfredo, you're going to get paid for this. So, which obviously he, he's not going to do something
With
without,
get money, yeah.
exactly. And at that time, like I said, me and him were going through a rough patch back and forth, and then financially too, because you see how many jobs that I had to take. So
Yeah.
I think that was another initiative of why Charlie got in my head about well, you get money for this, you won't have to worry about things so.
And
That
I
was
understand
an
why you believe
advantage.
that.
Yeah.
Because he's already showing you this lifestyle. You're dating him briefly, and he's already showing you.
I
He's very
actually
flashy.
did not know how much,
like how much he had.
Yeah,
Like he does talk like he has a lot of money.
Yes, of course.
Right.
I mean, like he.
A lot of people down the South do that.
Exactly.
Whether they have it or not.
Yeah. It's the talk. It's him. He was not a flashy person, but I mean, he lived well off.
Right.
And at that time, like I said, like we were like struggling. Like I'm working multiple jobs. I just broke up with Sigfredo a couple months before that.
Oh shit! Just got a $3 super chat from Irene. Thank you so much, Irene. That was so kind. Thank you, and good morning.
He didn't have a job. I'm pretty sure he was doing his thing, trying to make money, whatever it was, which he's like.
We understand what he was doing.
Yeah.
Okay. We understand how he was doing. That's neither here nor there. We don't care about that here. So you're struggling. You're a single mom. Dad's doing what he can to make money, but he ain't. You're really supporting your kids.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So that's happening.
Yeah.
You meet Charlie. You start dating Charlie. He's whining and
dining. We're hanging out.
I know not like official boyfriend girlfriend, but you're dating, like going out on dates, going out with each other, doing things like that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that happens. Then at some point he's comfortable enough to. From the beginning, I think he said he was venting about his sister's husband.
I guess things were occurring as that's happening. Like I said, now time frame wise, I see that there was a lot of things going on, and I guess that's why he's feeling pressured to pressure me of getting this done because of like
there was a lot of court stuff going on.
Exactly, which, like I said, I learned from. He never discussed anything to me about like what Wendy was going through.
Right.
But
he just told you she's having a hard time.
She's having a hard time. His parents weren't like, his mom especially wasn't like sleeping well, and just a lot of like hardship on his family.
Right.
So, I mean, he's painting a very bad picture of this guy to me, obviously.
Right.
Like, so I guess that's why my
so
conscience
in your mind, this is a
wasn't.
bad man that's putting
Yes.
the strain on this nice family that you just met and all this stuff, and he's wanting your help and you're wanting to help him.
Exactly.
Is that a good?
Yeah, that's a good.
What your mental state was.
Yeah. Because I mean, he knows how to get it to my head where it's obviously he was making it seem like he was the worst of the worst. Like this man was the worst of the worst. He's put. I mean,
Whoa, Christine Daly coming in hot, gifting 20 memberships. Holy, thank you so much, Christine. That was so nice of you. Wow. Capri Sun's out. Christine, welcome all the new members.
We're gonna be pals. We're gonna wrestle around. Because I'm gonna bunk with you.
From what my understanding from meeting his parents and meeting his sister, they were good people.
Right.
So
you're just thinking there's this evil guy, really, in your mind.
That he was
turmoil.
Exactly, like putting the whole family into a bad situation.
Okay, so then Charlie, you agree? Let's get.
Okay,
I want to get past that now. We keep going back to the Halloween thing. That's a good thing because that's a point. That's a date in your head that we can pinpoint. Okay, now we got that pinpoint.
Okay, so
I want to go forward from that up to. Okay, he never said the exact dollar amount. I got that. Okay, but he did say that you'll be compensated.
Yes, ma'am.
They will be compensated for taking care of this for him.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I know you don't know exact times.
Yes, ma'am.
But I want your best guess. If you say a month, 6 months, whatever. So if we got October is when the Halloween party was. We know Dan Markel was killed in July.
Yes, ma'am.
The following July. So that's not quite a year. Yeah, it's in 2014 because it was October 2013. You go through July of 2014 is when he was killed.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. There was a trip before the July trip. There was that June trip, and you had previously told us, and I'm going to use this to remind you just because we spoke about it in Ocala last month.
Okay.
Or
was
it
it
early?
last month?
Like it was, no, it was this month. Or no, it was last month. Either way, it's within the past 2 months. You did admit that when Sigfredo told you, and obviously you didn't know that Sigfredo, you're saying you didn't know that Sigfredo was the one that did it, but you knew he was getting someone to take care of this for Charlie. That he asked for money, and then when he needed more money for something, you would go back to Charlie and get more money for it.
Oh, Simply Tanika is joining. Thank you so much. Capri Sun's out. Thank you so much for joining. By the way, this is a point in the interrogation I have to point out. The loud breathing is not me. The loud breathing is the investigator or someone else. The loud breathing is not me. I promise. Welcome, Tanika. Thank you so much.
Yes. Okay. It's just that before that, okay, that paper that I told you that
In the diaper bag?
yeah, that had to have been towards the beginning of the year,
Okay.
2014.
At the beginning of 2014, so after Christmas, before they made any of the trips and things like that, correct?
Yeah, because I didn't even know if there was any trips prior to
that.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
Okay.
So that's okay. So that when I had given, so Charlie gave me that, like I told you, he had it sealed. He's telling me like, that he didn't print it from his house, and he did it like probably from one of the offices, that he wore gloves. I mean, he was adamant about telling me
And not wanting you to touch it too. Right?
Yeah, he told me, please don't open it. It's sealed. Just you know what you have to do with it. So I was like, okay. And like I said, like I'm not even treating this like okay. Like he put it in the bag, and I didn't even know how much longer until probably Sigfredo came.
Sherry Marshall bringing up the excellent point that she is still saying nothing. She is still saying nothing. She's still saying the same stuff from the first proffer, Mylanta.
Puda.
By the house, or I mean the condo where I was living at that time, and then I was like, oh yeah, like you have a paper in there.
Okay.
Like in the bag, he grabbed
it wasn't like you went to Sigfredo immediately and gave it to him. It was
No.
just when he came over, he got it out of the diaper bag.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. When he gave you that paper.
Yes, ma'am.
And he's like, you know what to do with it. You know what to do with it.
Yeah.
I get you don't know what was in that paper.
Yes.
At that point, did you know that understanding that it was that he wanted, his intent was to have Dan Markel killed?
At that moment, no.
At that so it's after the paper.
Yes,
that you
ma'am.
realized that. Okay, but
Yeah,
it is
like I said, it
is
had to have
before he
been
was
way-
killed.
Janet says, are we to believe that Sigfredo and Katie agreed to kill a man without knowing what the payday was? I don't think so. I agree, Janet. No fucking way they did not know how much money they were getting paid. No way, Jose.
Way before, yeah. Like, way after that.
Okay, so way after that.
Because
so,
I feel like that's like towards the beginning of the year, maybe between January and March.
Okay, so between January and March, the paper happened. Okay, best guess. And I understand you're not exact dates.
Yeah.
That's okay. Between January and March, the paper happens. Sigfredo gets paper. The murder happens in July. So from March to July, about how soon before the murder was it that you think that you understood that he was going to be killed?
From March to July. Well, like you said, the trip before, right?
The June. Yep, that's the June trip.
I was never aware. Like Sigfredo's always goes out of town, or whatever business he has to do, or whatever. Like he never told me where he was going.
Okay.
Like I didn't know anything about the whole Tallahassee or whatever. He never mentioned that. Kept that away from me. Okay. Any information. So, but he did say he was going out of town.
He did, but. At some point with that,
that's what, yeah. So
Sigfredo
didn't have any money, obviously. So he'd be like, "Well, I need some money so I can go out of town." I'm thinking in my head, maybe this is where he needs to scope things out or whatever. So that's where I will go to Charlie, and I'm like, "Hey, like, I need some money so that to take care of whatever expenses and stuff."
Right. So you're telling them the expenses for them planning what they are taking care of for Charlie.
That's, I guess, assumed.
Assumed?
Yeah.
Okay. So you just tell him, I need more money for expenses. And it's assumed.
Because he's never given me, he
at
never
that point,
gave
he can't
me
give you
any money at
yet.
all.
Okay, so that was the first time he gave you money.
Yeah.
So the first time he gave you money is when you're going back and you're like, hey, I need money for expenses.
Yeah. Because this is, because Sigfredo's telling me, like,
hey,
I need some money.
I need money that this is trying to be planned.
Yes.
Okay, so that's what Sigfredo's telling you. So then you go to Charlie and you tell him, hey, we need money for expenses. So, and that's the understanding, expenses for planning what is about to happen.
Yes.
Okay. How soon before he left for out of town did that happen?
For what, when he
In the
would give
June,
me
the first one, you said when he went to
See, I don't know time. I mean, I don't know when he did leave. Obviously, now I know, like the June and July trip.
but at the time you didn't know.
Yeah, like he just asked me for money. I wanted Charlie, got the money, and then gave it to
back
him. I don't know when he went or how soon he went after I handed him that money.
Okay. Do you know how much money it was you got from Charlie?
Like a couple $100. It has to be, like less than probably $5.
Okay.
I just
So
know there was like
$500 or less?
Yeah. I don't remember.
Okay. But it was just enough in your understanding and in Charlie's understanding. It was for expenses for him to.
Yeah. Like I didn't ask him for a specific amount.
You just said you need expense money.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. At that point, though, when you're asking for that money, you knew that their plan is planning for the murder at this point, correct?
No.
Okay.
I still don't know anything about like the murder. That's the, like, I guess.
So now you're saying between June and July, so that last month is when, before he was murdered, is when you realized that was what was going to happen.
Yeah.
Okay. So was there anything specific
That's like an indication of saying that this was that
this is what was going to happen?
No.
Okay. What in your try and think about the way you process things and the way you think about things. What would have happened, or what in your mind made you know that they switched from him being beat up to it's about to be a murder? Because you're saying that no one ever said it specifically, right? Did Sigfredo say it, mention in the passing, that's what's happening?
He definitely would have never told me. Yeah, that him definitely would have. It would have had to come from Charlie, and that's what I don't.
So it's something that Charlie said to you made you understand that that's what he wanted.
Yeah, from what he had said. Yeah, from what Charlie would have said, it would never be like, because then Sigfredo never even told me what was on that paper.
Right.
So if there was any instructions of what needed to be done, obviously he kept that away from me and he never mentioned it to me. But along the way, Charlie probably said something about it. But at that time, like, I don't know, like, I guess it just wasn't dawning on me that, okay, like, this is specifically what was going to happen.
Right. It did at some point before the murder happened. It dawned on you.
I believe so.
Okay. So here's my thing. So they get money and you go get money from Charlie for expenses.
Yes, ma'am.
To scope things out, whatever. That was the understanding. That's what the money was for. Okay, I get that, the understanding.
Take the trip.
Take the trip.
Yeah.
Okay, if they were just going to go beat somebody up, you don't really need to go scope it out. Just go beat somebody up.
Well, that's the thing. I wouldn't know. Like, I would think, I wouldn't know what specifics would be just to, like, I get what you mean now. Like, yeah, like, why would you need money? But, like, I mean, to travel, to get to wherever he needed to go.
Right. I understand the money to get travel and everything like that. He's paying for the expensive. He wants this done, so he better pay for us to go and get it done.
Yes.
But so when they came back from that trip, okay.
From the first
trip. Dan Markel's still alive at this point.
Yes, ma'am.
The first trip he comes back. Did he discuss anything about the scoping it out? Say anything about getting more money from Charlie?
Sigfredo didn't say anything to me.
Okay.
And then obviously Charlie was like, nothing happened, so
I mean,
he's okay, and he didn't get beat up or anything, so nothing happened.
Right. So Charlie told you that nothing happened during that trip. Was Charlie thinking that something was going to happen during that trip?
I believe so.
So you think Charlie?
Yeah, well, because of the fact that I had asked for money and for him to even go up there. Like, yeah, I guess he was assuming something was going to happen, and nothing happened.
And then nothing happened. So then Charlie reaches out to you and was like, "Hey, nothing happened."
Yeah.
Okay. So Charlie calls you about that and says nothing happened.
Yeah.
Okay. What else did Charlie say during those conversations? Best you could think of, because obviously he was expecting something to happen during that first trip. Is that around the time that you think he might have said something about what he wanted to happen to Dan?
He was just always saying, like, this needs to be taken care of. Like, this needs to be done. Like, he was just kind of frantic about, like about
why
that.
Isn't it done?
Yeah, like, why isn't it done?
Did he say anything about the timeline it's taking to get it done?
No.
No, he didn't
There's
say,
never any
timeline. At the beginning of the year, and
oh, well, yeah. I mean, it did. Like I said, that's what I'm saying. It's like all that time had passed. So it's like, you know, I kept living my life and going about whatever I had to do. So it wasn't like until he started like pressuring, I guess, around that time that it needed to be done, like around.
So around like
July.
the first trip that they went
Yes.
was when he started really pressuring?
Yes.
Charlie
But wasn't there another trip prior to that?
I know for sure there was the June trip, and I know that there was talk about there possibly was a trip in around May, maybe.
Okay.
But I
wasn't aware of that
yeah,
because I never.
There, I'm not sure. Don't quote
Okay.
me on that around the May one. I think there was talk about. I know for sure there was the June trip, and then there's obviously the July trip when Dan Marquette was killed. Okay, we know about the June trip. We know how that happened. We know. I mean, you heard all in trial about that. I know you didn't know it was Sigfredo that came up here. Now you do.
Yeah.
Your own experience from that time is what we're talking about. We're not talking about the stuff you learned in trial.
Yes, ma'am.
So your experience from that time is Sigfredo comes to you and says, "Hey, I need money to make this happen for him." Before Sigfredo did that, you said Charlie was pressuring, like, "Hey, what's going on? Why isn't it happening?" Did you go to?
Because I guess he assumed something was to happen
that trip.
Yes.
Okay. So, but before that trip, before Sigfredo asked for that money, did Charlie ever come to you like, "Hey, why is it taking so long?" And
I'm pretty sure he did, but.
And then did you?
I just didn't.
You would have had to relay that to Sigfredo.
Yeah, and he just probably didn't care or didn't, whatever. Like, I don't have time to do this right now, or he was in his own little binge. Yeah. Well, I mean, now that also too with the whole. This is why certain things, certain conversations that I have with Sigfredo are so like confusing and like shady, because he was he was under the influence like the whole time. So it's like some of the times he didn't even make any sense, or I would be frustrated and I just didn't want to deal with it.
Right.
Like it wasn't. That's what I'm saying. I'm not invested in the situation.
You're still living and doing your normal life. This is just something on the side that every time
it
comes
occurred,
up
and
Okay.
And obviously, since I was dating Charlie at that time, he's in my head
constantly
talking about this all the time. Like, yeah, we would hang out, but then he'd have this like, oh, okay, so what's going on? Like,
when Charlie wants something done, he's going to keep at you till it gets done.
Yes,
right.
Yes.
When Charlie's got something in his head, I from what I've observed based on the stuff in this case, he's going to keep going at it. So that's what you're trying to say. So even though Sigfredo's living his life, you're still with Charlie. And Charlie's continuing to come at you. Like, hey, why isn't this happening? Hey, let's get this done.
I would
hey,
relay.
It's still an issue.
I've relayed it to Sigfredo, but Sigfredo didn't care. Like, half the time,
it wasn't that important.
Yeah.
To him, he'd get to it when he get to it.
Yes.
Okay, so then he came to you, asked for money for that trip in June.
Yes, ma'am.
You go to Charlie, you get, we're going to say approximately $500. So
Yeah.
that's not a definite amount,
Yeah.
but no more than $500. Yeah. Okay, you give that to Sigfredo. Sometime after that, obviously shortly after that, not too long after that, Sigfredo makes a trip up to Tallahassee.
Yes.
You didn't know it was Sigfredo. You thought he was sending someone else. I get that. Those details left aside.
Yeah.
He comes up here. We know it was him now.
Yeah.
Okay. He comes up here. He comes back. Do you know when he gets back in town? Obviously, you didn't know he was coming.
When he came back to town, what are you talking about? July now?
We're talking about June right now first. We haven't into
June.
July yet. The trip that nothing happened, because at
I
some
don't-
point,
yeah, I
how
don't
did Charlie
remember.
know he was back and that nothing happened?
He didn't know.
He didn't know.
I mean, I guess just nothing happened within
so many days.
Yeah.
Okay, so nothing happened
probably from the time that I had like
got the money.
asked the money for the money, and then probably like a week went by, and like, okay, so what's going on?
Okay.
So
all right, so we can.
And I'm pretty sure Sigfredo
Charlie knows
is
he's-
MIA, and I don't even know if Sigfredo really did what he had to do, or he just wanted to get the money from me so that he can, like I said,
go on another binge
yeah.
or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, we got June squared away. Okay. So we got June squared away. Sigfredo, you got the money. Charlie gave you the money, and then Charlie's like, "Hey, I gave you money. Nothing's happened. What's going on?" Sigfredo, whatever. Now let's get to July.
Okay.
Do you get more money from Charlie for them to come up in July?
Yes.
Okay. Explain that to me.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Sigfredo was like, "Hey, I need money again, so that I can go out of town." So I'm like, okay. So I go to Charlie again, same thing, ask him for money, and then But I mean, he just gives it to me, so I'm.
And Charlie didn't be like, hey, he didn't do it last time. Was there any conversation about, okay, last time was scoping and planning. This is the time that he's actually going to go and do it. What was how did he?
And then no, not that I don't think
no...
he didn't even ask me any questions or anything about it. Just okay, it wasn't done. I asked him for money and he just gave it to me again. So.
And you told him it was for expenses again.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
But how much did he give you that time?
That's around the ballpark that I'm thinking. I don't think it's that like 500. That's like a lot for. Yeah, like a trip to make, but I'm just saying.
But you gotta think like somewhere to stay, you gotta gas.
Yeah.
So Fred's like, I'm doing this for him. He's probably gonna feed me, things like that. Yeah. So we're gonna do the approximate 500 again. Okay. So we got. It could be less than 500, but no more than 500. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So in June you got the approximate 500. Less could be, but no more. That was your understanding. He was going up to scope it out.
Yeah.
July, he's going back up there.
Yeah.
And he says, we need more money. So you go back to Charlie and get more money. Yeah. We're in another approximate 500.
I'm just thinking that from that month, that he's probably, like, at that point, like, Charlie is adamant about something needs to be done now.
Okay, so Charlie is adamant in that month time frame.
Yeah.
And at that point...
I'm from what my...
I don't know. She's making it like Sigfredo was telling her that he needs to go back down on the 18th when someone from the Adelsons had to let them know that through her.
Recollection, yeah.
That's what I want, your recollection of it. That's all I want, is your memory and your recollection.
Because there's like there has to have been some type of pressure of why he had to go right away,
Right back up there.
Yeah.
Okay, so Charlie's putting pressure on one of them right now. Do you think at that time frame, from your recollection, that's when you understood that it was now going to be a murder and not just someone getting beat up?
I mean, like, that's what I'm saying. It's like, it's hard for me to, like, like, not even to admit to it, but it's like, where did it switch from that to that, and why was I like?
I know it's hard to admit, but I need you to admit to what part where it switched. I know it's hard to say that you were a part of that.
Yeah, because it's not. Yeah, and it's like, was it that time? Like, was it within that time frame? Which I'm pretty sure is, like, Charlie was just like, okay, this needs to be done. This needs to be done, and he said something that I'm like that's what needs to be done, and then, like I said, it's never been spoken outright.
He's never said, I need him to kill him.
Yeah.
He's never said those exact words. I need him dead.
He's
never said those exact words. Never said, I need him dead, I need him killed. He kept saying he needs him taken care of.
Yeah.
Initially, your understanding was that he needed him to take care of was being beat up. At some point, he keeps pushing and being persistent. Am I correct?
I'm saying, like, I feel like it slipped and he said something, and that's when I'm like, okay.
That's when you realize that's what.
Before I make the decision to keep watching this or go to the testimony, make sure you get your vote in. Right now we have 59 votes. 59% say watch her testimony in the trial. 41% say keep watching the proffer. Make sure to get your vote in.
What he's talking about.
Yeah, because he just goes and talks, and like, he goes in his rants, so he probably was just so frustrated, said something, and like it didn't really, like, I might have heard it, but then it's like didn't question it, and just
And you said about it. He let something slip probably, and then goes in his rants because he's frustrated at this point.
Yeah.
So that's probably frustrated. So is it safe to say, just on your recollection, safe to say he's frustrated because now we're in June, July, and nothing happened in that June trip, and now he's frustrated because, okay, I gave you money, thinking it was going to happen, nothing happened. Now I'm about to give you more money. So do you think it would be safe to say it could be in that time frame, or?
Yes, ma'am.
So, from your recollection of it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so be in that time frame between the first trip and the second trip that he was frustrated and that something hadn't happened, and that's when you realize that
that's what I'm saying. Like, he might have slipped and said something along those lines.
Something that
I
he
just
said
can't remember.
made you realize.
Yeah, like,
that
this
he
is
all right. We're almost at 60%. Go to the trial. I can't take it. She's lying. Shelly asked, do you remember if it was it Harvey's phone calling Sigfredo or vice versa? It was Sigfredo calling Charlie. It was Sigfredo calling Harvey. All right, let's. I mean, I can't take another hour of this bullshit. So let's go to the bullshit in trial when there's can be some other questions.
This may be seated. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? I do. You may take your seat.
Goodbye vibration noises. By the way, again, thank you all so much for being here. If you could hit that like button if you haven't already, get this in the Al Gore rhythm. That would be greatly appreciated. And thanks for being here. Appreciate it. Thanks, mods, as always, for all your hard work.
Yes, Your Honor.
By the way, for folks who watched the trial live, can you remember this moment where we found out she was going to testify? That was a big freaking deal.
Ma'am, please say your name and spell your name.
Katherine Magbanua, Katherine Magbanua.
I see that you're in jail clothes. Are you currently in custody?
Yes, ma'am.
What are you in custody for?
For murder.
Are you doing a sentence for murder?
Yes, ma'am.
You were convicted of murder?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that the murder of Dan Markell?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have a trial in your case?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you testify?
Yes, ma'am.
You testified in your trial in your case?
Look, right here, you could see when Chuckle starts shitting his pants right at this moment. This is the moment where this piece of shit starts shitting his pants.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you testify?
Yes, ma'am.
You testified on your own behalf?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And when you testified, were you truthful with the jury?
No, ma'am. I was not.
Did you take the same oath that you just took today in your own trial?
Yes, ma'am.
What was your defense when you were tried?
That I had nothing to do with it.
All right. That we got it right in reference to Charlie Adelson, and we got it right in reference to the killers,
yes,
but you
ma'am.
weren't in the middle.
Yes, ma'am.
Was that true?
No, ma'am, it was not.
Were you in the middle?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And didn't you also testify in the trial in which Sigfredo Garcia was convicted of murder?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And what was his defense?
That he had nothing to do with it.
That we got it right in reference to Charlie Adelson, and we got it right in reference to the killers, but he had nothing to do with it,
yes,
right?
ma'am.
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled, Ms. Cattleman. Make sure you use that in questions.
And was that defense truthful?
No, ma'am, it was not.
So Sigfredo Garcia was involved?
Yes, ma'am, he was.
So why tell the truth now?
I believe that the truth needed to come out now so that the family can get some type of closure.
Why didn't the truth need to come out last year or the year before or the year before that?
I was trying to defend myself.
You were trying to get off?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you think you'd be successful in your trial with that defense?
I thought so.
Has anyone promised you anything for your testimony here today?
No, ma'am.
Weren't you originally offered immunity for cooperation in this case?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
But you didn't take us up on that?
No, ma'am, I didn't.
Because you thought you could get off completely?
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
And now you're doing a life sentence?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Did Charlie Adelson threaten to harm you if you told the truth?
No, ma'am, he didn't threaten me.
Did anybody threaten you to keep your silence?
No, ma'am.
Did anybody promise you anything if you remained silent all these years?
I wasn't promised anything, but I wasn't promised anything.
Go ahead, finish your thought. You weren't promised anything, but what?
I thought everything was going to be okay.
You thought you'd be acquitted?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so did you know Dan Markell?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Did you have any personal beef with him?
No, ma'am, I did not.
What was your motivation for becoming a part of this murder plot?
Financially.
So not as a favor to Charlie Adelson?
Objection, Your Honor. What is the objection?
I'll rephrase it, Your Honor. Was it a favor to Charlie Adelson?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Okay, but your primary motivation was not favor to Charlie Adelson?
Well, yes, ma'am, it was. And financially.
All right, because you were going to get paid for your part?
Yes,
How much
ma'am.
did you get paid?
I don't know the exact amount.
What was your relationship to Charlie Adelson?
He was my ex-boyfriend.
When did you meet him?
I believe that was in 2013.
Do you know what month?
Has to be around September.
Can you point him out and describe what he's wearing?
He's sitting over there with a blue jacket and a blue tie.
Let the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
And a stupid, dumb face with a massive forehead.
Show you what I marked as states 48. You recognize this exhibit?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
How do you recognize it?
That's when we went to Key West.
Is that a fair and accurate photo of you and Charlie Adelson?
Yes, ma'am, it
Is
is.
that when the two of you were taken when the two of you were dating?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, at this time I ask to move into evidence states 48.
Okay, objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
48 is admitted.
Do we have that for publication?
Yes, Arthur. Jeff Van Gundy. I get that reference. Yes. Yes,
So
Arthur.
was this photo taken before or after the murder?
Before.
Who came up with the idea to kill Dan Markel?
Charlie.
So Sigfredo Garcia didn't come up with the idea?
No, ma'am, he did not.
Luis Rivera didn't come up with the idea?
No, ma'am, he did not.
When did the defendant first bring this idea up to you?
My first recollection was around Halloween of 2013.
Around
Look at Blinky McStupid's eyes go. Look at those. Look at him just blinking like a big blinking idiot.
Halloween or on the actual?
On Halloween, yes, ma'am.
All right. What's your recollection of how that came up?
We were at a Halloween party in Lincoln Road, and right before we were about to go, he got in the car with me and he asked me a question.
What was the question?
Do you know anybody that can harm someone?
And did you know anybody that could harm someone?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Who was that?
Sigfredo.
And at the time, what was your relationship with Sigfredo?
Wasn't the best.
But he was the father of your children, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So were you dating both men at this time, or were you only dating Charlie?
No, I was only dating Charlie.
Okay. And so he meaning the defendant, initially said, do you know anyone that could harm someone? Was he aware of your connection to Sigfredo Garcia when he made that statement?
Not that I know of. No, ma'am.
Did you suggest Sigfredo Garcia at that time to the defendant?
No, ma'am.
What did you say?
I just said yes and kind of left it alone.
All right. Did it go any further than that at that time?
Not that night. I don't believe
Did you
so.
know who he wanted harmed?
At
that time?
No, ma'am.
All right. Had you become aware during the course of your relationship with him that he had some kind of issue going on with his sister's ex-husband?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
What did you learn about that?
He was just stating that his family wasn't, his mom and dad was stressed, and that his sister was having problems with her husband and custody of her 2 children.
And when did you learn that the person that the defendant wanted harmed was this ex-husband of the sister?
I believe later on.
All right. And when did you learn the name Dan Markel?
It wasn't until, I don't know if it was on my trial or when Sigfredo got arrested.
Okay, so even when he was killed, you didn't know the name of the person that was being killed?
Yes, I never knew his name.
How did the defendant refer to this person, if not by the name Dan or Danny Markel?
Wendy's husband.
Okay. So you knew that the person that was going to be initially harmed was Wendy's husband?
Yes, ma'am. Okay,
and you knew that there were issues, or what did you know about the beef with him?
He painted this picture that this was a terrible man and making his family go through a lot custody-wise with his sister.
Right, and when he would say these things to you, is it in the context of his mom specifically or his family in general?
I believe it was more towards his mom.
Meaning what?
That his mom hasn't been sleeping, his mom is not eating. I know his dad wasn't the best health either, but he would refer to his mom a lot.
All right. And the reason she wasn't sleeping or eating, did that have to do with this ex-husband of Wendy?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever tell the defendant who it was that was going to be doing the job?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Why didn't you say the name Sigfredo to Charlie Adelson?
I always referred to each other as my friend. Neither one of them wanted to really hear each other's names.
And why is that?
Because Sigfredo was the father of my kids, and I was dating him at that time. I was dating Charlie at that time.
Okay, so Sigfredo Garcia, did he have strong feelings about the defendant?
Yes, he didn't like him.
All right, and is that because you were dating him?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and vice versa, you're not going to talk about the child's father with the new boyfriend either?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So is it true then that you were sort of walling these two off from each other before the issue of the murder and the conspiracy ever even arose?
Yes, ma'am.
And did that pattern continue throughout the murder conspiracy?
Yes, ma'am, it did.
Do you think Charlie Adelson knew that it was your child's father that you were going to?
He might have had an idea, but he just never said it out loud.
There's one phone call between, I think it's from Sigfredo Garcia to Harvey Adelson, the father of the defendant. Do you know anything about that phone call? That was on July 1st of 2014.
Yes, ma'am.
What do you know about that phone call?
From the trial, what I remember was that Sigfredo had contacted or was trying to contact Charlie, but we were in a heated argument at that time. We were kind of in the middle of the street, and I guess it's the first thing he looked up was his work number.
All right, so you say you're in a heated argument. Is this the confrontation that occurred where you and the defendant were going jet skiing?
I believe that was after.
It was after that incident?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, how many interactions personally, face-to-face, did, to your knowledge, Charlie Adelson have with Sigfredo Garcia?
That was probably the only one that I remember, was that jet ski accident.
Accident?
Or like the confrontation.
All right, tell us what happened at that confrontation.
Sigfredo had just picked up the kids, and he was eating at a corner pizza place with the kids, and he saw that Charlie was coming by to go pick me up, and I guess saw the jet skis in the back of the car. So he loaded up the kids and cut us off, was screaming a couple things out loud, but we didn't really hear anything because our windows was up.
All right. Did you say he cut you off? Do you mean in traffic?
In the back street of where I lived at that time.
All right. And when you say he cut you off, did he run you off the road or something else?
He kind of just went right and blocked the road in front of us, so Charlie had to kind of do a 3-point turn and go around the other way.
Did the two men actually get out into the street and confront each other?
No, ma'am, they did not.
Okay, were any actual words exchanged through the windows?
Through the windows, yes, but I had my window up, so we didn't know what Sigfredo was saying.
All right, so Sigfredo shouted some things out the window. Did Mr. Adelson do the same?
No, he did not.
And what were the things that were shouted out the window? Were you able to hear them or not?
I didn't hear anything.
All right. And at this point, this is July 1st of 2014, the plot is already underway to do this murder, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Does Sigfredo Garcia know that he's doing the murder for Charlie Adelson?
To my knowledge, he might have had an inkling about it, but I don't know. That was never spoken of.
Okay, the killers, and when I say the killers, I'm referring to Garcia and Rivera, knew they were doing something for a lady to get her kids back. Do you know how they knew that information?
I believe it's because of the envelope that Charlie gave me to pass over.
So you didn't relay that information to them, that it had to do with a lady and her kids?
I might have mentioned it to Sigfredo, yes.
Okay. So if you mentioned that to Sigfredo, would you be, I guess, were you intentionally trying to characterize this job as being related to someone other than Charlie Adelson?
I believe so, yes.
Because, is that because Sigfredo Garcia would not have wanted to do anything to help out Charlie Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So, do you think Sigfredo knew that this lady with the kids was somehow connected to Charlie Adelson?
I believe so.
All right. And there was going to be a lot of money paid for this job, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know anybody else with that kind of money or that might have had that kind of money to get this job for them?
No, ma'am, I did not.
All right, you mentioned the paper. Luis Rivera said there was a paper that Sigfredo had when they came to do the murder. Do you know anything about that paper?
No, ma'am, I don't.
All right. Did you provide a paper to Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes, I did.
All right, and when you say you don't know anything about it, but you gave it to him, you obviously know something about it, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so tell us what, I know what you're trying to say is you don't know what was on the paper.
The content of it, yes.
Tell us how you got the paper.
One moment. Mr. Rochford. Ms. Kappelman, please use open-ended questions.
Tell us how you came into possession of this paper that the killers had.
Okay. One day, just a random night that I was over at Charlie's house, he had a manila envelope that was sealed. He told me, Katie, do not open it. Do not touch it. Do not look inside it. I didn't print this paper out from my office. Printed it probably from another office, and basically give that paper to the other person.
All right, and who is saying this?
This was Charlie.
All right, this defendant.
Yes, ma'am.
So he says to you, I have this paper. How does he give it to you?
I had a diaper bag, so he showed me the envelope, and I was like, just put it in there.
Did he express any concerns about fingerprints being on the envelope or the contents?
Yes, ma'am. He said he wore a glove so that there's no fingerprints on it. He was very specific about me not opening it and not looking inside it. And he also told me that he didn't print it from his office.
All right, and what about licking the envelope?
And that he didn't lick the envelope.
He said he did not lick the envelope?
He did not lick that.
And what was the purpose of that?
I guess his DNA.
Okay. So did you touch the envelope?
It was in my diaper bag, but I don't remember if I never opened it, but I might have touched it just to stick it inside in my diaper bag.
And did you deliver the envelope to Sigfredo Garcia?
I must have contacted Sigfredo and just told him, hey, come by the house. And then, he was kind of in and out of my life, so he'd pop up. He literally got the envelope. I was like, you have something inside that bag. And then he grabbed it, stuffed it in his pants, and left.
In regards to the June trip that the killers made, did you provide Garcia or Rivera with any money for expenses associated with that trip?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And where did you get the money from to do that?
From Charlie Adelson.
Can you tell us about that? What was the context of you getting that money?
Sigfredo would just ask me, hey, I'm going to need some money. I need to go out of town. And I'm like, okay. So then I'd go to Charlie, or I'd be at Charlie's house, and I'll tell him I need some money for the expenses.
And he gave you some money?
Yes, ma'am.
About how much money, if you know?
I can't recall, but it was a couple $100s.
So this thing started back in October of 13 and doesn't get done until July of 14. Can you describe whether there's any pressure as time is going on and this thing is not getting done?
Trying to remember, like in the beginning of the year, I don't think there was really much. I mean, he's been planting this seed in my head that this needed to get done, this needed to get done. And I guess towards probably around June, July is when he was a little bit more adamant about this job getting done.
Okay, and when you say he, you're talking about who?
Charlie.
Did you ever have any contact with any other Adelson about this job?
No, ma'am.
In the context of this needs to get done, this pressure getting put on you, is there ever a mention of the mom, Donna, or the divorce situation in the context of getting it done?
At that time, not that I could recall.
Will you publish 35, please? Screen?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Right. And where was this picture taken?
This was in South Beach. I believe the building that they were living at where Charlie's parents were living at.
Is that the Icon?
I don't think that was the Icon. It was somewhere in First and Ocean.
Okay, so a different residence.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And this photo, was this the first time you'd ever met Wendy, or had you already known Wendy before this photo?
I met her one time prior to this because I believe this was in Father's Day. So I met her around spring break when I had dinner with her and Jeffrey.
Okay. So the Yardbird restaurant?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So this was the second time you'd met her?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have a relationship with her outside of her being Charlie's sister?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Did you communicate with her by phone or through any apps or anything like that?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Did you receive any communication from her specifically about the homicide?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Did Wendy ever give you any money or other gifts?
No, ma'am, she did not.
Did anybody pay you for your part in the murder other than Charlie Adelson?
No, ma'am, they did not.
All right. And the payments from Charlie Adelson, did those include the checks that were signed by his mother from
Yes,
the Adelson
ma'am.
Institute?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Did you perform any job at the Adelson Institute?
No, ma'am, I did not.
You didn't go up there and clean on the weekends?
No, ma'am, I did not.
On the night of the murder, did you go to the defendant's house?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And where was that house, or what house was that?
That was in Whale Harbor in Fort Lauderdale.
All right. And did you get payment for the murder that night?
I believe it was the following morning.
Were you in a panic when you arrived at his house?
Was I in a panic?
In a panic.
I wasn't in a panic, but Charlie was.
Okay, explain that. How was he acting?
When I opened the door, he was kind of frantic, and he had a gun in his hand, and he was just all over the place.
Was that normal behavior for him?
Not having a gun in his hand, no, ma'am.
All right. Did you know him to have a gun prior to that?
Yes, ma'am. He has a gun safe.
All right, but he just didn't usually carry around in his hand?
Yeah, he's never had it in his hand.
Turn the phone off, please.
What was he saying to you when he was in this frantic state?
I can't really recall because he had given me some Xanax, so it was a little blurry that night, and I just fell asleep. I think we both fell asleep. So.
All right. Can you tell the jury whether the excitement that he was showing had to do with the murder or something else?
Yes, ma'am. It had to do with that.
Okay. Was anybody else there at his residence when you arrived?
At that day, no, ma'am.
Okay. Did you ever see his parents at the residence?
No, I didn't see his parents.
Okay. How was the money packaged when you got it? I think you said you got it the next morning.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How was it packaged?
It was in a plastic. The money was in a plastic bag, like a Ziploc bag, that was inside a brown bag, and then like a grocery bag over it.
And was the money stapled?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Can you explain how it was stapled? Like what size bills and what increments were stapled together?
I believe it was stapled in, I never counted it, but it was like in a stack and it was stapled in the corner.
All right. Were they $100 bills or something else?
They were $100 bills, and there was some 20s and 50s.
Okay. And was the money damp?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Explain what you mean to the jury.
A couple days after that, I went and I opened the bag and I called Sigfredo and I told him, I was like, there's mold on this money. And he's like, well, blow dry it. And I was like, but why would there be mold on the money? And he's just, I don't know, just blow dry it. So I believe his parents or his mom might have washed the money.
You mean like physically wash the money?
Yes, ma'am.
And why do you think his mom did it?
Because he was always adamant about telling me he didn't have any money in his house. And he told me that his parents had just stopped by right before I got there. Okay. So all of a sudden he had money to put in the trunk of my car the following morning.
How bad is that for old Donna? Old Grandma Gotti, that ain't so good for you.
I'm sorry I interrupted you.
I'm sorry.
Was the money already sorted out and packaged when you first saw it, or was he doing that?
No, it was already stacked and sorted out.
Okay. And did he have to, so he didn't have to go anywhere to get the money. He already had it when you arrived.
Yes, ma'am.
Was there any argument that night about the money or the next morning?
With me and Charlie?
Yes.
No.
Did you, I guess you did stay there that night? You may have already said that.
Yes, I fell asleep.
Was there any argument with the defendant at all about anything that night?
No, ma'am. Not that I can recall.
Did you threaten him in any way?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Judge, may we do a sidebar?
All right.
Oh, Chuckles, you piece of shit.
Did you
continue with your examination?
Did you, the night that you went to get the money, did you threaten Charlie Adelson in any way?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Did you try to extort money out of him?
No, ma'am, I did not.
The money that he gave you, is that something that had already been discussed or agreed upon in reference to this homicide?
Well, I believe yes, because it was going to be payment for this.
You weren't, well, were you sent with a message from Sigfredo to tell him he better give it up or else?
No, ma'am.
Did you relay to the defendant that his family was in danger if he didn't give you whatever it was you were asking for?
No, ma'am.
How did Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera get paid for their part in this murder?
That morning, when I woke up, I was like, oh my God, I gotta go. So I drove back down, and I was trying to look for Sigfredo and having a hard time that morning. And then eventually I made it to the alleyway of where Luis's building was.
Was that on
North Miami?
Yes.
In like 135th.
Where he lived with Jessica?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead.
And I was just waiting in the car, and all of a sudden Sigfredo just like popped up and got inside the passenger seat.
All right, so they got their money from you?
Yes, ma'am. Sigfredo did.
And Rivera got paid as well, didn't he?
I believe so, yes.
All right, I want to draw your attention to what we're calling the bump. You know what we're talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. After the bump and the subsequent conversations were occurring, did you have any contact with any other Adelson about the bump other than Charlie Adelson?
No, ma'am.
So you didn't talk to Wendy about it?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Didn't talk to Harvey or Donna about it?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Miss Lisa not only buying a $4 super chat on YouTube, also buying a coffee, says, love your streams and vids, Jay, especially when I join at 6 a.m. rather than 3 or 3:30. Holiday for 2 weeks. It's a Gestivus miracle. Awesome, Lisa. Hope you enjoy your holiday, and thank you so much.
Dolce Vita meeting, do you recall what meeting I'm referencing?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, was that a restaurant that you met Charlie at after the bump?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, in that meeting, and the jury hasn't heard this yet, but he's saying one of two scenarios. This is one of two scenarios. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
What were the one of two scenarios? What were the two scenarios?
What he was speaking of was probably the FBI or Tato blackmailing.
And by Tato, you mean Rivera?
Luis Rivera, yes, ma'am.
Were you concerned about that as well?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And what did you do to try to figure out who it was that had approached Donna Adelson?
I asked Sigfredo.
So he was supposed to be looking into it?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you there whenever he did whatever he did to try to find out who it was?
Was I where?
Were you present when Sigfredo, I guess, went out and talked to people about whether...
No, ma'am, I was not.
Because at that time, was Rivera in custody?
Yes, ma'am. He was already doing his federal sentence, I believe.
So was the concern that maybe some of his associates might have done this?
Yes, ma'am.
Maybe he had run his mouth about it?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you reviewed what I had marked for you as State's Exhibit 111, the Dolce Vita recording with the transcript attached?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And does the transcript in that exhibit accurately reflect the words that were said at that meeting between yourself and the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
When the defendant described the bump to you, strike, when you were speaking with Charlie Adelson and also Sigfredo Garcia about this bump, did you speak in code?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And what was the purpose of speaking in code?
Had it just piggybacked with what Charlie was speaking to me in code, so I kind of was like, okay, if he's talking in codes, kind of speaking codes as well.
Was the concern that the calls could be being recorded?
My concern was more that I was at work, so I really didn't want to say any phone numbers out loud or speak of what was going on.
I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as State's Demonstrative A. Have you seen this before? I don't know if you have.
No, ma'am, I have not.
All right, and it's got several items listed here as code words with the actual meaning next to them.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you take a moment to just, and the ones in red are the ones used by you, the ones in yellow are used by Charlie Adelson.
Okay.
Will you review this exhibit and just tell me if it's accurate as far as what the code means?
Yes, ma'am, it's accurate.
Judge, at this time I'd ask to make use of state's demonstrative A.
Any objection?
Yeah, I see it.
First one we have is $65.70. And again, jury hasn't heard these calls yet, but when you were talking to Sigfredo Garcia about $65.70, were you referring to the undercover phone number?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Okay, and then when you're talking to Charlie about an agent, were you talking about, it seems like you're talking about real estate agent, but are you talking about the undercover agent that approached his mother?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
All right, and the CD, was that reference to a recording that the Adelsons made of their contact with the undercover?
A recording of their contact with them?
Yes.
That they were being recorded?
No, that they called the undercover phone
Yes,
number
ma'am.
and recorded it.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever actually hear that recording?
No, ma'am, not until my trial.
And then the client, there's a lot of discussion about this client or this tenant. You need to find out if this is going to be a good tenant or a bad tenant.
Yes, ma'am.
Was the tenant this person, if it really was a blackmailer, this thug that's somehow affiliated with Rivera?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, the false lead or the phishing, what did that mean? There's a lot of discussion about, I hope it's just somebody phishing. You remember that?
From the phone calls?
Yes, this is all from the phone call.
Yes, ma'am.
It was one of the two scenarios that it could be law enforcement.
Yes, ma'am. But this was Charlie basically saying this the whole time. He's the one who's coming up with all the scenarios.
Okay, but when he's talking about the scenarios, he's talking about phishing.
Yes,
he
ma'am.
doesn't say law enforcement phishing.
No, ma'am.
He says it could be, a tenant or a patient or something like that.
Anything but what?
Judge, I'm just going to object to the leading.
Please rephrase your question.
Ms. Kappelman, sustained.
About the listing or the properties, what did that refer to?
About the paperwork. That's pretty
Like
accurate.
looking into a listing.
Yes, the listing, because I worked in a real estate agency at that time. So he was just telling me, look into the listing, oh, this will be a good investment. So it was really Charlie saying all these words.
What did the good and what might the good of can't talk. What might the good investment have been?
If he had a good lead.
If it was a blackmailer,
Yes.
that you could.
What a great shot. Chuckles McForehead with his head down as Georgia takes him down with the woman that he thought would never flip on him.
Pay off.
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Overruled.
Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay. All right. We talked about the two scenarios. The paperwork. What was that?
That was the paper that was handed to his mom by the undercover.
On the Dolce restaurant meeting, we see Charlie Adelson pull out a piece of paper. Was
Yes,
that the actual piece of paper that was handed to his mother?
I believe so. I just never saw it. He never showed it to me.
Okay. Did he give you a phone number off of that piece of paper?
He did. That was that phone number that we just can't seem to get right.
Yes,
The 6570.
Okay.
I mean, can you imagine this has been almost a decade of Georgia's life. She already put this woman behind bars, like, and now she has her on the stand after she's flipped. I mean, I just can't imagine Georgia. I just can't imagine like having to hit this. Literally a decade of her life, she's been handling this case.
At any time after, I know we talked about the night of the money, that you got the money, but at any time after that, did you ever blackmail Charlie Adelson?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Did you ever threaten him in any way?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Did you relay any threats on behalf of Sigfredo Garcia?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Did anyone ever make you extort any money or other favors out of Charlie Adelson?
No, ma'am.
Before the murder, had you bragged to Garcia and or Rivera about my new rich boyfriend?
I didn't even know he had money like that.
Well, I mean,
he had a good job, and he had a nice house, but I wasn't aware of how much money he has.
Okay, but he definitely had more than Sigfredo Garcia.
Oh, yes, ma'am, he did.
Okay, and did you brag to Garcia like, "Oh, I got a new, better guy"?
I'm pretty sure he saw that I was happy and I was, going out to dinners and hanging out with him, so.
Okay.
Mandy's son Sawyer in the chat. Sawyer is a great artist. What's up, Sawyer? Good to see you.
But did you tell them specifically he's got a lot of money?
No, I did not.
Did you tell them specifically he's got this issue with his sister's ex-husband?
I believe I mentioned it. Yes, okay. I did.
And when you talked to them about he's got this issue with his sister's ex-husband, was that in the context of hiring them to do the murder, or just in
general?
Okay, so they were aware that he had this issue.
Well, Sigfredo was, yes.
Okay. Did you ever talk to Rivera about it?
No, I did not.
Okay. And when you talked to Sigfredo about it, did he ever say, "Well, I think I'll just drive to Tallahassee and kill the guy," or anything like that?
No, ma'am, he did not.
Is that something he would have mentioned to you if that was his idea?
Sigfredo doesn't say a lot of things to me, and he likes to keep a lot of things away from me. So he would have never asked me that or told me that.
Okay. But in this case, I guess, okay. So is it possible that Sigfredo and Rivera came to Tallahassee and did this killing without any communication from you or Charlie Adelson, just on their own?
No, ma'am.
And then extorted Charlie Adelson through you to get money because they had killed the guy?
No, that'd be impossible. How would they have any information?
Well, they could have seen it on the internet.
No, I don't think so.
When you were talking about Wendy's husband and the problems with him to Sigfredo Garcia, I know you've already said this, but I just want to be crystal clear.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you say the name Dan Markel?
No, ma'am. I never knew Dan Markel's name.
How was the name Dan Markel, the location and name of the target for this killing, provided to the killers?
I believe it was all the information that was given to Sigfredo, which I got from Charlie, was all in that paper.
Paper provided by this defendant?
Yes, ma'am. Inside the envelope.
May I have a moment to confer?
Man, what I would give to see that paper.
Thank you, Your Honor.
5 more likes to 200. If you could hit that like button, greatly appreciate it.
Now, you were arrested and charged with the murder of Professor Markel on October 1, 2014. I'm sorry, 2016, correct?
Yes, sir.
Almost immediately, the state talked to your lawyers and offered you full immunity, a get-out-of-jail-free card, right?
I don't know if that was immediately.
Pretty soon after you got arrested, you were offered to cooperate against Charlie Adelson and the other Adelsons, and you would get to go home to your kids, right?
Yes, sir.
And your lawyers told you about that offer.
Yes, sir, they did.
You also saw an interview on TV while you were in jail in which one of the prosecutors mentioned this immunity offer, right?
Yes, sir.
You have 2 kids who are your world, right?
Yes, sir.
If you took the state's deal, then you would have been let out of jail immediately, right? That's what your lawyers told you.
If I took their deal? Yes, sir.
But you didn't take the offer.
No, I didn't.
Instead, you stayed in jail for 3 years before your first trial, right?
Yes, sir.
You stayed in jail through COVID after your first trial hung.
Yes, sir.
You still didn't cooperate. The deal was still open, right?
Well, the deal was to give up Charlie.
And you couldn't do that.
Because in order to give up Charlie, I had to give up Sigfredo, the father of my children, so I couldn't do that.
So while you're in jail, sitting in jail, during COVID, you knew there was still a deal possibility open for you, right? You could still take a deal. Your lawyers told you that.
Before COVID, after my mistrial?
Yes.
I believe so.
And you still didn't take the deal, right?
No.
Charlie Adelson didn't force you to take the deal, not take the deal, right?
No, I had no communication with Charlie.
He didn't pay for your attorneys.
He didn't pay for my attorneys, but there was word that my brother declined him paying for my attorneys.
Ma'am,
I had anything to do with him.
I know you have an agenda here, but just answer my questions.
Yes, sir.
Did Charlie Adelson pay for your attorneys?
No, sir, he did not.
Did anyone in the Adelson family pay for your attorneys?
No, sir.
Did anyone in the Adelson family pay any money to your kids?
No, sir.
You had nothing to do with Charlie Adelson, right? After the bump.
No, sir, I did not.
Now, the real reason you didn't cooperate, and you made it clear, is because Charlie Adelson had absolutely nothing to do with the murder of Professor Markel. Isn't that the case?
I didn't cooperate because in order to give up Charlie, I'd have to give up Sigfredo.
Well, let's talk about the testimony in your first trial. And don't worry, we're going to get to your proffers as well.
Okay.
But let's talk about the testimony in your first trial. You were asked, did you get the father of your children, Mr. Garcia, to commit a murder on behalf of Mr. Charlie Adelson? Answer, no, ma'am. Do you recall saying that?
Yes, sir.
You were asked, do you have information that Charlie Adelson was involved in this? Answer, do I have information? I don't have personal information. Do you recall that?
No, sir, I do not.
You don't recall saying that in your first trial?
No, sir, I do not.
Would you like to see a transcript of it?
Yes, I will.
Lines 1 through 5.
Please read to yourself,
That that's
yes.
what you said?
Yes, sir, it does.
During your second trial, do you recall
Look at the
being
blinks on this
asked,
blinky motherfucker.
Charlie didn't ask you to do anything weird? Answer, no, ma'am. Like get someone to get a hitman to commit a murder of his ex-brother-in-law? No, ma'am. Do you recall those questions and that answer?
Yes, sir, I do.
Because you couldn't implicate Charlie, you went to trial, and the first trial hung. Isn't that the case?
Yes, sir.
A few weeks before your second trial, Charlie was arrested.
Yes,
Isn't
sir.
that the case?
Yes, sir.
The state waited and waited and waited for you to cooperate, and then they arrested him on the eve of your trial when you made it clear you weren't going to cooperate, right?
Yes, sir.
So you went to trial the second time, and this time you were convicted.
Yes, sir.
And you were convicted of first-degree murder and other charges, right?
Yes, sir.
A few weeks after your conviction, you were sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, plus another 30 years. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And you were transferred from the jail in Leon County to the state prison where you would spend the rest of your life, right?
Yes, sir.
Away from your family,
Yes, sir.
away from your children.
Yes, sir.
And you realize that there are only two ways to get out of that prison, right?
What are the two ways?
Well, one way was in a coffin, right?
Yes, sir.
And the other way was cooperating against Charlie Adelson, right?
No, sir. I wanted the truth to finally come out.
What are the only two ways that you can ever get out of prison, Miss Magbanua?
My appeal?
Oh, well, we'll get to that too. You have an appeal pending right now, right?
Yes, sir.
That claims that you're innocent.
Yes, sir.
Let's just make this clear to the jury. Ms. Kappelman has called you as a witness against this man who's presumed innocent. You've just testified that you did a murder, and you have an appeal pending right now in this county claiming your innocence. Isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
And lo and behold, weeks after you were convicted and sentenced to life with no parole, you went in and met with the state, right?
Yes, sir.
And you met with them not once, but twice.
Yes, sir.
And you met with them for hours.
Yes, sir.
A combined total of around 6 hours, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, we're going to get into that and all the lies that Ms. Kappelman didn't go through with you that you made during those interviews, but let's go back to the first trials first, okay? In each of those trials, you took the stand for your own defense, right?
Yes, sir.
And you took the same oath and looked at different jurors the same way that you look today, right?
Yes, sir.
And in your second trial, not only did you take an oath in this room, but isn't it true that you tried to get Sigfredo to lie for you?
No, sir, I did not.
Isn't it true that you were caught on a recording in the prison in which you were going to have Sigfredo Garcia come into your trial, your second trial, and say that he did the murder with Charlie Adelson all by himself?
No, sir.
You never were on a recording of
Never
that
said
fact.
that.
For two points I just want to make real quick. Let's all give Rauschbaum a little grace because when they stopped making phone books, it has been more difficult for him to drive, to get places, to sit at restaurants, to just do things in general. So just give him cut him some slack. The lack of phone books in America have made his life harder. Secondly, I am in the process of creating an app. If anyone wants to invest in it, it's called instead of white noise, it's a white privilege noise app. And basically it's just Charlie's and Donna's calls on repeat, and you can fall asleep to them. So if anyone wants to invest in that, let me know.
Your plan at your second trial wasn't to have Sigfredo Garcia testify on your behalf?
No, sir.
Are you aware that your lawyer opened up on that plan
No,
in
sir,
her
I'm not
opening?
aware. No.
Well, did you sit through the trial?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you sit through the trial when she said to the jury, you're going to hear from Sigfredo Garcia, who's going to say that the murder was between him and Charlie Adelson, and that you're just a victim of having bad taste in men?
He never came up.
He refused to come and testify, right?
I don't know if he refused. He was never called.
Are you aware that you and your lawyer subpoenaed him to come down to Leon County to testify on your behalf?
He was subpoenaed, but he just never showed up.
And he didn't show up?
Never took the stand.
Right. He was subpoenaed by you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you got on the phone with him. You were caught because you're not supposed to talk to each other, right?
Yes, sir.
But you guys talk to each other because what you do is you call his mom, right?
Yes, sir.
And he calls his mom. Isn't that what you all do?
At that time, yes, sir.
Yeah, you call each other so that you could talk to each other through the mom. And during one of those calls, you asked him to come testify on your behalf. Isn't that what you did?
No, I did not ask him.
Okay. Well, we'll move on to some other lies. During your first trial, you were asked, you didn't ask Mr. Garcia to help this lady get her kids back in Tallahassee. Answer, no, ma'am. You didn't solicit him to commit a murder of Dan Markel. Answer, no, ma'am. Do you recall those questions and answers?
Yes, sir.
You were asked, well, back then, did you know someone by the name of Dan Markel? Answer, no, ma'am. In 2014, you learned that Wendy Adelson's divorce was already finalized, right? I learned that in court. I didn't know it before. Do you remember those words? Those were lies, right?
Yes, I lied in my trials to save myself.
We'll keep going. You lied when you said that Charlie told you that Professor Markel had been in an accident, right?
I lied that. Say it again, sir.
Well, I'll ask you the questions. Do you remember having a conversation with Charlie Adelson about his brother-in-law being in an accident? Does that sound familiar to you? It sounds familiar, yeah. That was a lie, right?
No, that's what Charlie said.
He told you that he was in an accident? He'd tell you that there was a murder?
No, he told me he was in an accident.
So you didn't know about the murder of Dan Markel on July 18th? Is that what you're telling this jury?
No, not at that time.
When did you find out about the murder of Dan Markel?
It was later on.
Oh, really? So the money that you brought to the guys that Miss Kappelman brought up on opening, the money you brought up to the guys on July 19th, it was because Dan Markel was in an accident?
I didn't know that was Dan Markel. Like, I didn't know his name.
Oh.
But there was a murder that happened, yes.
At the March 11th dinner that you had with Mr. Lacoste at Yardbird, Dan Markel's name wasn't mentioned?
No, sir.
By the way, there we have Phil Markel. There we have mentor lawyer. There we have Fancy. You kind of see her Fancy Fiction right behind Phil. And by the way, again, mentor lawyer, any of the interrogation video or the police interviews, the proffers were all mentor lawyers' videos. Oh, and there's Joel back.
Would it surprise you that Mr. Lacoste has testified to the opposite of that?
No, I haven't seen his testimony.
At your first trial, you were asked, did Charlie mention anything to you about a murder out of Tallahassee? So now it's not Dan Markel. It's just a murder out of Tallahassee. And your answer was no, ma'am. Question, did he mention anything about his ex-brother-in-law being murdered? Answer, no, ma'am. Do you recall those questions?
Yes, sir.
And those were lies, right?
Yes, I told you I lied. I lied in my trials to save myself.
I understand. Please let me keep going through them. There's a lot of them, so we'll take our time.
Yes, sir.
We fucking get it, dude.
Now, you said you never saw any cash at Charlie's place. Do you recall that at trial?
He had cash, but I didn't know how much he had. I know he keeps cash in his safe.
But I thought you just testified moments ago that you never saw cash at his place. They didn't keep cash at his place. That supposedly his parents had to bring the cash. Isn't that what you just told this jury about 18 minutes ago?
An abundance of cash.
Have you seen his safe?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever seen it open?
Yes, sir.
doesn't he keep a lot of cash that he collects on the top of his safe?
I mean, I'm not like looking in it, but every single time we used to go out, he used to grab some money from the safe and then take it with him.
Repeatedly during both trials, you said you worked at the Adelson Institute. You never worked at the Adelson Institute,
No,
right?
sir, I did not.
Now we're going to hear about a Lexus.
Yes, sir.
You said you paid for that Lexus. You never paid for that Lexus. Isn't that
I
the case?
paid Charlie cash for that Lexus.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. I think the state might disagree. Has the state disagreed with you on that point?
About me paying him cash? Yes, because there was nothing that was coming out of my account, but I paid him cash. I had the cash on me.
During the trial, the first trial, you were asked, do you know why it is that Charlie chose you out of all of his ex-girlfriends to call? I don't know why he called me. Do you recall those questions?
Yes, sir.
That was a lie, right?
I told you I lied in my first and second trial to save myself.
Well, let's get to the second trial. Just like you're lying here to save yourself, right?
I'm not saving myself. I'm telling the truth this time.
Right, because now, all of a sudden, after 8 years, you have developed a conscience. I think that's what you told the jury.
No, it's because the father of my children was on death penalty at that time on my first trial, so I couldn't give up. If it was just Charlie, like I said from the trial, go ahead and arrest him. Nobody ever did.
He didn't get the death penalty after the first trial, and he was convicted, right?
Yes, sir.
And by the time of his second trial, you had no reason to protect him anymore. He was done.
No, sir. He was under appeal.
Okay, just like you're under appeal now.
Yes, sir.
So what you said to this jury about 20 minutes ago is you said to this jury, I'm here today to tell the truth, and I want to get your exact words. Because I want to do the right thing.
Yes, sir.
Isn't it because you want to go home? And that's the only way that you could ever go home is to help them. That's the only way you can go home by not being dead.
I was not promised anything. I'm doing this solely on myself. Clearly, you don't even see my attorneys in this room.
Let's talk about the second trial. Again, you lied when you testified that you didn't know anything about or were involved in the murder of Professor Markell, right?
Yes, sir. I told you I lied in my first and
Oh, shit. That's so awesome. Katherine gifts out a membership, and our new friend T. Cancella gets it. Awesome. Love to see it.
I'm with you, buddy. We're gonna be buddies. We're gonna be pals. We're gonna wrestle around.
Welcome, and thanks so much for being here.
second trial to save myself.
Ma'am, we've heard it. If you could just answer the questions. Did
Yes,
you
sir.
lie?
Yes, sir.
You lied when you testified that you knew nothing about Wendy's divorce, Wendy Adelson's divorce.
Yes, sir.
I said money!
Sherry Marshall gifted out a $10 super chat. Thank you so much, Sherry. You are too kind. Thank you so much.
You lied when you said you didn't pick up money from Charlie's house on July 18th.
Yes, sir.
You lied when you said you knew nothing about stapled cash.
Yes, sir.
You lied when you said you didn't bring the money to Sigfredo or Luis Rivera the next day.
Yes, sir.
You lied again when you said you worked as a personal assistant for Charlie, right?
Yes, sir.
You lied repeatedly when you tried to discuss what had happened, what was being spoken at Dolce Vita, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, well, now let's talk about the lies that you told that the state didn't go over with you. Let's talk about your proffers, your cooperation.
Yes, sir.
So you were interviewed by the state twice in October and November 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
And By the way, you've met with them a couple times since then, right?
A couple times.
Have you met with them
After?
since? Yeah, after that point?
Probably one time.
You met with Ms. Kappelman?
Yes, yes, sir.
Did Ms. Kappelman ask you about our defense during that meeting?
No, sir.
She didn't ask you about whether, for the first time, whether you ever threatened
No,
Charlie
sir.
Adelson? Now, when you met with them in October and November of 2022, this was after you got your life sentence, right?
Yes, sir.
And you met with them first in Marion County Jail on October 11th, right?
Marion County Jail? No, sir. I've never been in that county.
You met with them in the jail. I got the wrong jail, obviously.
I've never met with them in any jails.
Where did you meet with them?
I
the
was
first
already in DOC.
Okay.
In Lowell.
You met with them in prison.
Yes, sir.
Apologies. And the second time, you met with them at the state attorney's office, right? Here in Tallahassee.
Yes, sir.
And both times, Special Agent Sanford was there.
Yes, sir.
Investigator Jason Newland was there.
Yes, sir.
And TPD Investigator Sherry Bennett were there.
Yes, sir.
And they asked you questions.
Yes, sir.
And each time, you told them a version of events that was very different from what you said at your trials, right?
Yes, sir.
In fact, during those 6 hours of interviews, you told them about 5 more versions, right?
5 different versions of it?
Yeah.
No, sir.
Oh, so you told them the same thing throughout the 6 hours that you met with them?
I believe so, but I think the first time you can't even visit more than 2 hours, so I don't know where you're getting 6 hours.
Well, maybe I'm wrong, but let's look. The first interview started at 9:26 a.m. and it ended at 11:44 a.m., so a little over 2 hours.
Yes, sir.
First interview. Your position right now, what you're telling this jury, is that the same thing you told them in the first interview, you told them in the second interview?
I believe so, yes, sir.
You believe so or you know so?
I know so. I believe so. I believe so.
You absolutely know so.
No, I don't, not verbatim exactly what I said.
Isn't it true that during the entire first interview you said you had nothing to do with the murder?
No, sir, I didn't say that.
All right, well, we're going to go through exact quotes and we'll see if your memory can be refreshed.
Yes, sir.
By the way, during any of these interviews, did you give them any documentation, anything new? Any text messages, documentation, WhatsApps, any new, as people call it, receipts? Did you give them any new evidence?
No, I'm in prison. I don't have anything.
It was just your words, right?
Yes, sir.
So let's talk about what you said. During the first proffer, which was a little over 2 hours,
Yes, sir.
you raised your hand and they put you under oath, right?
Yes, sir.
And throughout the proffer, the agents, particularly Special Agent Sanford, kept on telling you that you have to tell the truth, right?
Yes, sir.
He didn't believe you.
I mean, whatever his reasons are.
Was he frustrated with you during the interview?
Yes, sir.
In fact, 1 hour and 8 minutes into the proffer, he said to you that you were minimizing your involvement.
Hold on. What is the objection?
Hearsay, Your Honor.
Please approach.
I thought Dubin was 2 million. He was 1 million.
Your examination.
Someone pointed this out, how similar, Murdaugh was similar in the fact that they used people for them. And just like in the Murdaugh trial, the people they used came back to haunt them. 1 million may be right. That makes sense.
So let's go back. your position, what you've told this jury, is you are completely consistent. You told the same story during the entire proffer, right?
I can't, like I told you, I can't remember verbatim what I've said from the first proffer and the second proffer.
Let's just talk about the first proffer.
Yes, sir.
Your view is that from the beginning of the first proffer to the end of the first proffer, you said the same thing throughout. That's what you're telling this jury.
From the first proffer to the second proffer, that I'm saying the same exact thing? I don't remember verbatim what I've said.
How about from the beginning of the first proffer to the end of the first proffer? What you told the jury is you were consistent from the beginning of the first proffer to the end of the first proffer. Do you recall saying that?
Yes, sir.
Is that still your testimony?
No, I was consistent about it? No, because it was very hard for me to confess what I've done.
So let me ask the question again.
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true that during the first proffer, for the first 1 hour... Wow, Miss Lisa from the future in Australia, gifting out 10 subscriptions.
'Cause I'm gonna fuck with you, buddy.
Welcome all the new members. Get out your Capri Sun and welcome to the channel. Lisa, thank you so much, as always, for all your support. You're amazing. Thank you.
Hour and 8 minutes. You continued to say that you didn't murder Professor Markel.
No, sir, I didn't say that.
I don't understand your answer, so let me rephrase.
Okay.
Isn't it true that for the first half of the first proffer, you denied participation in the murder of Professor Markel?
No, sir, I was telling him what happened and how my involvement in it.
So your position is that throughout the entire first proffer, you admitted that you participated in the murder of
Because
Professor
I'm
Markel.
gonna fuck with you, buddy.
Judge
We're
Mayer.
gonna be buddies. We're gonna be pals. We're gonna.
Shelly Tarbett coming in after that with 10 more memberships. You guys are too freaking kind. Thank you so much, Shelly. You are awesome. Thank you so much, Lisa. Thank you guys so much.
Proceed now. Would it surprise you that 1 hour and 8 minutes into the first proffer, Special Agent Sanford said that you were minimizing your involvement in Professor Markel's murder?
Like he stated, I was minimizing it. It was hard for me to confess everything that I've suppressed for the past 7 years.
11 minutes later, he said that what you were telling him made absolutely no sense. Do you recall him saying that?
No, sir, I did not.
Well, let me see if I can show you. Recollection that Special Agent Sanford said all of it doesn't make sense. I'll withdraw it. Does this refresh your recollection of what Agent Sanford said?
Just the line that you highlighted?
You can read before and after to make sure I'm not doing lawyer tricks.
Yes, sir. Can I?
Of course.
Yes, sir.
Do you think that
specific conversations?
Do you think the cameraman can file for some sort of FMLA for having to stare at this idiot?
Why am I not remember conversations, specific conversations? And I told him I can't recall those specific conversations.
Was he telling you that what you were saying didn't make sense to him?
I'm going to object to what Agent Sanford said or his opinions.
Sustain, please lay the foundation to impeach specifically.
At some point in the interview, did he walk out on you?
Yes, he did. On the second interview.
Yeah, okay. We're going to get to that. That's like 4 hours into your combined interviews, right?
I believe so.
Right? So you come back, and I think it's over an hour into the second interview, so actually my math isn't great. It's like 3.5 hours into interviewing. Agent Sanford gets so upset.
Judge, I'm going to object to Agent Sanford's opinions
I'll
or
rephrase.
actions or words.
He's withdrawing the question. Please move on.
Around 3 hours into these interviews, Agent Sanford decides to leave the room, right?
Yes, sir.
He was frustrated with you, right?
I believe so.
Truthfully, during your first interview, you kept on saying all of these things were jumbled in your head, right?
Yes, sir.
You said that about 11 times. Do you recall that?
I don't recall how many times I said it. No, sir.
You said that eventually, 33 minutes into the interview, you said you arranged through an envelope that Charlie gave you, but that you never opened it, for Sigfredo to rough up Professor Markel. Do you recall saying that?
Repeat the question.
33 minutes into the interview,
Yes, sir.
you admitted that you arranged through an envelope that Charlie gave you, but that you never opened,
Yes, sir.
for Sigfredo to rough up Professor Markel. Do you recall that?
I've never said Professor Markel's name.
To rough up the deceased.
What do you mean by that? Can you explain?
You told them 33 minutes into the interview
Yes.
that Charlie had given you an envelope that you had never opened, that miraculously got to Sigfredo Garcia, and the purpose of it was to rough up his ex-brother-in-law.
No, because I didn't know what the contents of what was in the envelope, so I wouldn't have said that.
You said that somehow that plan had transitioned to murder, but according to what you told investigators, you never knew when that happened. Do you recall saying that?
Repeat the question again, sir.
You said that somehow the rough-up plan had transitioned to murder.
I never said rough up or any of those words. That's why it's confusing me what you're stating.
Let's say it again.
Yes, sir.
You said that somehow the plan had transitioned to murder. But according to what you told investigators, you never knew when that transition happened.
Well, at that time, I didn't know.
At the time that you were interviewed?
No, not in my interview, but when it was happening, as they're interviewing me and we're going through the scenario.
I'm going to show you 186 to 187. You know what, I'll just move on. You told investigators during your first interview, 2 hours into it, 2 hours and 1 minute to be exact,
Yes, sir.
that you never spoke to Charlie about the change in plans,
I never spoke to Charlie about the change in plans.
meaning it going to become a murder.
I'm confused about the questions you're asking. Is this what I said?
Yes, what you said to these investigators just a year ago after you were convicted for life, didn't you tell investigators you didn't know it was going to be a murder?
When we were talking about this, like I said, it was hard for me to confess my involvement in this.
Donnie, you're still in timeout, but musical notes, musical note, guess who's going to jail tonight? Please folded hands.
I love that it reads it. Oh, thank you so much, MJ, for the $10 super chat. And I think she wants me to play this song for Donnie, so here we go. Thank you so much, MJ.
Right, so
Can you show me where I said this?
Let's just go with what you just said.
Yes, sir.
So 2 hours into your first interview, when you said this, you still were not admitting that you had a part in the murder.
Yes, it was very hard for me to do this, especially that they came to me in prison where, why are all these investigators coming in?
Okay, so we are now where we started, which is during this first proffer, just a year ago, under oath again, you refused to admit at first that you had anything to do with the murder, that you were a part of the murder.
Yes,
I think
sir. Yes.
Okay.
It's hard for me to admit it. Yes, sir, it is. It's still hard for me to admit it right now.
Okay.
Just real quick, I want to note for those who aren't aware, that is a regular size water bottle. That's not like a bigger water bottle. That's actually a regular one. It just looks massive in his tiny hands.
Refused to admit at first that you had anything to do with the murder, that you were a part of the murder.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay.
It's hard for me to admit it. Yes, sir, it is. It's still hard for me to admit it right now.
Okay. During your first proffer, 9 minutes and 14 seconds into it, do you recall being asked the following questions? And as you saw in trial, Garcia and Rivera made a trip in June. What can you tell us about that? Answer. See, like I don't even remember. I mean, obviously, like you're telling me to, like, remember from what I heard at trial. I learned a lot of things from trial. That's why it's so hard. And I want to say the right thing, but like, I don't remember them going up on a first trip. Do you recall saying that during this proffer?
I don't recall it. If you could show it to me.
Hey, Afi, good to see you.
May I approach your honor?
You bet.
Make sure you're subscribed to Publicly Buzzed. I just put the link in if you're not already. If you're new to this channel and you like what we're doing here, you'll definitely like Steve and Dan's channel, so make sure you check it out.
Does that refresh your recollection that you said that?
Yes, sir.
You were asked during your proffer on page 68, I don't know how long into it, probably about a third into it. Question, before that trip, you knew that Lewis was going to go with him on that trip, or knew he was going with him. Do you recall answering that way?
Yes, sir.
You also said during that proffer, 63 minutes in, that you didn't know Luis Rivera was going on the second trip to Tallahassee. Do you recall saying that?
Yes, sir.
During that interview on page 83, you told investigators, this is just a year ago, that on the night of July 18th, you didn't know that Charlie's brother-in-law had been shot.
Can you show me that, sir?
Sure. You said that you didn't know that Dan Markel had been shot, right?
Yes, sir.
You told that to investigators a year ago, that that's what, on that night, you had no idea that there was a shooting.
Yes, I was partly denying probably still my involvement in it. This is something I've suppressed for a long time, sir.
Now, what's also interesting is when you described July 18th, you said Charlie was panicked.
Yes, sir.
You said he took his Xanax and you took his Xanax.
Yes, sir. He gave me.
You said that he was upset.
I never said he was upset. He was just frantic.
Let's move on to the second proffer.
Yes, sir.
The second proffer was 6 weeks after the first proffer. Do you recall that?
This is when I came back. I came here?
Correct.
Yes, sir.
And you met with investigators for 3.5 hours this time.
If that's what it states.
From 10:06 in the morning to 1:38 in the afternoon.
Yes, sir.
At the beginning of the interview, you told investigators you didn't know why you were there, right?
Yes, I didn't know what I got pulled out for.
And 15 minutes into the interview, Agent Sanford left the room, right?
Yes, sir.
And he didn't come back.
No, sir.
During the interview, you recall being told that you weren't giving the state anything to make them want to do anything for you.
Repeat that question, sir.
Do you recall that during the interview, you were told that you weren't giving the state anything to make them want to do anything for you?
Who stated that?
Investigator Bennett.
Okay, yes, sir.
She was upset.
I mean, we were just talking about the same thing over again.
When she said that you had a real issue, right?
Not that I can recall. What's the issue?
Well, if you didn't help the state and give them something that they could work with, there was only one way you were ever getting out of prison, and that's in a box.
Why do you keep stating that, sir?
You're in jail for the rest of your life, right?
Yes, sir.
If the state doesn't help you, the only way you're getting out of prison is when you die.
But they never said they were going to help me. I wasn't promised
That's
anything.
not my question. What's the only way that you're getting out of prison if the state doesn't help you?
I'll die in prison.
During this second proffer, they asked you, you mean to tell me that you had no clue that he came to Tallahassee? Answer, he never told me he was going to Tallahassee. Do you recall saying that you didn't know that Sigfredo Garcia was going to Tallahassee?
Yes, sir. I never knew he went to Tallahassee.
You never knew Sigfredo Garcia went to Tallahassee?
No, sir.
Okay. During these proffers, you never told the state about monthly payments, did you?
Monthly payments?
That Charlie was making monthly payments to you.
What, the checks from the Adelson Institute?
Yes.
They were aware of that.
How about the cash he was giving you every month?
He wasn't giving me any cash every month.
Oh, really?
Yes.
He wasn't giving you $2,000 of cash every single month that you're heard on the wires trying to accept?
No, sir.
He was just giving you an Adelson Institute check?
Yes, sir. What would the $2,000 be for?
Before he gave you the Adelson Institute checks, you were getting $3,000 a month, right?
No, sir.
It wasn't until 1 hour and 13 minutes in the first proffer that you first admitted that you didn't work for the Adelson Institute, right?
Yes, sir. I lied about it.
In the proffer.
In the proffer, I don't know when I said it, but I lied in my trials about getting those checks from the Adelson Institute. So I said those were checks that I needed to show so that I can get insurance for my children.
You recall them asking you about a meeting with Charlie in the car before Dolce Vita?
Yes, sir.
And you said that you couldn't recall what was discussed?
Yes, sir.
You recall that during the second proffer, you told the state that you didn't know the police were at your door during the wire? And if you had known they were at the door, you would have let them in?
I don't think I mentioned it in that way, but they didn't announce themselves when they were knocking on the door.
In fact, aren't we going to see in the wires that you were hiding from the police?
I was not hiding. I was at home.
weren't you hiding at home?
From what? I was working from home that day.
Weren't you making a bunch of phone calls to a lot of people saying, the police are at my door, I don't know what to do, I can't answer the door, I'm afraid? Weren't you hiding from them?
Somebody was knocking at the door. They didn't state who they were, so I was calling Sigfredo, and nobody was picking up. Then one of his coworkers finally called back and said that there's FBI over there speaking to him, and he's going to come by the house.
And he came by the house?
Yes.
And you all discussed how you were going to stay hidden and not answer the door, right?
I didn't discuss anything. They just said that there was like an FBI agent or an agent outside. So
and
I just
you
never
decided
answered.
not to answer the door and let them in, right?
No, why would I let them in?
Let me make sure that we're being clear here.
Yes, sir.
Did you know that the police were outside your door?
I didn't know who was outside my door. I didn't know until his coworker had stated that there was an undercover or an agent outside.
And after he stated that, did you know that there was police outside your door?
They were gone.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like they knocked.
Okay.
And then they were gone.
You didn't stay hidden for over 45 minutes
No,
while
sir.
these phone calls are happening?
I was at home. I just didn't open the door.
Okay. During the entire first proffer and 2/3 of the second proffer, you never said that Charlie did it or ordered it. Isn't that true?
Not specifically, no.
Now today you come in here and you talk about how on Halloween Charlie asked you if there was someone who could hurt his ex-brother-in-law, right?
I stated that on the proffer.
That's fine.
Yes, sir.
It took you a while to state it in the proffer, but I admit you did. It took
Yes,
you
sir.
about an hour and 40 minutes. But today, that's what your testimony was, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you know that you had only started dating Charlie Adelson about 2 weeks before Halloween?
Probably. We just started talking. I don't know specifically if it was 2 weeks.
Do you know that at the time of Halloween 2013, Charlie Adelson had absolutely no idea anything about your ex?
I wouldn't know, sir.
Well, let me see if I can refresh your memory. May 27th of 2013, where you said to...
Sustained.
Okay.
Please show the witness the document.
But let me ask some questions first.
Go ahead.
Isn't it true that Charlie Adelson didn't know about your ex until November 27th, 2013?
I wouldn't know, sir.
And even then, he didn't know much about him?
I wouldn't know.
Let me approach with... what number is it? Defense Exhibit 34. You have it. Text messages. Refresh your recollection that he didn't know about your ex until at the earliest, November 27, 2013.
Yes, sir.
Halloween's in October, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you talk about this letter and Charlie printing it up. In all the times in Charlie's house, you ever see him, does he have a computer? He doesn't own a computer, right?
He had a little office in his house, but I don't know if there was a computer or not. I don't recall.
Do you recall during these interviews that the investigators kept on pushing you whether Charlie gave you money during the trips?
Repeat the question, sir.
Do you recall during these interviews that the investigators kept on pushing you, asking you a lot of questions about whether Charlie Adelson gave you any money before the two men took the trips?
Yes. And I answered them.
I know you did.
Okay.
And it took you 22 minutes left in the second proffer where you finally said he gave you a few $100s before each trip.
Yes, sir.
Repeatedly before then, you couldn't even remember that, right? You were confused as you said it.
No, I could remember it. It was just very hard when I was speaking, especially when I was speaking with Sergeant Sanford in the room because he was frustrated with me. So once he left the room, it was an easier conversation to have, and I wasn't so pressured.
It was an easier conversation to have because, in fact, Investigator Bennett started to play the part of Katie Magbanua, right?
I don't know what you mean by that,
Well,
sir.
she started to testify for you.
No, sir, she did not.
It wasn't mostly her talking and you saying yes?
No, sir.
Isn't it true that it wasn't until an hour and 16 minutes and 31 seconds into the second proffer where you were still continuing to say that you didn't become aware that this was going to be a murder until sometime between the first and second trips to Tallahassee?
Yes, sir. I told you it was very hard for me to admit my part in all of this. I'm sorry.
So 4 hours into your proffers, you were still saying that you didn't know the first trip was for a murder. That's fair to say, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's go on to a little different subject. You started dating Sigfredo Garcia just after high school.
Yes, sir.
By the time you broke up with him, you had been with Sigfredo on and off for more than a decade.
Yes, sir.
By the way, when you dated Charlie Adelson, he thought you were broken up with Sigfredo Garcia, right?
I was broken up with him.
Well, did you have sexual relations with Sigfredo Garcia while dating Charlie Adelson?
Yes, I did.
Charlie didn't know that, right?
I mean, that's not something I would tell him.
Now, you considered him to be...
Mandy Joe gifting out a membership to Keith Citizen. Thank you so much, Mandy. You rock. Thank you so much.
Your husband.
Yes, sir.
You met Charlie Adelson at work.
Yes, sir.
At a place called Sophie Dental.
Sophie Dental.
Sorry, Sophie Dental.
Yes, sir.
And that was in South Beach.
Yes, sir.
And you started dating in the middle of October of 2013.
In the middle of October? No, we started dating before that.
When did you start dating?
I don't recall the exact date, but it was definitely before October.
If I told you
September.
do you recall that your first date was at a restaurant kind of in the building?
I believe so, yes.
If I told you that the date of that was October 9th, would that refresh your recollection? Could
Yes,
that be
sir.
right?
Would anyone fault her for not remembering her first date with Chuckles the Forehead?
Possibly, yes, sir.
Now, when you dated Charlie Adelson, he treated you well.
Yes, sir.
I think you said you didn't know he had money. You knew he had money.
I mean, he wasn't very flashy with it. I know he was well off.
He took you to nice dinners.
Yes, sir.
That was different than your past relationship, right?
I've been in nice dinners with Sigfredo.
Did Charlie treat you nicer than Sigfredo?
I wouldn't say that he treated me nicer at that time, yes, because I was going through a lot with Sigfredo.
Did Charlie ever lay hands on you?
No, sir.
Did Sigfredo?
We've gotten into arguments, yes.
One where he ripped off your necklace?
No, he's never ripped off any necklace
No?
of mine. No.
Now, at first, Charlie was the pursuer. Is that fair to say? He pursued you.
Yes, sir.
Over time, you became more serious.
I believe so.
And he made it clear to you over time, namely in the spring of 2014, that he didn't want anything different than casual, right?
I mean, I think we were both in agreement with that, yes.
But you had questions about it. You asked him, right?
AC with the comment of the day. Charlie looks like the origin story of Danny DeVito's Penguin.
I believe so.
And he told you, I like the way things are.
Yes, sir.
Now, Sigfredo came to know that you were dating Charlie, correct?
Yes, sir.
And during your second trial, you testified that you told Sigfredo about Charlie to make Sigfredo mad.
Probably.
You wanted to throw it in his face that you were dating a successful dentist, right?
That I was dating somebody, period, because I never really dated anybody after Sigfredo.
Sigfredo hated Charlie.
I mean, yes.
You told Charlie on one occasion, if you see him, run. Isn't that what you told him?
Not that I can recall now.
Is it possible that you told him that?
No, but he would be scared of Sigfredo, yes.
Sigfredo considered you the love of his life, right?
I believe so.
He made it clear to you that he wanted you back and didn't want you to be with Charlie, right?
It's not that he made it clear, but we were trying to work it out for our family.
Now, Charlie talks a lot, right?
Yes, he does.
And he repeats himself over and over.
Yes, sir.
As a traveling periodontist, he's in the car a lot for work, right?
Yes, sir.
And what does he do when he's in the car a lot? Talks on the phone?
Talk on the phone, yes, sir.
And he'd call you a lot on the phone, right?
He would at that time, yes.
And at that time, he would sometimes call you early in the morning, right?
Yes, sir.
He'd call you sometimes in his breaks at work.
Yes, sir.
He'd call you late at night.
Yes, we were dating.
Exactly. He'd talk to you a ton.
Yes, sir.
He talks to his mom a lot on the phone too, right?
I believe so.
Well, you witnessed it, right?
Yes.
You would be with him a lot when he would talk to his mom, right? On the phone.
Yes, sir.
And by the way, you talk on the phone a lot with Sigfredo Garcia, right?
Yes, sir.
And that makes sense because he's the father of your two children, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, in 2014, you became aware of Charlie's family issues, right?
Yes, sir.
You heard him talking on the phone a lot to his mom, right?
Yeah, he's always talking to his mom.
And also, when you guys would go out, as you know, Charlie likes to talk, right?
Yes, sir.
And so a topic of frequent conversation would be what he had just talked to his mom about, right?
No, he never told me what he was talking to his mom about.
No, so he never told you about the problems that his sister was having? He wouldn't recount those conversations that he was having with his mom?
Not when he's on the phone with his mom. Maybe if we're just, laying down or talking, he'd mention it once in a blue moon.
And you would ask him questions about it, right?
Not really.
He told you about this TV was cheaper than a hitman joke many times, right?
Yes, he's made that comment before.
And he repeated it to many people, right?
Yes, sir, he has.
He makes a lot of bad jokes, right?
Yes, he does.
Did you ever tell him, Charlie, why are you making that joke when we're actually hiring a hitman? Like, don't you think that's a bad idea? Did you ever say that to him?
No, because he's feels like he's untouchable.
No, because you really weren't hiring a hitman. He didn't know he was hiring a hitman, right? That's why you didn't.
No, that says it all right there. That if at any point Katie was telling the truth, it's right there.
He's feels like he's untouchable.
He feels like he's untouchable, and so did the rest of the Edelscums until just recently.
No, because you really weren't hiring a hitman. He didn't know he was hiring a hitman, right? That's why you didn't tell him that, right?
He knew he was hiring a hitman.
So when he made that joke in front of Professor Lacoste on March 11th at Yardbird.
That he made that joke?
Yeah, you know he made the joke at that dinner, right?
I don't recall that. No, sir.
Okay.
Unless I was talking to Wendy and I didn't pay attention to what they were talking about.
Well, let's talk about that dinner a little bit on March 11th, just 6 weeks before the first attempt that in your proffers you didn't know about. You all ate outside on the patio?
Yes, sir.
And during this dinner, you and Wendy talked a lot about your exes, didn't you?
Not that we talked a lot about the exes. I always speak of my children, so I'm pretty sure I mentioned my kids and she mentioned her kids.
You didn't probe information from Wendy about her ex, and while you were that's why you brought up your exes, your ex?
No, sir. We did not talk about any exes.
You were aware? Were you aware that Sigfredo and Luis Rivera were sitting in a car scoping you out?
I didn't know that until my trial.
Just got a coffee from Zen, which says, great channel. Some of your viewers are hilarious. And I couldn't agree more. First of all, thank you so much, Zen, for the coffee. And second of all, love you guys in chat. If you're new to the chat, I hope you realize it's one of the funniest, kindest, just a great chat. So thank you so much for saying that, Zen. I couldn't agree more. These folks are hilarious.
Now, the state showed you a picture of you on the beach with Wendy Adelson.
Yes, sir.
No discussion about a murder plot during that.
No.
The jet ski incident, was Charlie scared?
Yes, sir.
Were you upset?
Of course.
Did it cause a whole string of text messages and fights between you and Sigfredo?
After that incident, yes.
You were afraid that Charlie was going to break up with you, right?
Not really.
Really, your text messages don't show that you were upset that Charlie might break up with you? That Sigfredo was trying to run your life?
Well, I was upset, but I didn't really care if Charlie was going to break up with me or not.
Now, I want to take you to the week of the murder. And we'll start with July 14th. You had dinner with Charlie the night of July 14th, right?
Not that I can recall.
Oh, you don't recall having dinner with him the night of July 14th?
No, sir.
Are you sure you didn't have dinner with him the night of July 14th?
I can't recall. If you'd show me something.
Do you recall him working late and coming towards your house and meeting him at a place near the water on July 14th?
No, sir.
Well, let's do it this way. If you had dinner with him on July 14th, just 4 days before the murder.
Yes, sir.
Did you pick up money from him at that point in time?
No, sir, because I don't even remember that dinner.
Assuming that the dinner happened,
yes,
which I
sir.
think the state's going to prove.
Okay.
Did you pick up any money from him at that dinner?
No, sir. I don't even recall that dinner.
Fair enough. Do you recall having lunch with him on July 17th, the day before the murder?
No, sir.
Well, let me try to refresh your memory on this. Do you recall on July 16th that Charlie worked late and went out to dinner with Erica Johnson?
I can't recall.
Do you recall that you got in a fight with him that night because you thought he might be cheating on you?
No, sir, I don't recall it.
Do you recall that there are text messages in which you were upset that he was out so late? You don't recall that?
No, sir. Do you have something to show me?
I don't need to. Do you recall that he told you on that call that he had worked late, that he had gone out with Erica, and that he would have a lunch with you the next day?
I don't recall any of those days, sir.
Do you recall that on the call on that night, the evening of the 16th, it's actually the very morning of the 17th, it's after midnight, that you were adamant that you wanted to have dinner with him on the 18th?
No, sir. I
You
don't
don't remember
recall
that?
any of those days. That's why. I'm
You don't
asking if
remember that.
can
It's fine.
Show me.
The answer is you don't remember that, right?
No, I can't recall.
I get to ask the questions,
Yes, sir.
okay?
Yes.
That's how this works.
Yes, sir.
This is so hilarious. She didn't even ask a question. She said, "No, I can't recall." He's so dumb. He's so dumb. Let's go back. Let's rewind that. Does she ask him a question? No, she makes a statement. He's such a dumb fucking idiot.
Do you recall that he told you on that call that he had worked late, that he had gone out with Erica, and that he would have a lunch with you the next day?
I don't recall any of those days, sir.
Do you recall that on the call on that night, the evening of the 16th, it's actually the very morning of the 17th, it's after midnight, that you were adamant that you wanted to have dinner with him on the 18th?
No, sir. I
You don't
don't
remember
recall
that?
any of those days. That's why. I'm
You don't
asking if
remember that.
can
It's fine.
Show me.
The answer is you don't remember that, right?
No, I can't recall.
I get to ask the questions,
Yes, sir.
okay?
Yes.
He's so
That's
dumb.
how this works.
Yes, sir.
Now, you went to lunch with him near his house. Do you recall that?
No, sir.
One moment.
Yes, sir.
I get to ask the questions, even though you didn't ask me a question. Imagine going and talking to Charlie like that's a good idea. Imagine
Do you recall going to Vila's? It's like a Cuban-Mexican place right by Charlie's house.
I know of the restaurant, but I don't remember the date when we went. Or we've eaten there before. Yes.
You don't recall going there the day before the murder?
No, sir.
Nonetheless, if you had been there, you didn't collect any money that day, right?
No, sir.
Do you recall that during that lunch you got in a big fight?
During what lunch?
The lunch on the 17th that you don't remember.
How can I tell you what happened if I don't remember the date and you're not showing me anything?
Let's talk about after the murder. One moment, Your Honor. Gave you $138,000 the night of the murder, not $100,000?
I never counted the money.
Isn't it true that you were paid $3,000 every month after the murder?
No, sir.
Isn't it true that you told Charlie Adelson that a terrible thing had happened, your friend got an idea to do this, you didn't know anything about it, but you would help him?
Repeat that question, sir.
Isn't it true that you told Charlie Adelson that a friend of yours had done this, that you had talked too much, but that you would do everything you could to help Charlie Adelson?
No, sir.
Isn't it true that you told him that if he ever went to the police, these people would do to him and his family what they had done to Professor Markel?
No, sir.
If the state proves that for the next 20 months you received payments, does the state have it wrong?
That I received payments?
for the
For me
next
to-
20 months after July 18th, if the state proves, they're going to bring up a financial person who's
Yes.
going to show cash payments. When the state proves that,
Yes.
do they have it wrong?
No, because I deposited throughout every month.
The payments that Charlie were making to you.
No, what Sigfredo had given to me.
Is it true that you were the mastermind behind Professor Markel's murder?
No, sir. That was Charlie.
I'm sure it was.
I didn't have any information on Mr. Markel.
Magbanua, do not volunteer information.
Yes.
Wait for a question, respond accordingly to the question.
Sorry, Your Honor.
By the way, on these wires that we're going to hear, you're repeatedly lying to Charlie, right?
Repeatedly lying about what?
Well, you're telling him that you're calling the undercover number, right?
Yes, I lied to
You
him.
never called the undercover number.
No, because I was telling Sigfredo to call that number.
Ma'am, let me ask the questions.
I'm answering.
I know you have an agenda, but let me ask the questions.
Objection, move to strike, argumentative.
Sustained.
Again, she literally doesn't ask a question. He's so dumb.
Members of the jury are to disregard the last comment about any agendas. Please continue.
On those wires, you tell Charlie Adelson that you've called the undercover number, don't you?
Yes, I said that.
And you never called the undercover number.
Of course, why would I call it?
You tell Charlie Adelson that you tried to call the number, but it's a non-working number. Do you recall saying that?
I believe so, yes.
And that was a lie.
Yes, we were all lying to each other.
You call, Judge.
He was responding to your question. You don't have to like the answer.
I actually love it. You never lied to Sigfredo on those wires, did you?
Yes, I did.
When did you lie to Sigfredo on those wires?
Well, he was lying to me, actually.
I asked a different question. When did you lie to Sigfredo on those wires?
No.
Give me one example of lying to Sigfredo.
You're right. I'm stating that Sigfredo was lying to me.
Miss Magbanua, I'm going to ask the question one more time.
No, I didn't lie to Sigfredo.
You never once lied to Sigfredo Garcia on those wires.
Not that I can recall, no.
But you repeatedly lied to Charlie Adelson on those wires, didn't you?
Yes, sir, I did.
By the way, you and Sigfredo Garcia talked about how you needed to get a burner phone, right?
No, Sigfredo was the one who got the burner phones.
Okay. You and Sigfredo got burner phones, right?
Sigfredo bought the burner phones, yes.
And you used a burner phone, right?
Yes, he advised me to do so.
Did you ever talk to Charlie Adelson about getting a burner phone?
I wasn't aware, but I thought he had one.
You told Charlie Adelson that Sigfredo Garcia left a voicemail for the undercover. You recall telling him that?
I believe so, yes.
That was a lie, right?
I believe Sigfredo did leave a voicemail to the undercover.
You think he did, or you think they just heard about the voicemail, that he actually never called the undercover?
If he said he did, he probably did.
Now, shortly after the murder, you and Charlie break up, right?
Yes, sir.
Like immediately after.
I don't know if it's immediately after, but we stopped, hanging out as much.
Now, you keep on saying that the state hasn't promised you anything, right?
Yes, sir.
But you're hoping that they're going to help you, right?
Of course, I want to see my children again.
Direct examination.
I'm going to approach you with the text message exhibit that the defense showed you? Maybe I misunderstood, but is this text showing that the defendant found out about Sigfredo in November, or that Sigfredo found out about the defendant in November?
From the text messages, it's that Sigfredo found out about Charlie.
All right. The job in this case, there's some question about, is it to harm, is it to rough up, is it to kill? What was the job?
It was to kill.
And you knew it was to kill?
Those exact words weren't mentioned, but
did you
yes.
know that this was going to result in a death?
Yes, ma'am.
Not a roughing up?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and I know you don't, do you know precisely when you found out it was going to be a death?
No, ma'am.
But can you tell this jury it was definitely before the murder?
Before July.
And did Charlie Adelson know it was a murder?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
Did Sigfredo Garcia know it was a murder?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
No further questions.
You may step down. Will the witness be recalled at an...
All right, folks, that concludes Katherine Magbanua's testimony from Charlie's trial. Thank you guys so much for being here. So many new folks in the chat. I just love it. Love to see it. Thank you so much. And thank you for everyone who's being here, obviously. Thank you all so much. Thank you, mods, for crushing it as always. Gonna be off tomorrow, but again on Kick Saturday, Gestivus gonna be playing Christmas holiday movies and TV shows. So if you want to join us there it's a fundraiser, gonna have a lot of good guests. Truly, I appreciate you guys so much, and I hope if I don't see you on Gestivus, you have a Merry Christmas. And then we'll figure out what we're doing next week. I don't know if there's new trials. We might go over some more Adelson stuff. If there's more stuff, I'm not sure, but we'll figure it out. Thank you all so much. The portal is going to take you to Publicly Buzzed. Make sure you like that stream. Steve and Dan, get it in the algorithm for tonight. I would say Happy Hanukkah, but Happy Hanukkah's on. Oh, Arthur coming in with $20 more. Holy crap. Money. Arthur already gave $20. It's another $20 from Arthur. Thank you so much, Arthur. You are awesome. Thank you so much. All right, guys. Love you guys so much. Thank you. See you on Saturday. If not, have a Merry Christmas, and then I'll see you guys on the next one. Thank you so much, everybody, and I'll see you soon. Take care.
Thank you for joining us, J-Bo Nation. Please give all of yourselves an ovation. No, it won't be real long until next time. Oh, J-Bo Nation, there's no place we'd rather be. J-Bo Nation is the place to 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 be.